Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 76. The shoes are broken, the hat is broken, and the puppet on your body is broken. You laughed at me, he laughed at me, a fan broke. Liang reached out and raised the volume. The next moment, except Li Zhanyuan, everyone in the car sang in unison. There is no Amitabha in the south, and there is no Amitabha in the south. Yu Bencheng's TV series Ji Gong has been released for several years, and it is still hot today. At the end of the song, the car finally calmed down. Yin Meng asked, "How long will it come to Jinling?" Liang, there is still 1 hour. Then you go closer to the provincial capital. Near. Liang smiled. As the capital of Jiangsu, Jinling can go to Jinling in most cities in the province. It is not so close to Jinling. Instead, it is more convenient to go to Jinling. Isn't this close? This is all. Liang remembered that Yinmeng was a rich capital, and the capital is Rongcheng. Also, it is really close to you, but you generally don't go to Rongcheng and go. Shancheng is more convenient. Last time I came back with you, passed by halfway, it was the first time I have arrived in the mountain city in my life. As soon as Tan Wenbin patted his head, he regretted, "You said early, I knew that we had stayed for 2 more days in the mountain city at that time, and play with you." Yin Meng said with some sadness, "I originally thought Nantung would be more fun." She actually lived in Li Sanjiang's house for a long time. At first she had been to the city to go to the city, but she felt it was not interesting. Especially when she was in the new year, Li Sanjiang was going to burn incense in Langshan, and Yin Meng also accompanied him. As a result, when she climbed the mountain, she didn't feel hot, but she actually reached the top of the mountain. Therefore, even if she did not work in her hand, she would rather watch TV practice at home, and was too lazy to run out. Yin Meng asked again, "Is Jinling fun?" Liang said, "Don't do too much expectations for natural landscapes. It is definitely not as good as your hometown, but there are many humanistic attractions here. By the way, I went back after Xiao Yuan came to Jinling last time. I didn't play much. I can have time to visit and let him take you. He can be explained as a guide." Li Zhanyuan responded, "Well." Tan Wenbin opened a bottle of soda, took a sip, and said, "The attractions are not the second, mainly depending on whether there are deaths. This is not easy to leave his hometown, but you have to fish well. Brother Liang, do you know where died near our school?" Liang, if you ask this, if I know this, can I still live with you?" Tan Wenbin looked at Li Zhanyuan again and asked, "Xiao Yuan, can you find the fishing spot?" Li Zhanyuan thought about it and said, "In fact, from the perspective of feng shui and gas transportation, it is easier to encounter dirty things together." "Ah!" Tan Wenbin scratched his head, "How does it feel like a mathematical problem?" "Almost, we have 4 corpse people here." Li Zhanyuan glanced at Liang, who was driving again. "There is also a white home to come to the son-in-law. Liang, do you have to add the words "come to the door"? Li Zhanyuan spread his hand. 5 clean balls are put together, the surroundings are too clean, and naturally it will attract some dirty things too evenly. Tan Wenbin understood and said, "It means that as long as we gather together, the probability of encountering dirt is much higher than normal people under normal circumstances." Li Zhanyuan nodded, "If you have to find it subjectively, the probability will be greater." Tan Wenbin clapped, "That's good, I will run into the river and run at night in the morning." Liang shook his head and sighed, "Binbin, you are really hungry." Tan Wenbin glanced at Liang, "Brother Liang, you are a full man who is hungry. Xiao Yuan, you can play first before the start of school. You can also experience college life for a while after school. When the teacher's hands are busy, you will start a new project. At that time, you will adjust from school. Definitely in it." Okay. Tan Wenbin asked, what about me? Shueliang Liang joked, aren't you going to run at night? Brother Liang, people are wrong. People Xiao Yuan hasn't enrolled yet, and I have done how many sets of graduation design? I was busy with the college entrance examination before, do I have time to make up a professional class now? But, I don't have the brain like Xiao Yuan. Don't worry, scare you, I or Xiao Yuan goes to the teacher, and each project team has a labor share. The two are required, one is the major of the school and the other is a sound limbs. It is coincidental, you meet the conditions. Just go in, that, is it like going to Wanzhou last time after entering, don't you need to stay in school? Well, the gap between the degree of freedom of university and high school is really big. The gap between the boss is large. After the truck entered the city of Jinling, he opened to the north gate of the school and was stopped by the security guard. Shueliang Liang leaned his head out of the window and shouted a few uncle, and the security guard opened the door with a smile, and even the registration step jumped over. The north gate is the living area. The cafeteria and the dormitory building are here. Li Zhanyuan and Tan Wenbin live in the same bed and go to the same corner in the 9-story on the 3rd floor of the 9 construction of the B area. This bedroom is quiet, and it is different from the 6 rooms in other bedrooms. There are only 2 beds here. Wow, so good! Tan Wenbin couldn't help but admire. Accommodation benefits were already in Xiaowen's early admission conditions, but you were just inserted as Xiaowen's roommate. The teacher is so nice. Don't thank the wrong person, the teacher doesn't care about this, I used my connections to arrange you in. Brother Liang, are you so good at talking in school? I opened a few small businesses in school and know some people. Everyone worked together and quickly cleaned the dormitory. After making the beds and arranging daily necessities, everyone left the dormitory. Shueliang Liang took everyone to a 2-story building. On the left side of the gate was a sign of College Student Activity Center and on the right side was a sign of Affordable Store. The store is not small and has a wide variety of products. Because it is still summer vacation and there are not many students, there is only a fair-faced boy reading a book at the counter, and an auntie is cracking melon seeds on the other side. Seeing Shueliang Liang coming, the two put down their books and melon seeds and greeted him. Senior, you're here. Yes, Zhiwa. Shueliang Liang patted the boy's shoulder with his right hand, took out 2 purchase orders from his pocket with his left hand and handed them to him. After the boy took the purchase order, his eyes widened immediately. Senior, listen to my explanation, Do you know that if I report this to the school, you will definitely not graduate? Senior, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I will pay you back. No need to pay it back, just sort out the account books, and then you can leave, I will pretend that this has never happened. Thank you, Senior, thank you. The boy put the account book and key on the counter, then took his book and left as if he was escaping. Shueliang Liang picked up the key and handed it to Yin Meng, here, you take care of this store. Yin Meng waved her hand and said, how can I take care of it? Didn't you say you opened a shop before? Yes, I did, but it was about to go bankrupt. It's okay. I just renewed the contract with the school at the beginning of the year. There are still 3 years. It is exclusive to Area B. You just need to sit at the counter and collect money. That's fine. It's summer vacation now, and there are not many people staying. When school starts, we have to pick 7 or 8 poor students from the list given by the school to help with miscellaneous work and moving goods. Runzheng said, I can move the goods, no need to recruit people. Shueliang Liang waved his hand, that won't work. Providing work-study jobs is a political task. Do you think it's so easy to sign an exclusive contract here? Then I'll stay and help. Runzheng still felt that working here would allow him to be closer to Xiao Yuan. That's no problem. Shueliang Liang pointed downstairs, the rehearsal room is upstairs, and some student activities will be rehearsed there in advance. There is a half-floor basement downstairs, which I use as a warehouse, but I separated a few small rooms below, with water, electricity, and toilets, but the lighting is not that good. Aunt's son usually lives here. The ant who was eating melon seeds earlier smiled and said, "Yes, that's right, I live here." Shueliang continued, "What I mean is that you two can take a look at the environment downstairs. If you think it's suitable, you can live here first. This is the house I rented outside the school. I'll give you the key and address. It's mainly because living outside is far away and it's troublesome to get in and out of the school gate." Shueliang handed a key and a note with the address to Runzheng. Runzheng didn't answer, but pointed down, "Then we'll live downstairs. You also take the key to the house outside, I have it." "Okay. Move the things first, then we'll go eat." Now the school cafeteria is basically closed, with only a few small windows open, but there's really nothing to eat. There's a Sichuan restaurant outside the north gate, the taste is very authentic. The disadvantage of the semi-basement room is that the lighting is not good, and it is easy to get damp, but this is not a problem for Runzheng and Yinmeng at all. If they are afraid of dampness, they will be ghosts. Tan Wenbin is particularly satisfied with the room here. If he didn't need to go to the dormitory to accompany Xiao Yuan, he really wanted to sleep here. After all, he has been used to sleeping in a coffin for so long. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Yinmeng is a woman, someone like Runzheng could live directly in the dormitory. At most he would have to take care of it with the dormitory auntie, and as for the student union's dormitory inspection, they are nothing. The little black dog at home has grown up, but it still eats and sleeps all day, and has entered a pure retirement life earlier than Li Sanjiang. Runzheng unloaded it from the truck with the dog cage and moved it to his room in the basement. After leaving the north gate, he came to the Sichuan restaurant. The big sign read Lao Sichuan and the small sign read Wanzhou grilled fish. Although it was a holiday, there were still several tables of customers in the restaurant, which was an amazing achievement for a restaurant near the school. At present, most of the shops on a nearby street have closed down and will reopen after the students go back to school. After Shueliang entered the store, the boss and his wife and their daughter and son-in-law came out to greet him, appearing overly enthusiastic. Yinmeng was very happy to hear the accent, so Shueliang asked Yinmeng to go to the kitchen to watch and order dishes. After all, it was still the off-season, so there would not be too many dishes prepared, and you couldn't just order casually by looking at the menu on the wall. Tan Wenbin picked up the teapot on the table and poured water for everyone, then asked Shueliang, "Brother Liang, it seems that you are a regular customer here." Li Zuiyuan picked up the teacup and said, "This shop is opened by Brother Liang. Tan Wenbin blinked hard, "Brother Liang, is it true? No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619, one book, one forum." Shueliang nodded. "After returning from Wanzhou last time, I voted for this shop. The boss and their family invited, but they also had a stock, and I was not purely working for me. Brother Liang, you are really amazing. Why do you not do a full-time business? I think you can definitely make a lot of money. Why didn't you go to chasing the far tundra? How can you repair the dam to make a happy dam?" Li Zhanyuan took a sip of tea, and silently put down the cup. "I was used to Lu Yumei's tea, and he was lingering now. The dishes are fast, and there is a grilled fish. Hey!" Shueliang raised his chopsticks and clipped a piece of fish. "The main reason for me to invest in this shop is to facilitate it to eat. Runzheng, it should be opened on the edge of the Yangtze River, it is more convenient." Shueliang shouted to the kitchen, "Boil a bucket of rice more, there is a large amount of rice here, and the rice is not enough to stop his mouth." After dinner, Shueliang drove the truck away, and he had to return to Luogong. Runzheng and Yinmeng went to the store, and took advantage of the current off-season, so they had to get familiar with them. Li Zhanyuan and Tan Wenbin returned to the dormitory. Tan Wenbin took the two people's clothes from his luggage bag and hung up and said, "Xiao Yuan, did you say that the students who originally watched the shop were deliberately taken away by Liang brother?" I even doubt that Liang Ge specializes in seduce him to eat back and fasten him, but why do you want to do this? Why don't this person open him early? Brother Liang has no energy to manage the school, and it may be greedy for other people to manage. This person is greedy. Well, Liang brother is so arrogant, I will send a shop as soon as I come. In the future, we eat and drink, just go directly to Runsheng and get it, ha ha ha. Li Zhanyuan sat down in front of the desk, but did not rush to open the book in front of him, but looked at the tree outside the window. I still remember when I first met Liang, it was on the river embankment of the Peking River in my hometown. At that time, the bright brother, although it had shown a completely different temperament, but still had greenness and shyness on his body. Over the past year, Liang has followed Luogong to go to the north, and it is indeed more mature and practiced. Also, everyone is actually changing. For example, after hanging your clothes, Tan Wenbin, who puts on the vest and sports shorts. Brother Binbin, are you really going to run at night? Yes. Then why are you still taking a bath? I'm afraid you are embarrassed to wash alone. Oh. Gone, Yuanzi. Be safe. If you say this, how can you live in the school on the first day? You have not yet started, and you encounter dirty things. Don't say that. Hey, I intentionally. After Tan Wenbin went downstairs, when he saw that Ansu was moving, he took the initiative to help, and was invited to the office to drink a glass of water for a while by Ansu. After running out of the dormitory building, it was 10 o'clock in the evening, and the cheap shops not far away were still lit. Tan Wenbin started running in the opposite direction. When he was going back around, if Runsheng was still there, he would go to the store to drink soda. The place I saw during the day was another look at night. In addition, it is now a holiday, and the school looks very empty and quiet. Tan Wenbin ran to a small artificial lake, saying that it was a lake, but it was actually a larger pond. Not long after running along the lake, the same running sound came from behind. And, the man in the rear also took the initiative to speak, "Hey, classmate, hello." Tan Wenbin immediately accelerated his footsteps and changed from flat running to running. "Hey, classmate, what are you running?" After running out for a long distance, Tan Wenbin gradually slowed down and then turned back and found that he was gone. Yet, what am I running? It was him who came up with his luck. When he could really encounter it, the first reaction was actually running. It should be a long life for too long, and I haven't entered the state yet. Well, it's not my Yegong long. In the bedroom, Li Zhanyuan was looking at the book under the lamp. The new environment is a good reading background atmosphere. Tick. 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 In the room outdoor corridor, from far to near, there were footsteps. Li Zhanyuan raised his head, not Tan Wenbin returned, because Binbin could not wear high heels to run. Tick. 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 The sound was getting closer and closer. Finally, it reached the end of the corridor and stopped. Immediately afterwards, a soft friction. This is the turn, facing the bedroom door. Do. Do. The knock came from the door, every time, it was very stuffy, echoing in the cold corridor. Brother Binbin, you don't need to run at night. Li Zhanyuan closed the book, opened the desk drawer, and took out a purple whip from it. There are 4 pieces of Fu Mo's whip, and the others are black. Only Li Zhanyuan is purple. Because this is Li's all the old-fashioned outer skin at that time, wrapped it little by little. Hold the whip and stood up. Pap. Li Zhanyuan turned off the lights, and the bedroom dropped sharply. The light was too eye-catching, which was easy to destroy the atmosphere. The knocking of the bedroom door paused for a moment. Li Zhanyuan walked towards the door of the bedroom. On the way, the bedroom top lights were turned off. The bedroom was completely dark. This is the best background color. The knocking sound outside the door became slower. The boy stood in front of the door and said, "The door is not locked." The knocking sound was stuck. The boy reached out and grabbed the door handle, and without hesitation, he opened the door completely with a creak. There was no one outside. Li Zuiyuan held the whip and walked out of the dormitory, and deliberately closed the dormitory door. Bang! The sound of tick-tick, tick-tick. High heels came from the other end of the corridor, but no one was seen. Li Zuiyuan took the initiative to walk over there, and seeing that he had not closed the distance with the sound, the boy gradually ran. Tick-tick. 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 The high heels became more and more urgent, and farther away, and finally disappeared completely. Li Zuiyuan stopped. It ran away. Chapter 77. When Tan Wenbin walked into a cheap store, Runzheng was still busy with the goods. When he walked to the beverage shelf, he wanted to take a bottle drink, but remembered that he had no money in his pocket after changing his sports shorts. In the principle of not having trouble to them, he still walked to the counter and lifted a tea tank. Grunting drank several sips of water. Need to help. Yin Meng, who was holding the pen and book, shook his head. No, it's better to clear it, there are so many goods. Of course. Yin Meng pointed to the shelves that put on daily necessities and said, before the start of school, you have to enter a group of daily necessities. An Sun laughed and said, this is the case every year. Yin Meng, you have to pack the mats, mattresses, quilts, pots, cups, towels, and pack them into a set, and sell a discount brand together. An Sun was stunned, and wanted to continue to show his qualifications, but he couldn't open his mouth for a while. Tan Wenbin shrugged, yes, it seems that you have entered a state. Yin Meng said, it stands to say that students can receive more second-hand supplies after graduation. Clean up the new semester and sell it cheaply to freshmen. An Sun shook his head, I haven't done it that before. Yin Meng nodded, then do it after that, most students are still ordinary family conditions. Tan Wenbin teased at the counter, sure enough, it is the coffin shop restrained you. Since you want to do it, you have to do it well. I also plan to open a hot food area here, put the bottom of the hot pot, and make some pills. Good idea, but don't cook in person. Yin Meng looked at Tan Wenbin a little unconvinced. Tan Wenbin reminded very seriously, this is the school, getting a collective food safety problem, but it is very serious. Yin Meng didn't sting, but just shook his hand in his hand, okay, I know. Runzheng put all the goods on his feet, then patted his hands, and looked at Tan Wenbin, did you just fish? Is there any gain? I met my individual in the lake and called me behind, but when I turned back, I couldn't see the figure. Runzheng said a little unexpectedly, is there really? An Sun asked, is it the lake in the west? There are indeed many people who like to run there on weekdays, and couples like to go there. Tan Wenbin said curious, An Sun, do you have a lot of time in this school, do you know some school ghost stories? Ghost story? Yes, we are more interested in this matter. There are any ghost stories, all of them are leisurely. Do you want to say that the dead, many people have died in the school, there are every semester, jumping down, drowned, and even choked to death or even choked to death? There are all. As long as the number of people in the area is more than a certain base, the death of death is not a strange thing. But what Tan Wenbin was going to hear was not that, he continued to ask. Is nothing more evil? The place of the evil door. An Sun covered her mouth and smiled, this is the school, where is the place where the evil door came, but I heard Mia's sister said a while ago that the General Mountain often had an accident at night. General Mountain. It's all a matter of catching the wind and catching shadow, it is not true. Okay, runs Hung, Yin Meng, you continue to be busy, I am back. Xiao Yuan brother is still alone in the dormitory. When Tan Wenbin walked back to the dormitory building, after passing the window of the office of the coward, he saw that his aunt was writing with a pen and ate chicken cake. Aunt ran. Stink boy, scared me. Tan Wenbin had just helped her move through things before going downstairs, and the two knew it. Aunt Ran picked up a chicken cake and handed it to the guy. Tan Wenbin did not reach out, but opened his mouth. Ah! Aunt Ran could only put the chicken cake into the guy's mouth. What are you busy? Tan Wenbin asked while chewing. I'm writing to my daughter. Can't call. How expensive the phone is. Personally use it privately. Hey! Aunt Ran froze for a moment, so I wanted to understand what this meant. The smelly boy knew a lot, and it seemed that you didn't do such a thing. Unjustly, my dad's principle is strong. When I was a kid, I always wanted to let my dad drive me to go to school, but my dad has never done so at a time. Your dad is good, really? That's not looking at whose father. Hee hee. Aunt Ran put down his pen and rubbed his wrist. Hey, write it. In fact, even if you call and pick up the microphone, you don't say much to say. Come, show me, help you check the wrong words. Go back to your bedroom. Good night, Aunt. Good night, stinky boy. After Tan Wenbin left, Aunt Ran pulled out the matches, and then ignited the envelope. When it was burned halfway, put it in a large tea tank under his feet. A shoe box was placed next to the tea tank, and the packaging broke half, revealing the black high heels inside. Nympho. Pap. After entering the house, Tan Wenbin turned on the light and found that Li Zhanyuan was already lying on the bed. He immediately extinguished the light. Brother Binbin, you are back. Wake you up, Xiao Yuan. I didn't fall asleep. Oh, you sleep so early today. It's not too early, don't you read it anymore. Okay, then I will come back earlier at night. Tan Wenbin raised the pot and towels, intending to go to the outside pool to take a shower. When he came back after dinner, he went there with Xiao Yuan to wash there. There is a bathroom in the campus, but it is far away from the past and to now. In fact, even if it opens Tan Wenbin in the future, Tan Wenbin feels that he is too lazy to go. After rushing, the birds walked back to the bedroom with a sheik. When I was about to open the door, I found that there was a symbol on the door of the bedroom. Xiao Yuan, this is. It's here. Ah! Tan Wenbin immediately held his left hand and grabbed the towel in his right hand to enter the alert state. It ran away. Oh! Tan Wenbin relaxed. Brother, what is it? It's too fast to run, don't see it. Brother, I can't go out at night in the future, protect you. I slept. Tan Wenbin opened the door of the dormitory and made a pop crisp sound when walking on the corridor. I still run at night, it's better to keep Xiao Yuan. Early the next morning, Li Zhanyuan woke up. Habitual sighed over his head, and he saw Tan Wenbin, who was still sleeping. The sense of difference is still quite large. Li Zhanyuan got out of bed, picked up the basin and walked to the hand-washing pool. When washing, someone hummed behind him. Well, younger brother, do you come to college too? Ha ha ha. The other party asked a little hesitant, is it really going to college? I'm going, it's really false. After washing, Li Zhanyuan finished cleaning, packed things into the basin, and turned around. While the other party brushed his teeth, he picked up his body and saw that Li Zhanyuan walked into the innermost dormitory before he took it back. The boy put down the wash basin and just sat in front of the desk. Tan Wenbin woke up. It's better to sleep on the coffin, don't worry about playing the quilt. After getting out of bed, Tan Wenbin stretched his waist. Xiao Yuan, after I washed it, I went out to bring you breakfast. No, go to Runshung, to go out to play together later, we will go out for a few days, and after school, they have to see that the store is gone. Yes. Tan Wenbin went out with a wash basin. After a while, he opened the door and laughed and said, I just have a sophomore. I have been chasing me in the hand-washing pool to ask you if you are a student. It's pretty good. It's called Luyi, the family Harbin, and I also gave me a red intestine. Speaking, Tan Wenbin took a bite. Well, the taste is very authentic. Have you ever eaten red intestine before? I haven't eaten it, but the taste of the first time I ate it was authentic here. He didn't go home. No, staying in school to do part-time jobs. He said that it is not convenient to go to his hometown to be a tutor at home. Li Zhanyuan and Tan Wenbin came to a cheap store. Last night, they had been good for good goods. Now there are not many business. And Sun left the shop. 4 people walked out of the school gate and took the bus. Tan Wenbin found that Run Sheng was carrying a big bag and asked, Runshung, bring so much water. Before going to the attractions, bring water or buy it outside the attraction, which is the common memory of Chinese people's tourism nowadays. Because the water in the scenic area is more expensive, as for what to eat, normal people are not willing to buy things in the scenic area. Last night, I took a lot of time to eat and just expired, and I brought it. I have a large amount of meals, and I eat and drink outside. I just eat them. Runshung, you are now a second boss anyway, so you can still search like this, it's time to take out some of them. Runshung took a big bag, it's all good things, it is difficult to eat when I was a kid. I did not expect to let go of snacks. After the 4 got out of the car, they advanced to Duck Blood Fan Shop and had breakfast. Then I wandered several scenic spots on this day. The whole process was explained by Li Zhanyuan. By the end of the dusk, Li Zhanyuan felt that his throat was a bit dumb. There is no way. The natural scenery is that individuals can look at them with their own eyes, but no one explained in the humanistic attractions in detail can only look at the flowers, and soon slipped out. The 4 returned to the school by the last bus, and then went to Old Sichuan for dinner. After entering the school gate, they separated 2 or 2. Run Sheng walked into the store and did not see Aunt Sunday. He also had a brown sugar cricket he specially packed back for her. Maybe below. Yin Meng picked up her hair ring and tied her hair, then picked up the broom and started sweeping the floor. Run Sheng walked towards the basement, and came to Aunt Sun in front of the room. Runshung had to return to his room and found that the dog cage was empty. I found it around, and finally found a black dog that shrunk into it under the bed. The black dog did not see the laziness in the past, but his eyes were watery and trembling. Run Sheng got up silently, walked to his luggage, and took out the yellow river shovel. Yin Meng, who was sweeping the floor, heard the friction sound of the bench from upstairs, and was early before school. There was no rehearsal activity. It is reasonable to say that there should be no one upstairs. When I walked to the entrance of the stairs, Yin Meng shouted on the top, Auntie Sun, are you on it, Aunt Sun? No response, but the chair friction was clearer. Yin Meng walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. She didn't turn on the lights, but with the moonlight coming through the window, she could vaguely see a figure dancing there. The other person was dancing very passionately, and from time to time he knocked over the chairs placed around him. The light switch was at the foot of the stairs, and Yin Meng reached out. Snap! The light came on, and the figure disappeared. The large wooden floor dance studio seemed empty. There were footsteps behind her, and Yin Meng turned around immediately. When she saw it was Runshung, she breathed a sigh of relief. Runshung came up with a yellow river shovel in his hand, and when he passed by Yin Meng, he said, Xiao He was scared by what he saw. Yin Meng was also scared when he heard it. Runshung walked to the center of the dance studio holding a shovel and looked around. Yin Meng followed up and said, Just now I heard a chair moving upstairs. When I came up, I saw a figure dancing here. When I turned on the light, it disappeared. Runzheng asked, could it be a living person? Yin Meng shook her head, it's impossible for a living person to disappear so quickly in front of me. Even if they put aside the profession of corpse retriever, the two of them are now real practitioners, and their observation and reaction abilities are much stronger than ordinary people. Let's go and tell Xiao Yuan. Yet. As soon as the two went downstairs, they saw Aunt Sun coming in with a thermos bucket. Hey, isn't it a coincidence? The dormitory manager of Building 9 just called me to eat Tang Yuan. I thought the store couldn't be left unattended for a long time, so I went to bring it back. Come on, let's eat together. Aunt Sun walked to the counter, pointed the thermos bucket, and warmly greeted the two of them. Runzheng looked at Yin Meng, motioning her to inform Xiao Yuan and stay here. Yin Meng shook her head slightly. That was the men's dormitory. It was inconvenient for her to go there. It was better for Runzheng to go and she would stay here. Runzheng's eyes were firm, meaning that it was easy for you to enter the men's dormitory. The two of them had practiced martial arts for such a long time, so they naturally had a good understanding of each other, and it was even easier to signal with their eyes. Yin Meng had no choice but to run out of the store. Aunt Sun asked in confusion, hey, where did she go? Runzheng, she went to deliver something to our friend. Then let's eat first, the glutinous rice balls will swell and fall apart if they are left for a long time. I packed some glutinous rice cakes for you and put them downstairs. I'll go down and get them. No, just eat this. Eating too much at night will cause indigestion. Oh, okay. Runzheng walked behind the counter and put the shovel on the chair. Runzheng, what are you doing with the shovel? A piece of wall peeled off, I plan to scrape it off and repaint it. The style of this shovel looks complicated, where did you buy it? I brought it from home. Oh, no wonder, come, you eat first. Aunt Sun twisted open the thermos bucket and handed a spoon to Runzheng, eat quickly, try our local glutinous rice balls. What day is it today, eating glutinous rice balls? It's the birthday of the dormitory manager of Building 9. Oh. Runzheng nodded, took the spoon but didn't rush to scoop the glutinous rice balls, but took out a thick incense from the iron box and lit it. Is this a cigar? It's incense. In the future, Runzheng will have to run the store together, so he doesn't avoid her. Incense. This is my personal habit when eating. I have been like this since I was a child and I can't change it. This habit is really strange, but I heard that some children will pick the wall dust to eat, yours is cleaner. Suddenly, a white light flashed, it was lightning. Then, boom! Thunder sounded, it started to rain outside, and the wind blew in from outside. Auntie Sun, this is the season, a thunderstorm suddenly came, you should eat it quickly and try it. Runzheng didn't put down the spoon, but looked at the incense he had just lit. The wind blew in from outside, blowing his hair and the pages of the book on the counter, but the cigarette was still curling and rising straight. Runzheng raised his head. Above, there was a pair of floating feet. You've worked hard today, brother Xiao Yuan, do you want to drink soda? You drink it, brother Binbin. Oh, I forgot, you don't like sweet drinks, then I'll make you a cup of tea, I'll look for it. I remember when I came here, my mother put 2 bags of my father's collection of tea in my luggage. Hey, I found it. Tan Wenbin made a cup of tea and put it on Xiaowen's desk. Brother Xiao Yuan, try it. Li Zuiyuan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and nodded. How do you feel? Your father didn't accept bribes. Ha ha ha. Tan Wenbin couldn't help laughing, and then wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand and said, then I'll buy you some good tea tomorrow. No need. According to the date, Grandma Lu should appear near the school in a few days. There is no good or bad tea, only taste. The problem is that I am used to the taste of Lu Yume, but that taste is very expensive. The elderly in the family compound have to hold a tea party to invite everyone to taste the tea together, but it is just a daily ration for Lu Yume. Boom! Oh, it's going to rain. Tan Wenbin walked over to close the window and put away the clothes. Just then, outside the corridor, the sound of high heels tick, tick, tick came. When Tan Wenbin heard this, he immediately excitedly made a hush gesture to Li Zuiyuan, even though the boy was sitting at the desk and didn't move at all. Tan Wenbin rolled on the ground, picked up the yellow river shovel, and then tiptoed to the door of the dormitory, just as the high-heeled shoes walked to the door again. There was a friction sound, and the high-heeled shoes turned towards the door of the dormitory. Brother Binbin! SHH! Tan Wenbin waved to Li Zuiyuan, signaling not to scare the thing away again. Li Zuiyuan opened the book and said, "It's a living person." "Ah? Oh, that, I know." Tan Wenbin stood up, touched his hair with his left hand and touched his thigh with his right hand, using embarrassment to ease embarrassment. "Duo duo. Binbin, are you there?" It was the voice of Aunt Ran, the dormitory manager. Tan Wenbin opened the door, and Aunt Ran stood at the door holding a ceramic bowl. There was a pair of chopsticks on the bowl, and there were glutinous rice balls in the bowl. There were red words printed on the outer wall of the bowl, "Model Worker." "Auntie Ran. Auntie cooked some glutinous rice balls and brought some to you. Remember to return the bowls and chopsticks to Auntie tomorrow." The perfect poem is published in the 16:9 book forum. "Okay, thank you Auntie." Auntie Ran poked her head into the room and smiled at Li Zuiyuan who was sitting at the desk. "Our top scholar should also eat a little." Li Zuiyuan turned sideways and smiled shyly. Tan Wenbin asked, "Auntie dressed up tonight and wore high heels. Today is my birthday." "Oh, why didn't you tell me yesterday? I would have prepared a cake for you. You little brat only knows how to be sweet." "Auntie, happy birthday." Okay, remember to return the bowls and chopsticks." Auntie Ran walked away in high heels. Tan Wenbin closed the door. "Brother Xiao Yuan, I didn't talk to Auntie about you. She is in charge of the dormitory. She knows that the students who live in this dormitory are not ordinary. She has already found out who you are. She is also surprised that there is no photo of the top scorer in the college entrance examination in the newspaper this year." Li Zuiyuan did not cooperate in the publicity, and Wu Xinhan did not force it. Anyway, it is enough that the provincial top scorer comes from his own high school. Well, it doesn't matter if you say it. After entering the university, the college entrance examination results are meaningless. Brother Xiao Yuan, want one? I brushed my teeth, I don't want to eat. Then I'll eat it. Tan Wenbin picked up the chopsticks and just picked up a glutinous rice ball when he suddenly heard the sound of the window opening, and then a woman's face suddenly poked out, which scared him so much that he threw the bowl in his hand and shouted, "Oh my god!" Yin Meng flipped in. Tan Wenbin complained, "No, why don't you go through the door? I'm a girl." Tan Wenbin raised two fingers and made a walking gesture, "There's only one dormitory auntie, you just bent down under her window sill. It's more convenient to climb over the wall." Li Zuiyuan looked at Yin Meng and asked, "Did something happen to Brother Run's Hung? I saw the disappearing shadow in the dance studio above the store." Tan Wenbin bent down and prepared to clean up the glutinous rice balls that were spilled on the ground. "It's not a big deal. It's just like what Brother Xiao Yuan said, we get together, and the dirt will be distributed here by itself." Yin Meng continued, "Run's Hung said Xiaohe was scared." "Fuck." Tan Wenbin stood up immediately. The black dog was fed tonic since childhood, and it was the purest 5 black dog. This kind of dog will generally become more fierce and excited when encountering dirty things. Therefore, the thing that can scare it must be very powerful, and it is definitely not an ordinary dirty thing. After the 4 of them left Nantung, they thought about fishing for the dead to have fun, but that only refers to the dead under normal circumstances, not this kind of extremely challenging big guy. Li Zuiyuan opened the drawer and picked up the whip. Is brother Runzheng trapped? No, he stayed in the store, let me inform you. Why did you separate? Because Aunt Sun came back halfway, so Runzheng stayed in the store to accompany her. The next moment, Yin Meng saw a flash of indifference in Li Zuiyuan's eyes. Just this one glance, Yin Meng's back suddenly felt cold. It was not disgust or anger, but it was more emotional than these two. The boy instinctively rejected this stupid choice. But soon, the boy closed his eyes and opened them again, his eyes recovered, and then he responded lightly, "Yet." The three of them ran out of the dormitory building quickly, passing the dormitory aunt's office on the way. The window was closed, and the lights were off. Li Zuiyuan stopped and raised his hand when he came to the door of the store in the rain. Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng also stopped immediately. The rain was still falling, and the rain kept dripping on the door frame of the shop. But the problem was that the door was inside the building, and there was a terrace on it. It was impossible for the rain to hit it and form a water curtain cave. Li Zuiyuan looked up and glanced, but he didn't see the water line. Unless the internal wall of this mobile building was cracked, the rain seeped in and just happened to flow out along the crack above the door frame, but how could there be such a coincidence in the world? Therefore, the water dripping on the door and the rain outside were not the same. Li Zuiyuan, it's inside. Seeing that Xiao Yuan had no intention of rushing inside, Tan Wenbin did not dare to act rashly, but shouted loudly to the inside. Runzheng, Runzheng! Li Zuiyuan, there is miasma, and you can't hear it inside. Oh! Tan Wenbin shrank his neck. If there is miasma, forcing in will lead to its trap, either getting lost or unconscious, in short, it will delay a lot of time. Li Zuiyuan's eyes narrowed, he held the whip in his right hand, and snapped his fingers with his left hand. Snap! In the yin state, the water dripping from the door frame turned into a thick black state. As it fell, it continued to flow to both sides and then up, like a living thing. Li Zuiyuan raised the whip and whipped the dynamic black line on the ground. Snap! 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 After 3 consecutive slashes, the process was interrupted. In reality, from the perspectives of Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng, Xiao Yuan whipped the ground a few times, and the water curtain on the door frame stopped by itself. Li Zuiyuan shouted, "Yin Meng, come in!" Yin Meng rushed in without hesitation. Li Zuiyuan was the second, and Tan Wenbin was the third. In fact, everyone had never practiced cooperation on weekdays, but when they encountered dangerous situations, they knew who to protect as the core. Originally, Runzheng was the most suitable person to take the lead, but he was inside now. Everything in the store was normal, but the lights were a little dim. Aunt Sun was lying there by the counter, in a coma. Li Zuiyuan took a deep look at Aunt Sun's back. Runzheng was not seen on the first floor, but upstairs. Bang! 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 3 consecutive heavy blows. Go upstairs. According to the order of entering the door, the 3 people quickly ran upstairs. Just as they ran to the corner of the stairs, the surrounding walls and the stairs under their feet began to fluctuate, as if they had turned into liquid, and the shaking amplitude began to increase. Yin Meng could only bend down and barely keep his balance. Tan Wenbin fell to the ground with his buttocks, unable to tell the direction, and completely lost his center of gravity. Li Zuiyuan looked up at the top of the stairs. It was preventing him and others from entering. This meant that Runzheng was still fighting with it. Follow me! Li Zuiyuan raised the whip in his hand and whipped it at the empty place in front of him. When the whip exploded, he closed his eyes and his ears trembled slightly. Then, in the sight of Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin, Xiao Yuan was walking down the stairs. They immediately lowered their eyes and looked at the place where Xiaowen's feet had stepped. Then Yin Meng jumped over, while Tan Wenbin crawled with his hands and feet. Anyway, they had to follow the memory footprints. Finally, Tan Wenbin crawled out, and the sense of space around him returned to normal. He stood up and saw Runzheng nailed to the wall by a steel bar. Yin Meng saw it earlier than Tan Wenbin. Her eyes were red, but she didn't move. She still stood in front of Xiao Yuan. Tan Wenbin immediately raised a shovel and came behind Xiao Yuan, looking around and above his head. Over there! Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin found a ceiling at the same time, where black liquid was dripping, accompanied by a strong fishy smell. Looking up, there seemed to be a black shadow sticking to it. It should have been seriously injured in the fight with Runzheng. Buzz! The black shadow began to wriggle, and its body disappeared from its original position, but the dripping liquid still existed, but it changed direction and actively approached the three people. Buzz! 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 It disappeared and reappeared several times in a row, and the traces of black blood on the ground were getting closer and closer. Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin immediately raised their tools and pointed them in that direction. Li Zuiyuan closed his eyes. Black blood appeared in front of him. Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin each raised the yellow river shovel. Li Zuiyuan shouted, "Opposite direction!" The two turned around and slapped the opposite direction. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds came out in succession. Tan Wenbin felt his arms numb from the recoil and almost cramped. Yin Meng shoveled down and then flew into the air, kicking at that position with both feet. This was a standard kick to kill. Bang! 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 A ball of mud appeared in the place that was originally invisible. The mud splashed and a body was revealed. At its waist, black blood, different from the mud, was flowing out. Yin Meng raised the shovel again and moved forward, aiming at the opponent's wound and slashing it diagonally. The scattered mud suddenly shrank back at this time and hit Yin Meng. Bang! Yin Meng lost her balance and was forced to fall into the mud. But just before the contact, Yin Meng supported herself with one hand, straightened her waist, and used her arm as an axis to swing her whole body up, and kicked the mud hard again with both feet. The mud dispersed again, and the face of the body inside appeared. To be precise, she had a head but no face. The place where the face should have been was hollowed out, and the whole place was sunken. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. She could be seen as a woman because of her long straight black hair. It flew out of the mud and pounced on Yin Meng. Yin Meng was about to pick up a shovel to resist. At this moment, Li Zuiyuan opened his eyes and looked straight at him. A silent and sharp whistle instantly sounded throughout the dance studio, and Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin both felt a tearing pain in their eardrums. And the faceless man immediately turned around and pounced on Li Zuiyuan. It felt a huge threat. This young man was trying to control it. Tan Wenbin, who had been staying by Xiaowen's side and not fighting, rushed out and protected Li Zuiyuan. He shoveled the faceless man. Bang! The shovel hit the faceless man's head hard, and Tan Wenbin flew backwards, taking Li Zuiyuan with him. Damn! I knocked Xiao Yuan down. Tan Wenbin, who was bleeding from his mouth and nose, gritted his teeth and climbed up to reach the fallen Huanghe shovel, but a hand behind him grabbed his arm and used it to get up. Li Zuiyuan stared at it. This kind of close-up fight can determine life and death every moment, and there is no room for more than many appliances. This is a war that is not a trap for hunting. Therefore, Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin can only have time to fight with the Yellow River from beginning to end, and Li Zhanyuan uses Wei Zhendao's Black Book to control the death of death as soon as he came up. The teenager's palm was spread out and clenched sharply. OM. Faceless personal shape stopped. Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin were relieved and succeeded. However, the joy of success only maintained for a few seconds, and the deep face of the black sagnical sinking face appeared, and two red eyes emerged. Li Ziwen was shocked. Damn, it was controlled. The corner of the teenager's eyes began to overflow, but he still opened his eyes, ignoring the subconscious crazy tap and tearing in the shade. The faceless body began to tremble, and the black fog constantly erupted, and the body seemed to be scattered. Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin looked at each other, one took out of the home net, one stretched out the 7-star hook, but at this time, she realized that the faceless person who might be completely left here, and the body suddenly swelled. Boom! The black mist overflowed and covered the site. The faceless figure began to retreat quickly, smashing the glass on the second floor, and disappeared. Li Zhanyuan lowered his head, squatted slowly, holding his eyes with both hands. It hurts. Li Zhanyuan was full of horror. In Qigong town, I had encountered the death of the Tai Sui to control the ghosts, but the 2 ghosts attached to the ghosts. But if the faceless person just now is a ghost, how terrible is it to control her behind it? Why does this level of things exist in schools? Xiao Yuan, are you okay? Tan Wenbin asked with concern. Yin Meng also squatted beside him. Although Runzheng was nailed to the wall, no one went to see him now. It was not cold-blooded, but was worried that after separating people, that thing returned, attacking Xiao Yuan. Li Zhanyuan shook his head, go to check the situation of Runzheng, she is almost scattered and will not come back. Yin Meng immediately got up and ran to Runzheng. Runzheng's left hand grasped the steel bars that penetrated his shoulders, and kept sucking cold air. The white face shows that he has consumed most of his strength in his previous fighting. In fact, the reason why Li Zhanyuan could successfully launch was almost able to control the dead end because Runzheng had seriously injured it in advance. What should I do? Yin Meng asked. Take me out. Can you? You can, not in the key. At this time, Tan Wenbin also came to help. The 2 held Runzheng's body one left and right, and then Runzheng grabbed the steel bars with one hand and moved forward little by little. It is equivalent to the process of being penetrated by the reinforcement. Finally, after being separated from the restraint, Runzheng's puppet sounded, his knees were on the ground, his mouth opened, and his mouth breathed. Fortunately, the wound position is not important. If you deviate inwardly, it is the most terrible fatal injury. This is still Runzheng. For the first time, I was so miserable. I thought from another angle, that is, Runzheng could survive in the fight with the faceless man. It's right. Li Zhanyuan came over. Although he wiped it, there was still blood stains in the corner of his eyes. When Runzheng saw the teenager's shoes, he raised his head hard and looked at the teenager's face, especially the young man's eyes. Xiao Yuan. Wrong. Even if the fierce beast, under the long-term comfortable life, it will be gradually flattened, become dull, and loses the previous fierce decisiveness. No one can always be tight, and always make the most correct and most appropriate choice. Even a knife, you have to go through the 3 differences in 5 places. Li Zhanyuan's eyes showed a concern. Brother Runzheng, are you okay? Runzheng nodded his head, it's okay. Little injury. Li Zhanyuan knew that Runzheng was not a power. He seemed that as long as he was not fatal, he could recover quickly every time. Binbin, you sent Runzheng to the school's medical office, and said that you accidentally fell to the steel bars during the decoration. Good. Different from the medical office that could only open the Lanshan Ban Lang Zhen in middle school, the university medical room was more like a small hospital, even if there were doctors in left behind duty at night. At this time, Tan Wenbin's biceps have played a role and changed to ordinary people. They really couldn't hold this general grid. Yin Meng wanted to follow, but Xiao Yuan didn't order her own name, so she stayed. The 2 returned to the downstairs, because the thing left, so the lights in the shop also resumed bright. Although it was still raining outside, the rain curtain on the door frame had disappeared. Li Zhanyuan walked to the counter. He noticed that the position of Aunt Sun was gently swinging, and it was slight, but he could not escape the capture of those who were good at looking at the face. Her previous coma was not pretended, but now she is fake, but she is fake. Li Zhanyuan knew that she had a problem and had nothing to do with the contact with these 2 days. At that time, she was normal. Everything comes from the coma when the three came in. If she was lying on the ground, or her head was dying, she even trembled on the second floor under the shelter, which was normal. The most abnormal thing is that she actually lay on the counter with both hands, and this posture looks like she is taking a nap during work. How can she be so gentle to you when she is so fierce? Moreover, you have been watching the store all day today. If something happened, it would have happened a long time ago. Why did you wait until Runshung and the others came back? Although this logic is cold-blooded and also belongs to the presumption of guilt, Aunt Sun's safety is the biggest problem. Especially now, she is still pretending to be unconscious. She is unlikely to be the murderer or the manipulator, but the death of the faceless man must be related to her. Yin Meng has no problem with the professional quality of a corpse retriever, but in other aspects, she is inevitably a little slow. At this time, she still wants to step forward and wake Aunt Sun up. Li Zuiyuan raised his hand to stop Yin Meng's action. Then, the boy reached out and grabbed the yellow river shovel in Yin Meng's hand. Yin Meng immediately let go and handed it to him. Li Zuiyuan raised the yellow river shovel and smashed it against the counter. Bang! Ah! The glass on the counter shattered, and Auntie Sun screamed. She immediately raised her head and fell to the ground. She supported herself with both hands, and then was stabbed by the glass shards, gasping for air. Yin Meng's eyes were full of anger. She finally realized that the other party was pretending to be unconscious. When she thought that Runshung stayed because of her, Yin Meng clenched her fists. Auntie Sun looked at Yin Meng first, and then at the boy who was walking towards her step by step with a shovel. The boy Soleil stepped on the broken glass, making a crisp crackling sound, but a warm smile appeared on the boy's face. Just like the few times he saw him in the past 2 days, he was always very sensible and polite. Li Zuiyuan squatted down with the yellow river shovel, looked at Auntie Sun, and asked the coldest words in the warmest voice. The truth or burying alive? Chapter 78. The most direct threat is a statement. At this time, even Yin Meng, who was standing next to him, was already thinking about where in the school to bury someone. Yin Meng's nature would not let her act so decisively. But as long as the boy patted his legs and said bury it, she would definitely pick up a shovel and dig a hole immediately. Because she knew that the boy could tolerate Runshen's stupidity, but would never give herself a chance. Similarly, even his companions thought it was true, so the threatened party would naturally not have any fluke mentality left. Sun Hongxia even couldn't help but suspect that the boy in front of her wanted to bury her alive more than the truth. I say. Li Zuiyuan turned his head and looked at the still open store door. Yin Meng walked over, closed the store door and locked it. Li Zuiyuan asked, "Have you been to her room?" "No." "Take her to her room." "Okay." Yin Meng lifted Sun Hongxia up and wrapped her arm with one hand, which was a locking method. Before going downstairs, Li Zuiyuan took a can of soda from the beverage rack, opened it and drank 2 sips, and then took another can. When he came to the basement, the door of Sun Hongxia's room was open, and the space inside was quite large. As Shueliang Liang said before, the only disadvantage of this room downstairs was that the lighting was not so good, and the rest was good. However, there were 2 altars in Sun Hongxia's room, which created a very depressing atmosphere inside. One altar was large and the other small. The large one was similar to the dining table in a normal family, and the small one was comparable to a bench. On the large altar was a portrait of a girl, and on the small one was a portrait of a boy. The 2 altars were placed opposite each other, one high and one low. Next to the portrait of the boy on the small altar was a cushion made of old clothes. The candles and incense burners on the altar had not been used for the past 2 days. Sun Hongxia leaned against the bed, half sitting and half kneeling. When Li Zuiyuan walked in, he took a sip of soda and held another can in his other hand. Yin Meng instinctively raised her hand to take it. But the boy sat down beside the bed and placed another bottle at his feet. Oh, it turned out that it was not for him. Li Zuiyuan didn't like sweet drinks, but now he felt a little dizzy and needed to replenish sugar. Sun Hongxia prepared to speak several times, but she hesitated. The most taboo thing in interrogation is interruption in the middle, which makes it easy for the interrogator to reorganize the psychological defense line and raise the hope of continuing to deal with you. However, Li Zuiyuan didn't care. The explanation of yin and yang physiognomy can let him distinguish whether most normal people are lying. At the same time, he prefers to take the initiative. Li Zuiyuan pointed to the portrait of the boy on the small bench and asked, "What is your son's name?" Yin Meng was a little surprised. She originally thought that the portrait of the girl on the high table was Sun Hongxia's daughter, and it might also be related to the faceless man with long hair. Unexpectedly, Sun Hongxia's family had a son. Sun Hongxia, Zhao Junfen. What about this girl? Her last name is Chu, and her name is Chu Min Min. Li Zuiyuan finished the first can of soda and opened the second can. What bad things did Zhao Junfen do to Chu Min Min? Sun Hongxia, Feng Feng insulted Min Min in the toilet and killed her. A student of this school. Yes, that's right. What happened a few years ago? 7 years ago. Chu Min Min's family is also in the school. Sun Hongxia stammered. She didn't seem to want to say it, but the boy just glanced at her, she shuddered, and finally said it out of resignation. Yes, her mother is here. My patience is limited. Chu Min Min's mother, whose last name is Ran, is the dormitory manager of your building. Yin Meng, who was in the same room, felt that her brain was not enough. It was not so much that the boy was asking questions, but it was better to say that the boy was looking for Sun Hongxia to confirm, but the question was, how did the boy know these things? Could it be that he knew about it in advance? This is impossible. If he knew about it in advance, things would not have developed to this point. In fact, these things are also very simple to see. The layout of the large and small altars can make up the scene of Sun Hongxia kneeling on the futon and apologizing to the girl with her son. The age of the male and female portraits is consistent with that of college students. Sun Hongxia claims to be a local in her words, but in fact she has an accent from another province. It is not easy to get a formal employee position in the school logistics, but it is still easy to do temporary work. The salary and treatment are better than working diligently in Shuiliangliang's store. Afterwards, it is deduced that she deliberately concealed her identity and she was not simply working to earn money. With a strong sense of guilt, she stayed in school, most likely to atone for her sins. Chu Min Min is already dead, so the atonement should be for her family. Li Zuiyuan just reversed the deduction with the most normal logic, and then asked Sun Hongxia to check the answer. It happened to be lucky that they all matched. You know Chu Min Min is still in school, and she's right here. Sun Hongxia nodded. Yes, she often dances upstairs at night when no one is around. She used to attend various evening parties at school and dance very well. Why didn't she retaliate against you? When I first saw her, I was also scared, but I thought, this was the sin my son had committed, so even if she was a ghost, it was right for her to kill me to vent her anger. During that time, I often knelt in the dance studio upstairs and begged her to kill me. But, she didn't. Later, after so many years, I was used to it. Maybe, she felt so easy to let me die, to cheat me, so I thought about appearing beside me to torture me, revenge me, and I accepted it. Possible. This is my guess. No, this is not your guess, you don't have this brain. Sun Hongxia. It's Chu Min Min's mother, did the aunt Ran in our building tell you? Li Zhanyuan remembers the name written on the working card of her desk, Ran Kai-upping. Yes, yes, she said to me, I am grateful to her. If you think about it next time, I don't want to correct your second time, otherwise I will still bury you alive, plus that Ran Kai-upping. Runzheng made a mistake in professional literacy this time, but it should have been understood. But now the problem is that he is not so simple, and is likely to be actively targeting himself and waiting for himself. Everyone intends to harm your life, why bother with your mother-in-law here? I know. What Ran Kai-upping thinks of Chu Min Min is still in this matter. What she told me was that her daughter was resentful. She asked me to be with her, waiting for Min Min to want to open that day, dissipated, and my sin was redeemed. Yin Minsin said, Aunt Suguan is raising a corpse? Li Zhanyuan drank water again, and he didn't feel like it. Chu Min Min was controlled. It was terrible to control her existence. This is not like what Ran Kai-upping can do, unless she is consciously performing when she meets her first meeting. In addition, the most fundamental contradiction is that Ran Kai-upping is Chu Min Min's mother. What does the daughter who control her miserable daughter do? Unfortunately, Sun Hengxia does not get more useful clues here, and can continue to ask, but he can't ask much value. Because she had been brainwashed by Ran Kai-upping as a devout atonement. Whether the family members of the murderer must be condemned by public opinion, this is not a question that Li Zhanyuan needs to think about. He only knew that if Ran Kai-upping could really cultivate and manipulate this level of death to be a ghost, then she would have no need to let Sun Hengxia do things for herself and pray to herself. Here, there must be secrets, because it is not smooth. How did Zhao Junfan die? When he escaped, he held his classmates as a hostage and was killed by the police in General Mountain. Sun Hengxia looked at the statue of his son. He did not know how to repent when he died, and he would die so simple. Punishment, I can still feel better in my heart. This is my fault. I gave birth to him. Who is the classmate who is holding? Have no idea. His body, how to deal with it? Here. Sun Hengxia bent down and took out a grey altar from under the bed. Do you want to see? Open. Sun Hengxia opened the lid. Li Zhanyuan reached in and grabbed a handful of ashes. Do you have any loved ones? Li Zhanyuan asked. His father was dead early, I was here, and there was no relative. Tie up, control her first. Okay. Yin Meng picked up the trapped network and controlled Sun Hengxia. In front of her mouth to block her mouth, Yin Meng got up and walked to the teenager and whispered, It seems that Chu Min Min has not asked why Chu Min Min attacked us? You ask. Yin Meng turned to Sun Hengxia, say, Why did Chu Min Min attack us? Sun Hengxia said blankly, I don't know. Yin Meng, don't you know? Sun Hengxia looked at the table, Will it be because you are here and live next to me? Let me have no way to burn her paper for the past 2 days. Yin Meng blocked Sun Hengxia's mouth. Obviously, she doesn't believe this reason. Li Zhanyuan walked out of the room, and Yin Meng followed the door and immediately followed him. He asked, Why did she attack us? If you want to think about complex aspects, it should be our arrival, or it is that you and Run Sheng include some behaviors including Xia He, and he violates her. What if it is simple? You are a hidden criminal. Suddenly one day you find that the left and right neighbors are all moved into the police. Do you think they are here to catch you? It's so simple. It is not important for me to attack us for what reason. What is important is that she has attacked. If it wasn't for us to arrive in time, Runsheng might die in her hands. What we have to do now is counterattack. As soon as Yin Meng's complexion changed, he said, Then we should hurry up to grab the auntie of the old man. Chu Min Min has already ran, you guess Ran Kai-upping now knows or not? It is too late to hurry up. Yin Meng suddenly felt that she should not say so much in front of the teenager. Except for each time it proves that she is stupid, there is no other effect. The two returned to 9 buildings, and the office of the Su management office was still dark, and Yin Meng tried to pry open the window. Pap! The light inside was on. Yin Meng, who had just pried down the window, watched Li Zhanyuan walk in from the office door, and the door was not locked. The teenager glanced at her and said, The windows are packed back. Oh, okay. The office was not very big, with a desk, a bed, a cabinet, a wardrobe, and a cloth bag hanging on the wall. The bag had the dormitory number written on it and the key was placed underneath. The only clue of some value was a large teacup at the foot of the table, which had traces of burning. Li Zuiyuan lifted the teacup and sniffed it. It smelled like paper ash. Yin Meng walked in after installing the window, looked around, and said, "Did she run away?" Li Zuiyuan, "I'm really afraid that she will stay here and wait for us. If so, it means that Ran Kaiuping is very reliable. And his team's strength was greatly reduced after losing Runsheng and Tan Wenbin." Li Zuiyuan walked to the cloth bag and touched under his dormitory number. There was no key. It seems that the locks have to be changed. Yin Meng. Yes. Yin Meng straightened his chest and waited for instructions. You go back to the store now and take care of Sun Hengxia, and then go to the infirmary early tomorrow morning and change Tan Wenbin back. Comparatively speaking, Zhuang is much better than Meng Meng in terms of the ability to investigate things. What about you? Yin Meng explained, there is no one around you, I am worried about your safety. Li Zuiyuan pointed upstairs, it's late, I'm going upstairs to sleep. Sleep? Well, my head feels a little uncomfortable and I need to rest. What if? No, Chu Minmin has been beaten to pieces. If Ran Kaiuping had other means, she would not have escaped. We are safe now. When Li Zuiyuan walked out of the dormitory office, he reminded again, remember to turn off the lights. Back in his dormitory, Li Zuiyuan picked up the basin, put the whip at the bottom of the basin, and walked to the sink. There is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Take a rest when you need to rest and take a bath when you need to bathe. As Wei Zhendao wrote in his book, we represent the righteous way. Whose righteous way makes himself nervous and timid every day. Just after taking the first basin of water and pouring it down, I was applying shampoo to my hair when I heard footsteps behind me. Li Zuiyuan was washing his hair as usual. He had good ears and could remember the footsteps of some people even if he only heard them once. Oh my God, Brother Shen Tong, what a coincidence! Lu Yi, 1.85 meters tall, a typical northern man. Hello. Brother Shen Tong also wants to take a shower? Oh no, what a coincidence, Brother Shen Tong is also taking a shower. Yet. No mistake, I looked at the content of the first post in the 16-9 book bar. Why did Brother Shen Tong come to school so early to report? Catching ghosts. Haha, Brother Shen Tong, you are really humorous. Li Zuiyuan applied soap to himself. Splash. Lu Yi also poured a basin of water on himself. Hey, cool. Then, Lu Yi looked at Li Zuiyuan and rolled the towel tightly in his hand. Brother Shen Tong, let me rub your back. No need. It's okay, we rub mud on each other like this in the bathhouse. As he said that, Lu Yi was ready to start. Brother, really no need. Snap. At this moment, the whip that Li Zuiyuan had placed by the wash basin slipped down. Lu Yi looked at it with wide eyes, and asked in surprise, Brother Shen Tong, do you people in Nantong use this thing to take a shower? How do you use it? Is it useful? Brother, I'm done. Oh, okay, do you want to have a midnight snack? I'll cook dumplings in the dormitory. Can I give you a bowl? Won't the power go out? What a coincidence! My buddy and I are in the right major. The power in our dormitory won't go out. No, thank you brother. Then come to my dormitory to play tonight. I can play guitar. Aren't you going to tutor tomorrow? No class tomorrow, rest. Then go to bed early. Hey, Brother Shen Tong, you haven't told me where you catch ghosts. There's one in the dormitory. Li Zuiyuan left with the basin. Haha, Brother Shen Tong is really a joker. Lu Yi picked up the basin, shivered before pouring, then quickly rinsed and ran back to his dormitory immediately. After returning to the dormitory, Li Zuiyuan first pushed 2 chairs behind the door, then opened the dormitory window, and finally lay on the bed. Close your eyes and go to sleep. After sleeping until dawn, the discomfort in your head was significantly relieved. Get out of bed, get dressed, move the chair away to wash up, come back and sit at the desk, and start writing the investigation plan. Just after writing, the footsteps of Tan Wenbin were heard outside. The door of the dormitory was pushed open, and Tan Wenbin poked his head out. "Brother Xiao Yuan, I brought you breakfast. Xiaolong bao, fried dough sticks and soy milk." While eating breakfast together, Li Zuiyuan handed the plan to Tan Wenbin, who picked it up and glanced at it. After confirming that there were no questions, he folded it and put it in his pocket. There were only two things on the list. One was the investigation of the case of Zhao Junfan and Chu Minmin, and the other was the investigation of Ran Kaiuping. The latter only required visits, while the former required finding the files, and it would be best to contact the police who participated in the investigation of the case that year. "Brother Binbin, does your father have connections?" "I think he does. My father was later transferred to Shigong. He has a large network of former classmates and colleagues. Besides, if my father doesn't work, there are still my grandfather and my grandfather. They are all veteran policemen. But I need some time, Brother Yuanzi. Don't worry. The one who died yesterday can't recover in a short time. We have plenty of time. We should be able to wait until Brother Runsheng recovers." Runsheng recovered well. When the doctor came to check the wound in the morning, he said that his body was harder than the cow, and when Yin Meng came to me, he also brought the ointment, which was left by Aunt Lu. Need to contact Brother Liang. It has nothing to do with Brother Liang. No, I mean, such a fun thing, don't shout Liang brother to participate together. Forget it, I'm afraid he will find an excuse to return to Nantung to investigate again. Well, ha ha ha. After Tan Wenbin laughed, he suddenly remembered what he thought of, and asked, "Xiao Yuan, isn't there no one around you?" "Someone." After Tan Wenbin left, Li Zhanyuan put something in his school bag, and then walked to the door of a dormitory with his school bag and knocked on the door. Soon, the door was opened, and Lu Yi seemed to just wake up. "Yo, brother prodigy. Brother, you open a price, I hire you for a day, you go with me." "Ha!" Lu Yi bent down slightly, holding Li Zhanyuan. "What is this thing, what happened to the buddy? Talk about money, wait, you wait, I brush my teeth." After Lu Yi quickly washed, he locked the door of the dormitory. "Let's go, prodigy brother, where are we going?" "General Mountain." "Nympho." The general name of the General Mountain was named Guanyin Mountain, and then he renamed General Mountain because Yufei resisted gold here. It is not too famous here, but there are mountains and water, beautiful scenery, and are a very good resort around the city. When he came here, Li Zhanyuan had no specific purpose, mainly because Tan Wenbin could do it alone, and he simply came here to touch his luck. If it was expected to be dangerous, he would not temporarily call Lu Yisai to make a team. Li Zhanyuan climbed up a mountain, took out the compass, and began to observe the feng shui here. Lu Yi on the side originally thought that the prodigy brother called himself to come out. At first glance, the teenager even took out the compass, and he was seriously observing. He suddenly remembered the words that the teenager said last night. "Damn, can't the dormitory really ghost?" Li Zhanyuan changed the position of 3 hills to observe. Except for observing several GE points, there was nothing abnormal. But when I walked to the 4th hilltop location observation, I found that there was a strange area. Zhukutanju, Qianlong is in Yuan, worshipped the main city, and borrowed Wang Qi. This can almost be regarded as a standard water burial place. But because it is too standard, it is normal for Fang Shi to see or water monkeys. So there is a temple there. The ancients are used to the places where it is easy to have problems, such as haunted, burial, and ancient graves. Now you can build a school. Li Zhanyuan walked to the gate of the temple. The temple was very small. The plaque wrote, General Temple. There are things from Buddhism and Taoism in it, but there are no monks or priests. There are only a few managers who do not receive tickets. However, not long after walking in, Li Zhanyuan noticed that it was wrong. Although the temple was a bit uncomfortable, there would be no sense of peace in the tubes in the temple, only the strong and weak distinction. However, in this temple, it gave people a kind of greasy and sticky feeling, and faintly, Li Zhanyuan also smelled a faint smell of water. His nose was not moist, but since he smelled, it would probably not make mistakes. But what kind of death will it be hidden in the temple? Li Zhanyuan hesitated. If he was not Lui but runs Hung at this time, he could continue to explore generously. However, after all, I came to touch luck. Since I encountered some special things and avoided it directly, it was pure waste. Let's take a look, just look, don't do it, I am a tourist. Li Zhanyuan sought the concentration of the smell of water, and gradually reached the mouth of the main temple. Lui smelled the taste at this moment, and even sneezed. He pointed out and said, there are a lot of ginkgo trees in this temple. I have always felt that this thing was very fragrant. Li Zhanyuan ignored him, stepped into the mouth, and there was a mighty general statue in it. There was a metal sign hanging below, saying the words General. This is not Yufei, because this is clearly the magic Li Qing of the four heavenly kings in the God Bang. Li Zhanyuan walked in front of the futon and kneeling down. Seeing the situation next to him, he kneeling down. In his eyes, the prodigy brother holding the compass has been contaminated with a little mysterious color. Li Zhanyuan carefully sniffed, and he was determined that the origin of the smell of water's smell was at the bottom of the general image. The general stands on the stone platform, and there is a sewing in front of the shitai, which proves that there is a pushing layer to push out. At this time, the normal process should be to continue to investigate. But Li Zhanyuan held back. The smell of the water body was very uniform, and it proved that even if there was a dead down, it was sleeping. Like the peach forest in front of the beard's hometown, it is the suppression layout made by predecessors here. Li Zhanyuan straightened up, and suddenly he heard that Lui next to him had been asking the general to bless his parents' health. Li Zhanyuan can only interrupt him, don't worship. Ah! Lui Zheng, that. Do it with me. Li Zhanyuan did a set of gifts, which was a bit complicated. He did very slowly. Lui watched aside, finished, and then stood up with the teenager and left the futon. In ordinary temples and Taoist temples, it is okay to worship and ask for emotional value, but things like the dead are inherently evil. Even if it does not actively harm you, but is just close to you, you may be affected by bad luck, unless you have a lot of good fortune, then you can ignore it. As for praying to the dead for protection, it is actively asking for cause and effect, which is too unlucky. Li Zhuiyuan began to observe around the general statue, and Lui followed behind the boy. The boy was not very old, but he had a special temperament, which made people unconsciously want to listen to him and think that what he said was right. After observing a circle, Li Zhuiyuan found something wrong. The layout here should have been a very standard breaking evil, but now it has been changed. Li Zhuiyuan touched a crack in the ground with the tip of his shoe, which was artificially chiseled later. This made the boy feel familiar, because he liked to borrow the original feng shui layout to make modifications. However, the person who later modified this place was not good enough. He just broke the effect of break the evil spirit. If he were to operate it himself, he could directly change it to gather yin. However, now he can only draw a circle on the map. At present, he does not know whether the things here are related to Chu Min Min, so it is not appropriate to make unnecessary troubles at this time. Everything has to wait until Tan Wenbin gets the specific information of the case before making the next decision. Let's go, brother Lu. Okay. The two were about to go out of the hall, and two people just walked by under the corridor opposite. They were both men, one old and one young, with work badges on their chests. They should be the staff here. The old man's hair was grey, and he walked with his hands behind his back, but his folded hands were turned inward and upside down, while his shoulders sank and his shoulder blades shrugged. This is the posture of carrying a corpse. And it is a kind of inertia of movement practiced by carrying corpses for many years. Even on weekdays, he will naturally maintain this body posture. Uncle Chin said when he taught himself the basic skills before that he didn't need to take time out to practice, he could practice while working. That old man is a master of this kind of kung fu. The young man also has this tendency, but it is not obvious. It is obvious that he should be the successor of the old man. Li Zuiyuan did not expect that he could meet a corpse recoverer here. However, he did not think of going forward to say hello, because it is possible that the gap in the structure here was created by them. The old man and the young man walked away and separated. The young man continued to move forward and stopped at the door of a room similar to an office and knocked on the door. The door was opened. A woman stood at the door and talked to the young man excitedly. The young man seemed to be comforting her, but his hands behind his back were clenched, and he was obviously very impatient to deal with the woman in front of him. However, the two parties in the conversation did not know that this scene had fallen into the sight of others. Li Zuiyuan pulled Lu Yi's clothes and motioned him to follow him out of the back door of the hall. After the two walked out of the hall, they quickly walked out of the general temple. When they came out, Lu Yi finally couldn't help asking. "Brother Prodigy, wasn't that woman our dormitory manager just now?" Chapter 79. On the bus, Li Zuiyuan turned his head and looked at the street scene outside the window, as well as himself reflected in the window. The woman who appeared in the general temple was Ran Kai-upping. But the dead person lying under the general statue was not Chu Minmin. Chu Minmin had been beaten to the point of collapse by himself and others. No matter what method was used to control her existence, she could not recover in such a short time. What role did the two corpse recoverers in the temple play in it? From the perspective of behavioral logic, the young man seemed to be deliberately avoiding his master, so he was probably the one who stood behind and helped Ran Kai-upping. Even, just like Sun Hongxia was brainwashed by Ran Kai-upping might also be brainwashed by others and become a chess piece. The context of the incident was expanded and lengthened at once. Li Zuiyuan was very satisfied with this development. The more people involved, the more complicated the matter, and the more interesting it was to deal with. Only when the building blocks are stacked up can there be pleasure when they are pushed down. After getting off the bus at the stop, he didn't rush back to the dormitory. Since Lu Yi didn't charge money, he had to at least treat him to a meal. Because it was afternoon and it was still early for dinner, there were no customers in the old Sichuan restaurant. He chose a table and sat down, ordered a few dishes, and asked for a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. The dishes were served quickly, and Li Zuiyuan ate half a bowl of rice with the dishes, and then focused on drinking the soup. Lu Yi was very happy to eat. Sichuan cuisine goes well with rice, and boys of this age are at the age of eating dry food. After eating, he walked out of the restaurant, and while wiping his mouth with a tissue, Lu Yi said, "Brother Shentong, next time you have something, just call me directly, no need to treat me to dinner, it's too polite." "Okay." Li Zuiyuan asked Lu Yi to go back to the dormitory first, and he went to the school clinic. The clinic is 2 3-story buildings, one inside the school and one outside the school. It is nominally the school clinic and is also open to the outside community. Li Zuiyuan saw Yin Meng standing in the corner, guarding several bags of vegetables and rice bought from outside, with incense sticks in them, waiting for the incense to burn out. It was not a single room, so it was inconvenient for Runzheng to eat. Li Zuiyuan went upstairs by himself without calling Yin Meng. Relying on the sound of snoring, the boy found the ward, stood at the window, and saw Runzheng sleeping on the bed. Runzheng recovered quickly, and his face had turned red, not as pale as last night. Li Zuiyuan did not go in, but turned his back to the wall, put his hands behind his back, raised his left foot, and leaned against the wall. The sun had not yet set, but the evening breeze could not hold back and blew in advance. The boy just listened to the snoring inside and stood there for a long time. Until he noticed Yin Meng carrying the food mixed with incense ash and walking up the stairs from the corner of his eye. Li Zuiyuan went down the stairs from the other side. Back to the dormitory, there was still no one in the dormitory aunt's office. It is summer vacation now, and there are not many people in the dormitory building. It is not a big deal for the dormitory aunt to leave the post. It can even be said that Ran Kai-Upping's previous post was a rarity. There are no permanent dormitory aunts in other dormitory buildings now. At most, they come to check every few days. Back in the dormitory, Li Zuiyuan looked at his and Tan Wenbin's luggage. Because Shui Liang drove a truck to deliver it, everyone brought a complete set of equipment. But it may also expose problems. Just like the old man seen at the general temple during the day, sometimes it is more beneficial to hide your identity. Who said that only those who stand in the light can represent the way of heaven? This is a problem. After this incident, the first thing to solve is the hiding of equipment. After that, the individual postures of the team also need to be corrected in advance. You can't be seen by knowledgeable people or ghosts when you walk on the road. Li Zuiyuan took out a handful of small flags from the luggage bag. The end of each flag was wrapped with tape, which could be pasted after tearing it open. He also took out the ink line and the brush with special pigments. He first placed his back against the dormitory door and held a compass to observe and measure. After drawing a blueprint in his mind, the boy began to insert flags. On the ceiling, on the wall, on the ground, all inserted. Then he used the ink line to draw the pattern, and then used a brush to dot the pattern with cinnabar and other materials. Finally, he placed a bench in a specific position and erected a bronze mirror there, with the mirror facing the dormitory door. The bronze mirror was given to him by A Li before. It should be Grandma Liu's. It is the most suitable for the eye of the formation. The next thing to change is these formation flags. When Tan Wenbin is free in the future, he will ask Binbin to buy some national flags of other countries and wrap them up. In this way, even if outsiders see it, they will not think that they are doing some feudal superstition, but just think that college students are showing their personality in the dormitory. At this time, the sound of slippers came from outside the corridor. Li Zuiyuan heard that it was Lu Yi. Lu Yi was knocking on the door, and Li Zuiyuan deliberately did not make a sound. After a while, Lu Yi opened the dormitory door himself. He was holding 2 thermos bottles in his hands. When he came in, he felt a flash of light in front of him. He couldn't tell east, west, south, or north, and even forgot where he was. In Li Zuiyuan's perspective, Lu Yi was spinning in circles with 2 thermos bottles. The boy adjusted the bronze mirror to a different position. Lu Yi blinked in confusion. He just felt that he had just been distracted. Hey, what did I come here for? Then, he thought. Brother Shen Tong, I'll go to the water room downstairs to get you a bottle of water. I'll give it to you. Thank you, brother. What are you thanking me for? It's just a side job. Lu Yi put the hot water bottle on the corner, and then looked at the flags inserted around and the pattern of the painted, prodigy. What are you doing? There are ghosts in the dormitory. Ah! I still have something, go back to prepare lessons first. Lu Yi immediately ran out of the dormitory with another hot water bottle and closed the door. In fact, he is the normal response of normal people in the face of strange events. The former Tan Wenbin was a special case. Holding the wash basin to take a bath, Li Zhanyuan returned to the dormitory, turned the mirror after reflipping the door of the bedroom, and went to bed to sleep. Before going to bed, he began to remember that when he tried to control Chu Min last night, the memory pictures read were very fragmented, and only the static picture was simply not coherent. At that time, he thought it was Chu Min's characteristics, and afterwards, he realized that she was another existence. This also means that the memory pictures you read yourself not only have no actual use, but may also have misleading. As a ghost, you don't have much self. In the early morning of the next day, as soon as Li Zhanyuan got up, he heard the running sound from the corridor, which was Tan Wenbin. After hesitating, Li Zhanyuan turned the bronze mirror over, although he knew that Tan Wenbin would try his own trial when he came in. Tan Wenbin opened the door of the dormitory, holding a dose of one hand and the other hand with breakfast. "Well, Xiao Yuan, this is the access control that you arranged." How effective?" "I'm closed." "What is it off? Let me try." "Do you first." Cheng Cheng. Tan Wenbin sat down, and the two looked at the dossier while eating breakfast. "It's my dad's relationship to help me." "Hey, don't you say, my dad really has a relationship." "I remember you said that your dad was later transferred to the township police station." "Well, it is said that it is wrong." "What's wrong?" "Son does not talk about father." "Don't dare ask. You haven't experienced my dad's previous belt." "I watched Bruce Lee's movie when I was a kid. When Bruce Lee played with a twin stick, I substituted my daddy." "Look at the information." Li Zhanyuan exchanged the half with Tan Wenbin in his hand. When Tan Wenbin had just read the identity information of a witness and ate 2 small buns at the same time, the teenager leaned back to the chair, and his fingertips gently rubbed the desktop. "No, brother, I have worked hard all day and one night, and you just watched me after a while." No wonder my dad said before, you should go to be a criminal police." Li Zhanyuan closed his eyes, and the dossier information he just watched began to resort out in his mind. Zhao Junfan insulted and killed Chu Minmin in the toilet in the late-night teaching building. There are 3 witnesses, 1 man and 2 women, namely Wu Xinhui, Lu Xinya, and Zhu Hongyu. These 3 and Chu Minmin originally rehearsed dance dramas in the empty staircase classroom. Chu Minmin was going to the toilet halfway, and the rehearsal was suspended. After a long time, he still did not return. The 3 went to the toilet together. Rush out of the toilet. After entering the toilet, the 2 girls found Chu Minmin, who was insulted and killed. After the incident, the people of the school's defense department and the student union captured Zhao Junfan. In the lake that Tan Wenbin ran on the first night of the West Lake, Zhao Junfan escaped the campus after he injured several classmates. After the police involved, they began to hunt, and finally found the trace of Zhao Junfan near the General Mountain. The student union was also launched to search together. In the end, Zhao Junfan held a dagger and held Wu Xinhui. Under the stalemate, he was shot by the police. Wu Xinhui was rescued. Fall into the river. The corpse was found for 3 days before it was found. In this case, because there were 3 proofs, and Zhao Junfan also had obvious resistance, escape, and rejection, so he was soon closed. Li Zhanyuan asked, "Will students in college be so active?" Tan Wenbin finished drinking the last soy milk and nodded, "It seems that it is. The students will recruit new after school, but Liang brother told me that let me not waste that time." "Oh." Liang brother said that the domestic bureaucratic culture sake is at the student union. In addition to a few heads of the leaders and the teachers' faces, the benefits of fixing areas, and at the same time, they can also put prestige in front of the students below to enjoy the official addiction. The ordinary students can only be shouted to move the tables and chairs. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The dossier said, Wu Xinhui was the president of that student union. Well, I saw this. Zhao Junfan is the pursuit of Chu Minmin. The candle was turned over downstairs on the girls' dormitory, but was rejected. Xiao Yuan, let's say that, if I let me look at this file directly, I think there is nothing wrong with this case, but now that Chu Minmin has become a dead end and the incident has developed like this, I think there must be a secret in this case. Then we have to investigate these 3 witnesses? Then we have to find brother Liang. Although Liang brother Liang has not entered school at the time of the incident, Liang Ji has a wide connection and can help in school. Including the police officer who fired at the end, we can also find him to understand the specific situation at the time. There is no need. Li Zhanyuan shook his head, we are not here to investigate the case, don't have to follow the fixed process. Immediately, Li Zhanyuan told Tan Wenbin the harvest of his own temple yesterday. Xiao Yuan, do you mean, do we do it directly at Ran Kai Upping? Not only Ran Kai Upping, but also the two piers in the general temple. Then you can only wait for the injuries of Runzheng to recover. According to Xiao Yuan, as you described, Yin Meng may not be the opponent of the old corpse man. However, I don't want to wait too long, I'm afraid of the night dreams. Li Zhanyuan looked back at the access control he arranged. Ah, yes. Tan Wenbin understood Xiaowen's meaning, then we don't have to worry about fighting. At this time, Tan Wenbin's transmission machine rang. He ran out to find a place and returned a call, and then ran back quickly. Xiao Yuan, Liang brother said that he and Luo Gong came back at night, and asked us to go to the city of Lijiang Hotel for dinner at 7 o'clock, can we go? Go, not to do it tonight, I have to draw a sketch of the array. But you draw the picture quickly. Then you have to carry it. Oh, yes, this really takes time, mainly Yin Meng, she is too stupid. You take a break, I didn't sleep last night. I don't tighten. You have to play well at night to raise your spirit. Life, studies, and death. There is no need to deliberately discard which one, we can calmly. Okay, I understand. Tan Wenbin knew Xiaowen's meaning. Luo Gong only accepted Shui Liang and Xiao Yuan at present, and he has not officially accepted him. He can get the favor of Luo Gong, and his studies can be easier in the future. At least it will not appear. When Xiao Yuan followed Luo Gong to the scientific examination in other provinces, he had to stay alone in the school to work in the embarrassing picture of the final exam. Tan Wenbin went to bed, and Li Zhanyuan sat in front of the desk to draw two sketches. If key ancestors knew the secrets of their ancestors, they were simplified by themselves to fight, and they were afraid that they would get angry out of the coffin. However, the shortcomings of this temporary arranged formation method are also obvious. One is that the duration is short, and the other is that this stuff cannot be distinguished by the enemy. This is why Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng carry the direction in advance. Otherwise, let the two of them enjoy the same negative effects with the enemy when fighting. What is the significance of this array? After drawing a sketch, Li Zhanyuan began to draw the station drawing. After the station drawing was good, in order to facilitate their memory, they wrote a formula, and they had to pay attention to rhyme. In this regard, Runchen's coordination is actually the highest. In fact, there is another more direct way, that is, the borrowing generals under the likes, but this option is too adventurous. Before the identity of the dead end, Li Zhanyuan did not dare to borrow this Dongfeng. If it really causes any chain problem, the road will be settled on your own head that day. At noon, Tan Wenbin woke up. Xiao Yuan, how long have I slept? For a few hours, you can sleep again. No, enough, I took time last night and hit a few crickets, not so sleepy. Tan Wenbin got out of bed, I went to the store to eat some, and check the situation of Sun Hengxia by the way. Sun Hengxia can put it subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Ah! Will she go to the Public Security Bureau to report us illegally restricting her personal freedom? Then we can say to the uncle of the police, it is her to guard her, stealing the money in our shop, and hit a rake. Good reason. Tan Wenbin thought carefully and felt impeccable. She won't go to the police. If she will call the police, she should report it when she sees the ghost for the first time. Li Zhanyuan pointed to her forehead. She just looks normal, but her thinking has problems. Oh, so. Tell her again that her son's case should have hidden feelings. Xiao Yuan, you are still kind. Li Zhanyuan. After Tan Wenbin left, Li Zhanyuan picked up the hot water bottle and poured a cup of hot water. When he blowing the cup mouth, he said to himself, "She will be crazy." After entering the store, Tan Wenbin went straight down to the basement, opened the door lock, and saw Sun Hongxia, who was tied to it, and Xiao He stared at her in this room. Sun Hongxia seemed to be dead. After Tan Wenbin unbuttoned her, she went to the bathroom numbly, eat and drink water after coming out, and then kneeling to the bed, waiting for continued to be tied and blocked. "You can leave." Sun Hongxia raised his head unbelievable and looked at Tan Wenbin. "We have investigated, your son's case should have hidden feelings." Sun Hongxia stunned. The world view of ordinary people is sometimes complicated, but sometimes it is very simple. At the beginning of Sun Hongxia, she just left the school with a mentality of atonement. After seeing Ran Kaiuping's narrative, after seeing the ghost of Chu Min Min, it was even more firm. The identity of the atonement. However, in the eyes of Sun Hongxia, this group of people who could not lose with the ghost was obviously different from ordinary people. Although they detained themselves and scared themselves and interrogated themselves, she believed what they said. "Is my son's case hidden? Then it means that my son was wronged?" Sun Hongxia's eyes slowly moved down, falling on the statue of the boy in the short bench for the boy's statue. "No, no, no, how can this be possible?" Sun Hongxia screamed, and then held his son's statue in his arms. Tan Wenbin, who watched this scene, suddenly realized that his words "Xiao Yuan, you are so kind," and said early, "My son was wronged, my son was wronged." The mentality of a fanatical redeemer is extremely unstable. The longer she is suppressed, the more she will climb up at all costs when a rope really falls. Sun Hongxia rushed out of the room holding the portrait. When Tan Wenbin caught up, Sun Hongxia had already run out of the store. She ran to Building 9 first, probably to find Ran Kaiuping. Soon she ran out again when she didn't find anyone, and then she ran to other places with messy hair. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Tan Wenbin felt a chill on his back. He felt that Sun Hongxia was just a bait thrown out by brother Xiao Yuan. After closing the store door and carrying food, he returned to the dormitory. "Brother Xiao Yuan," Sun Hongxia ran out like crazy. "Yet. Should I keep an eye on her?" "No, let her go." Li Zuiyuan handed over the things in his hand. "You copy a copy first, and then send it to Yin Meng. Remember to recite it based on understanding. When fighting, the opponent will not be stupid enough to only follow the standard grid." "Okay." Tan Wenbin took it and started copying. He sat upright and focused. In the past, when his father held a belt beside him and watched him do his homework, it was not so effective. After copying, Tan Wenbin ran to the infirmary ward, greeted Runzheng first and asked about his recovery, then called Yin Meng out and handed the things to her while also giving her instructions. Binbin left. "Well, take a nap, I'll go out for some fresh air." "Is it Xiao Yuan who has to work?" "If you want to work, you have to wait until you recover. Without you, our team can't run. Except Xiao Yuan, no one else is indispensable to this team." Runzheng reached out and touched the wound where he was bandaged. "It's my fault. You and Binbin, you have to protect Xiao Yuan." "Okay, it's all over. Your task now is to recover well." Seeing that Runzheng had already seen it, Yin Meng didn't hide it anymore and took out the paper. "I have to memorize so many things. Not only do I have to memorize, but I also have to understand them." "Runzheng, then you should memorize them quickly. You are stupid and you have to hurry up." Yin Meng. At dusk, Li Zuiyuan and Tan Wenbin took a taxi at the school gate and went to the hotel. In the car, Li Zuiyuan sat in the back seat and Tan Wenbin sat in the co-pilot. Along the way, Tan Wenbin repeatedly recited various hexagram words, and the driver looked at him from time to time. When we got off the car at the hotel entrance, the driver asked while collecting the money, "Young man, which temple is more spiritual? I want to go there to worship, too." After entering the hotel, Tan Wenbin told Xiao Yuan the driver's reaction just now as a joke. "Xiao Yuan, do you think that if I had been more pretentious and pointed out the driver just now in the car, would I have been exempted from the fare? It's because you didn't point out and paid the fare very straightforwardly that I kind of believed you." "Oh, that's right." Although the two came early, they were still the last to arrive. Luo Gong and his team should have had an administrative meeting in this big hotel. After entering, Shueliang Liang enthusiastically introduced Li Zuiyuan and Tan Wenbin to the people present. When Li Zuiyuan came in and glanced at the whole audience, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Tan Wenbin was immersed in this atmosphere, because all the people present were leaders and teachers of the school. When Shueliang Liang introduced Zhu Hongyu, the principal's secretary, Tan Wenbin just felt that the other party was very elegant and a little familiar. When their class counselor Lu Zinya was introduced, Tan Wenbin felt that he had heard this name before. Finally, when Zhu Hongyu's husband Wu Xinhui, who also worked in the school's logistics department, was introduced, Tan Wenbin was shocked. He finally remembered. "Aren't these the three eyewitnesses in the file?" Tan Wenbin immediately turned his head and looked at Li Zuiyuan, and found that Xiao Yuan showed a standard shy smile and returned the greetings to all the teachers and leaders present. Xiao Yuan didn't notice? No, it has left a mark in his mind. How could Xiao Yuan forget it? Engineer Luo sat in the main seat, and several school leaders could only sit next to him. When talking at the table, it can be seen that everyone was polite and respectful to Engineer Luo. "I personally went to Nantung to recruit Zuiyuan. I will teach him personally. You don't have to worry about his academics. I have a box of his graduation projects in my study, haha." Shueliang Liang was very considerate and whispered to the teacher while pouring wine for him, "And Binbin." "Ah, yes, Binbin too." Engineer Luo had an impression of Tan Wenbin. Anyway, there would be backdoor quotas in his projects, and it didn't matter who he gave it to. Many times, the seemingly rare favors were just a word from people around him, so he would not give his two beloved disciples a face. Everyone was having a good chat at the table. Li Zuiyuan knew that the biggest significance of this game to him was that he could skip classes at will in the future. Anyway, he had already finished his professional courses in college. As for advanced mathematics and physics, they were no different from high school knowledge points in his eyes. In addition, Li Zuiyuan also learned from the conversation at the table that Zhu Hongyu was the granddaughter of the former principal, and Lu Zinya stayed in school after graduation. The two of them basically never left the school. Only Wu Xinhui started his own business after graduation. At the dinner table, a school leader pretended to be drunk and called him Boss Wu in a sarcastic tone, which made Wu Xinhui blush. He must have failed in his business and used his wife's connections to return to school to work recently. That is to say, these three people will all be in school in the near future. This seems to be a triggering condition. So, they came in almost when the volcano was about to erupt, and were injured by the lava. Although, the volcano was also hit back by them, and it was not good. Sometimes the case can be complicated, but if every victim of a homicide case can speak or express his opinion in another form, then the work of the police uncle will definitely be much easier. Li Zuiyuan naturally did not remind them to ask if there were any strange things happening around them recently, nor did he pretend to casually mention the case 7 years ago. He was just drinking at the table and performing his current role well. After the banquet, Lu Zinya, as a counselor after school, came to inquire about the situation and left her contact information. Zhu Hongyu and Wu Xinhui and his wife came together. Zhu Hongyu was concerned about whether Li Zuiyuan was interested in representing the school in some college competitions. Wu Xinhui pretended to ask about his life and patted his chest to say that if he had any questions in this regard, he could come to him directly. Li Zuiyuan responded politely and kindly. Engineer Luo was tired, but he still forced himself to say a few words despite his fatigue. The general meaning was that when he finished the work at hand and started the next project, he would take Xiao Yuan with him. This time, it was Li Zuiyuan who held Tan Wenbin's hand, so that Engineer Luo remembered again and added, "Oh, yes, and Binbin." Shueliang Liang first sent Engineer Luo back to the room upstairs to sleep, because there was a meeting to be held here tomorrow. Soon, Shueliang Liang came down again and sent the two to the door of the hotel. "Are you hiding something from me?" Li Zuiyuan shook his head. Tan Wenbin shook his head vigorously. Shueliang Liang pointed at Tan Wenbin and said, "Xiao Yuan, I can't see his expression, but you were obviously worried at the table earlier, and it was very serious. I haven't read the professional books yet, I'm very anxious. I won't believe your nonsense, but I'm really busy now and can't get away. Let's wait until later. If something happens in the future, you can't hide it from me." Li Zuiyuan smiled. Tan Wenbin nodded and said, "Okay. Look, you really kept it from me." Tan Wenbin spread his hands, "Brother Liang, you can't just stare at me like this." Okay, I'm going upstairs to help the teacher organize the meeting documents, you guys take care of yourselves." Li Zuiyuan and Tan Wenbin took a taxi back to school. While walking on the campus, Tan Wenbin asked, "Xiao Yuan, now the three witnesses are back to school, then our plan?" "No change." Li Zuiyuan didn't think much about it at all, "We are the attacked party, and it's only natural to fight back. I'll stay up all night tonight and I'll be able to memorize it completely. Yinmeng is a little slower, and I can get it done tomorrow. Then do it tomorrow night." "Okay." The two walked into the dormitory building, and just as they went up to the third floor, they heard the sound of a guitar. "Oh, it's quite literary. It's Liu Yi's dormitory." Li Zuiyuan remembered that he said he could play the guitar. Originally, the two would not join in the fun, but when they passed by the door of Liu Yi's dormitory, they heard at the same time the sound of high heels stomping along with the guitar in the dormitory. Either Liu Yi brought a woman back to the men's dormitory, which is rare but not uncommon. Or Liu Yi was wearing high heels and playing the guitar. What kind of strange habit is this? There is a third possibility. "Knock on the door." Tan Wenbin immediately stepped forward and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. The guitar sound was still there, but the sound of high heels suddenly became urgent. Dong dong dong. The guitar was still playing, and the high heels ran straight to the dormitory door, and the tick-tick sound was getting closer and closer. Finally. Bang! Fug! The dormitory door was knocked open, and Tan Wenbin was knocked to the ground by the door. Standing inside the door was Liu Yi, who was wearing only a pair of blue and white shorts, high heels on his feet, and holding a guitar in his hand. However, after the previous collision, the guitar had obviously deflated. Tan Wenbin, "No, buddy, what's your look? He's been possessed." Tan Wenbin then realized that although Liu Yi had his eyes open, his eyes were dull, as if he was sleepwalking. The next moment, Liu Yi wanted to escape to the west side of the corridor. "Stop him!" Tan Wenbin pounced and hugged Liu Yi's hairy legs directly. Liu Yi leaned forward and fell to the ground. Bang! Bang! Ouch! But the two flying kicks of the high heels hit Tan Wenbin's chest directly. After Tan Wenbin screamed, he did not let go. Instead, he grabbed the other's shorts with both hands and pulled them up, and then began to twist his hands and legs. "Hey!" With a strong flip, Tan Wenbin turned Liu Yi over. He was at the bottom and the other was at the top. Liu Yi began to struggle, but his main joints were locked, and his struggle now was more like a turtle turned upside down. Li Zuiyuan put his right hand into his trouser pocket, smeared the black dog blood on his fingertips, then quickly came to Liu Yi, bent down, pressed his thumb on the other's forehead, and then slid down. 5 fingers alternately drew a red line on Liu Yi's body. Liu Yi's body immediately began to twitch, and white foam came out of his mouth. And the pair of high heels, at this moment, separated from Liu Yi's feet, and Tick-Tick tried to escape. It escaped from it last time, how could it let you escape again this time? Li Zuiyuan's eyes condensed. Yin family's 12 methods, extradition across the bridge. At this time, in Li Zuiyuan's sight, above the pair of high heels, a girl's figure appeared. She was trying to escape in fear. But she ran back and forth. Even if she struggled desperately, she could not change this trend. She kept looking back at the boy standing behind her. The boy's eyes were deep, without any emotion. Extradition across the bridge, as the name suggests, is supposed to deliver the afterlife to eliminate evil spirits, which means that you, the dirty thing, quickly get as far away as you can to achieve the effect of exorcism. But Li Zuiyuan is now using the reverse, forcibly pulling the dirty thing to himself. Maybe even Yin Fuhe, who had long been dead, did not expect that his ancestral method could be played like this. Tan Wenbin couldn't burn incense and chant spells to walk in the underworld now, so naturally he couldn't see any girls, but he could see that the pair of high heels that had originally gone far away were actually walking back. He immediately pushed Liu Yi, who was pressing on him, away, and took out the red ink from his pocket with his left hand. In his mind, he had already rehearsed his next series of cool movements in advance. But perhaps because his biceps were too developed, he had a problem with the first step, and the ink box was not held firmly and fell down. Pa! The box broke into pieces, and the red fell into a pool. Tan Wenbin just paused for a moment, and immediately grabbed the ground with both hands, pinched a full pair of red, and didn't care about making any handprints, and directly measured the black dog blood on the high heels. From Li Zuiyuan's perspective, Tan Wenbin fell to the ground, rubbing his bloody hands on the girl's calves. The combination of reality and the scene of walking in the underworld made Zhuang look a little wretched. The girl opened her mouth and let out a silent scream. Her expression was very painful, and her legs began to melt as if they were on fire. This can only be said that it is worthy of being a 5 black dog fed with tonic. This black dog blood is so effective in warding off evil spirits. The girl knelt down in the direction of Li Zuiyuan and began to beg, and at this time, the flames had already burned her thighs. Tan Wenbin seemed to think that the black dog blood in his hand was not enough, and wanted to grab some more from the spilled place to continue applying. Binbin, enough, it's enough. Ah! Tan Wenbin shook his hands and nodded, okay. Li Zuiyuan came over and picked up the pair of high heels that were originally black and now turned red. Go and carry Liu Yi back to the bed. Yes. Tan Wenbin carried Liu Yi, who was still shaking on the ground, and went into Liu Yi's dormitory. Li Zuiyuan carried the high heels back to his dormitory. He put the high heels on the desk, pulled out the drawer, held the purple whip in his hand, and then dragged out a chair and sat down, facing the high heels, or more precisely, the girl who had lost her lower body and only had her upper body standing on the desk. Now she really has a kind of beauty of a broken sculpture. Li Zuiyuan unfolded the whip and flicked it to the side, snap. The girl trembled, her arms intertwined in front of her, and she was extremely scared. I ask you questions. Chapter 80. Buddy, you are so deep. Tan Wenbin put Liu Yi on the dormitory bed, panting his waist, panting. In fact, it's not too tired to carry the person, mainly from Liu Yi, who had previously suppressed Zongzi to flying high heels, and a series of explosive actions gave him a lot of eloquence. Seeing that Liu Yi's face was dirty, all the white foam was all, Tan Wenbin frowned. After all, he couldn't bear it. He picked up the basin and poured a hot water in it, and then squeezed the towel to wipe him. As for Liu Yi's knees, feet, elbows, etc., Tan Wenbin was too lazy to deal with it. Anyway, they were all rough men. After doing these, Tan Wenbin poured Liu Yi's cup of water on his bedside plastic stool, then bent down, and pulled out a red intestine from the bottom of the bed. Take a bite, chewed and said. Buddy, this is even if the evil expedition and cleaning fee. When he came out of Luyi's bedroom, returned to his bedroom, as soon as he entered the door, he saw Xiao Yuan's holding whip and sitting at the desk. This look, this gas field. Alas, Tan Wenbin suddenly felt that the father holding the belt in his memory was a little kind. Binbin squatted next to him and observed the trial of Yuanzi. Yuanzi brother's view is somewhat high, not the high-heeled shoe on the desk, proves that there must be other invisible things on the table. Stretching his hand and scratching his head, Tan Wenbin really wanted to take a look at the yin now. But he knew that his son would definitely not agree. Brother Yuanzi has always warned himself and others not to go frequently, unless you really encounter tricky things to go. However, Brother Yuanzi often slap and fingers. Before, he still needed to be sleepy and needed to support the countdown. Now he can open his eyes and go through the yin. In this regard, Tan Wenbin has no unbalanced on this. From the first time he met, he was just a kung fu from his father. The biggest similarity between myself and Yuanzi is that they look like individuals. However, Yuanzi seemed to have encountered trouble and seemed to have a problem. Li Zhanyuan said, Brother Binbin, burn paper and candle, and ask the road to ask. Light. Burn paper and candle is easy to understand. The way to ask for the way, the expression form is actually similar to Bai Xian. That is, Tan Wenbin forgot for a while, whether this process was used with red or white candles. Abad, the brain after the college entrance examination was given back to his alma mater. Not only has high school knowledge forgot a lot, but even the professional content that has been recited before has also been blurred. Fortunately, Tan Wenbin also has a way. He first placed the box on the desk, and then poured into the special white sand. After smoothing the sand noodles with a horizontal ruler, he held the red candle and held the white candle in his left hand and asked. Xiao Yuan, which position of the candle? Li Zhanyuan first looked at Tan Wenbin's left hand and put his eyes at the southeast corner of the desk. Well, it is white candle. After Tan Wenbin was arranged, the candle was lit. Li Zhanyuan held yellow paper and waved in front of him. Tan Wenbin brought the porcelain cup he drank and prepared to pick up the paper ash. In a blink of an eye, I saw that Yuanzi stood up, grabbed the left hand forward, and pulled down, and the right hand holding the burning yellow paper poke in it, and the left hand patted up. Suddenly, the yellow paper was burned out, and only the green smoke was left, and there was no black paper ash left. Tan Wenbin's eyes widened. He realized that for more than half a year when he was busy with the college entrance examination, Yuanzi was not idle, but because he was too calm when he was in his hometown, he could not realize the rapid progress of Yuanzi brother. In fact, if you look at it from a glamorous perspective, you will see that the teenager just stretched out his hands and clamped the girl's jaw to open his mouth, and then stuffed the burning runes into the girl's mouth, and finally closed the girl's mouth. The two main functions of yellow paper are to attract, and the other is honor, so feeding in the mouth directly belongs to the stomach. The girl did not know that it was because of his special reasons or had just been discredited by Tan Wenbin too seriously. In short, she could not communicate, but she would only be pitiful and trembling on the table. As soon as this yellow paper fed, the effect appeared. The girl took the initiative to reach out to grab the pen placed on the sand table, and her expression was firm. Li Zhanyuan also reached out to grab the pen, but looking at the hands that the teenager reached, the firmness of the girl's face was instantly disrupted, and she retracted her hand. Without it, the girl's fear of the teenager was soaked into the bones. In order to facilitate the inheritance of the future generations, the 12 methods of the Yin family have been simplified from generation to generation. In fact, there is only a basic version in the Yinfu Hai Shao hand. Li Ziwen's fall extraction crossing the bridge can be said to be incredible in the eyes of the Yin family, but in fact, at the peak of the ancestors of the Yin family, this set is this set. There are some gels of yin and longevity faintly. And yin chong sheng, but the prototype of the du 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 was considered by many people. Seeing that the girl was so afraid of herself, Li Zhanyuan had to turn his head to look at Tan Wenbin, and at the same time pointed at the pen on the sand plate. Tan Wenbin knew that he reached out and grabbed the pen. When the girl saw this, she reached out again and grabbed the pen. So cool. Tan Wenbin only felt that his back was covered with ice, and he lost his consciousness at once. The pen finally started to move. This tip is as thin as hair, and the white sand noodles are also delicate as paper. They can be written tiny and delicate. The pen tip moved quickly, the words were as small as a fly's head, and Li Zuiyuan could only stand up and get closer to read carefully. She was writing a letter from Ran Kai-upping to her daughter Chu Min Min. On weekdays, these letters would be burned by Ran Kai-upping after they were written, and only this pair of high heels could see them. The contents of each letter were written quickly, and when the sand was filled, Li Zuiyuan used a ruler to smooth it out so that he could continue writing. In addition to a mother's longing for her deceased daughter, her nagging about life, and occasionally mentioning Sun Hengxia who was ordered around by her, the content of the letter also repeatedly mentioned a name, Mao Zetian. Sometimes he was called Master Mao, sometimes Mao Tianqi, and sometimes even Mao Xiaoj or Mao Shuag. The relationship was so good that it seemed that she wanted the other party to be her son-in-law in the future. But there was also a negative side. Ran Kai-upping would call him a big liar, a bastard, and a beast in the letter. The change of address and emotion involves an important theme that has never been interrupted in a series of letters, that is, resurrection. When Li Zuiyuan saw this theme, he knew that Ran Kai-upping was deceived. In the preface of the first volume of Jianghu's Higyilu, Wei Zhendao wrote a sentence abruptly, "People who die cannot be resurrected." This sentence does not connect the previous text or the following text, and it is a paragraph in itself. And all the dead people introduced later are actually explaining and confirming this sentence, dead people are not the people before they died. In the letter, whenever the resurrection plan was steadily going well, Ran Kai-upping would address Mao Zetian in a very affectionate way, and also mentioned that she could introduce them to each other and match them up after her daughter was resurrected. Every time Mao Zetian said that the plan would be postponed or there would be changes, Ran Kai-upping would be furious and show hysterical emotions in the letter. On this point, Li Zuiyuan's judgment was correct. Whether it is Sun Hengxia or Ran Kai-upping, they are just puppets manipulated and fooled by others, and their spirits and worldviews have long been distorted and abnormal. The girl wrote very quickly, and Li Zuiyuan read very quickly. In the information revealed between the lines, Li Zuiyuan also captured the general temple and hid it from his master. Combined with his own on-the-spot exploration, a relatively clear branch line has been unraveled. After Chu Minmin's death, Ran Kai-upping was hit hard, and then she came into contact with Mao Zetian, a disciple of the corpse fisherman in the general temple, who was the young man who comforted Ran Kai-upping in the temple that day. Mao Zetian agreed to help Ran Kai-upping revive Chu Minmin, and then Chu Minmin became dead and often appeared in the dance studio on the second floor of the University Activity Building. During this period, Sun Hengxia, who was controlled and brainwashed by Ran Kai-upping, had been there to watch and cover for her in the spirit of atonement. In recent letters, the date is approaching, which shows that Mao Zetian's plan is about to come to an end. Here, it definitely does not mean helping Ran Kai-upping to revive Chu Minmin, it should be Mao Zetian's own plan. But at this critical moment, Runzheng and Yin Meng each carried the equipment of the corpse retriever and moved in. Ran Kai-upping was in charge of the dormitory building, and she should have seen her and Tan Wenbin's equipment when she was moving the luggage. She should have seen similar things at Mao Zetian's master and apprentice. After reporting, she felt that the matter was exposed, and there were corpse retrievers from outside gathered here, intending to destroy their plan. In a recent letter, Ran Kai-upping wrote relevant content to her daughter, describing the four of them in detail, and said, "Don't be afraid, my mother will solve them with you, and no one can stop her good daughter from coming back." After reading the letter, the girl stopped writing. Li Zuiyuan also realized that the girl was not from Ran Kai-upping's group. She seemed to be a ghost that belonged to this dormitory building or this dormitory building. Because in Ran Kai-upping's envelope story, she was not specifically mentioned. Only in a certain letter, she was mentioned. Min Min, Mom found a pair of beautiful high heels in the dormitory today. I don't know who left them. Mom will treat them as your birthday gift to Mom. In the boys' dormitory building, I found a pair of exquisite and well-preserved high heels. This is very inconsistent. But it doesn't make sense. Maybe some boys plan to buy them for their girlfriends, or some boys with special fetishes want to wear high heels themselves. And the girl just entangled with Ran Kai-upping. The reason is very simple. Long-term contact with Chu Min Min, even if her own daughter becomes dead, will lead to a decline in fortune and be easily entangled by evil spirits. So, when I lived here on the first night, I heard the sound of high heels. Did she know that Ran Kai-upping was going to target me, so she came to warn me in advance? No, it's not. Li Zuiyuan shook his head. It was not that he did not dare to admit his mistake of repaying kindness with enmity, but according to his own experience, there was really no need to over-anthropomorphize this kind of evil existence. She must be bored and lonely, and wanted to play tricks on others for fun. On the first night, she wanted to come to me, but was scared away by me. Tonight, she took advantage of me not being in the dormitory to go to Luyi to play, and played Luyi like that. Yes, Luyi is not dead now, but the consequences of ordinary people being targeted by evil spirits are mild neurasthenia, unlucky illness, and severe unbearable pressure and torture, and they may jump directly from the dormitory building. In other words, Luyi was lucky to meet me and Tan Wenbin, otherwise he might become a campus ghost story in the mouths of his younger brothers in the future, appearing in the night talk after the lights were turned off in the dormitory. Hey, you know, I heard from a senior in the club today that there used to be a senior living on our floor, and he was wearing a pair of women's high heels before jumping off the building. Li Zuiyuan picked up the whip and put it on Tan Wenbin's hand. The girl was so scared that she immediately retracted her hand. Okay. Hearing this, Tan Wenbin immediately withdrew his arm, and then put his hand that was numb from the cold into his clothes in an attempt to warm it with his body temperature, but immediately pulled his hand out with an "oh-oh-oh" sound, because his body couldn't stand the cold. Brother Binbin, paint it with black dog blood. This symptom is just an illusion. The girl has no entity, so how could she really freeze someone's hand? Tan Wenbin immediately reached out to touch his pocket, and then looked embarrassed. His box of ink just fell to the ground and all scattered. He couldn't go to Xiaohe to ask for some blood now. Brother Xiao Yuan, my ink. Li Zuiyuan reached into his pocket with his left hand and pressed the ink with his index finger, then took it out and drew a talisman on the back of Tan Wenbin's hand. Hiss, comfortable. It was as if the frozen hands thawed immediately, and it was as crisp as being in the midst of birdsong and flowers. Tan Wenbin staggered back and forth, and finally sat on the ground, but he still had a smile on his face. This was a drastic reversal in perception, which formed an illusion of floating in the air. If I hold the pen myself, I will only feel a slight coolness on the back of my hand, but the same degree can be felt differently by different people. But who told the girl not to hold my hand? At this time, only Binbin could do it. In some strange stories, old Taoist priests and old monks always have a little apprentice around them. If we really talk about the disciples of inheritance, it is obvious that there are several generations between them, so it is not worth it for them to personally lead a little apprentice. The main reason is that some methods, people with profound Taoism and strong will, are not convenient for him to use them himself. For example, inviting gods appears in all kinds of metaphysics. The higher the level of Taoism, the more difficult it is to invite gods, because the invited ones are afraid of being swallowed or detained by you. On the contrary, those who have entered the door but not deep enough and have better physical fitness are more likely to successfully invite gods. Tan Wenbin finally recovered and stood up. Brother Binbin, how are you? It's okay, I've recovered. Tan Wenbin said seriously. There was no way, he couldn't say that he was quite happy just now. Yet. What did you write just now? Although he held the pen, he really didn't have time to see clearly what was written densely. Li Zuiyuan briefly summarized the content, and after listening to it, Tan Wenbin said, then it is confirmed that they plan to attack us, so let's go to the General Temple tomorrow night to ask for an explanation. When they attacked, they were going to kill Brother Runsheng, but they didn't explain to us. Tan Wenbin swallowed his saliva and nodded vigorously, clenching his fists at the same time. Yes, kill them. The eldest brother set the tone, and the younger brother can only add to it and not subtract. Tan Wenbin still remembers the scene of seeing the dwarf father and son's body parts floating on the river that day, and he remembers Brother Yuan's decisiveness to retaliate at the cost of blinding himself the night before. Since then, every call of brother is full of sincerity. Whoever really makes Brother Yuanzi angry, Brother Yuanzi will invite that person to a banquet, the kind that can't find anyone to eat at the table even if the banquet is set. But no matter what, following such a boss is really not aggrieved at all. Li Zuiyuan looked at the girl on the desk and said, "Is your skeleton nearby?" The girl nodded. "When I graduate and leave this school, I will help you find your skeleton and help you to transcend. During this period, you should behave yourself, otherwise I will suppress you and accumulate merits." The girl nodded again. Li Zuiyuan picked up the teacup on the table and looked at it. He found that it was empty. The water had just been drunk by Tan Wenbin. "Oh, yes, yes." Tan Wenbin immediately picked up the thermos and poured it. Li Zuiyuan touched the wall of the cup with his fingertips, hesitated for a moment, and shook his head. "Brother Binbin, get some cold water." "Okay, brother, wait." Tan Wenbin took the cup away, spilled the boiling water, went out of the dormitory to get cold water, and put it back in the boy's hand. Afterwards, Binbin stood by and watched carefully. He always liked to watch Brother Yuanzi use his tricks. When he could learn it was another matter. Anyway, he could imagine how graceful he would be when he used these tricks before going to bed at night. The young man's fingertips touched the cup continuously and pushed the water drops towards the girl. Yin Family 12 Methods, Water Prison Confinement. That night in Fengde Ghost Street, when Yin Fuhe taught Li Zuiyuan, he introduced this method as drawing a circle around yourself when encountering evil spirits, so that you can temporarily keep yourself safe. Therefore, another reason why Li Zuiyuan didn't go to the basement of his grandfather's house to find books in the past 6 months was that he learned the Yin Family 12 methods twice. In terms of the specifications of the magic, the Yin Family 12 methods are definitely not inferior to the unique skills of the Qin and Lu families, but the former has been simplified by descendants into a children's version of a book. Every time a drop of water fell on the girl would scream, like a normal person being drenched by molten iron. But after Li Zuiyuan glared at her, the girl didn't dare to scream again. Gradually, water began to seep out of the girl's skin, like spider veins. In the end, Li Zhanyuan spilled the remaining water in the cup on the girl. The girl couldn't hold it completely. When the righteousness screamed, the teenager's fingers were given the eyebrows. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. In a moment, the girl's expression was stagnant, as if setting. The boy reached out, patted the girl's arm, and gave a lighted back. Wow! In the perspective of Tan Wenbin, a large beach water suddenly fell on the desk, and then it was all integrated into those high heels. Brother Binbin. Why? Wash the shoes, then install it with a unaware box, and put it under the balcony. Okay. Tan Wenbin walked over and raised high heels, and was surprised to find that he had entered a lot of water before, but the shoes were still very dry. On the upper, there was still a black dog blood that he wiped up before. Li Zhanyuan began to pick up the desk. His previous banquet was actually a bit cruel, but he didn't think he had any excessiveness. If he had not had the ability to dance in high heels on the first night. It's yourself. Lui will become a campus strange talk, and he may also go to the newspaper, the psycho prodigy of the college entrance examination. Be vigilant for the harm of the seedling. And now that I plan to keep her as the door shoes. Then she has the obligation to take care of her. After she is causal, she will make any moths, and heaven will definitely hold the calculator to count on her head. He also stuck a blind spot in Tiandeo here. Lui was just a little obstructive anyway. As for how many people she had created before, he didn't know that he didn't ask, and the one who didn't know was innocent. Call. When he packed the table, Tan Wenbin also washed the high heels back. He wanted to wipe it with a paper, but found that it was dry again. Xiao Yuan, it seems to be very thirsty. You can pour some water when you have time in the future. Tan Wenbin blinked. Brother, aren't you joking? Really, when pouring flowers? Want? Tan Wenbin wrapped it with a black plastic bag, then put it under the balcony, got up, and looked at it before and after. Our bedroom, full of security. If in the future, it's a pity not to enter the thief. It is much safer than before, but it is still better than before. In the past, even Uncle Qin had to be a security guard at the grandfather's house. Li Zhanyuan raised the pot, and Tan Wenbin immediately lifted together, saying, "Go away, wash together, and wash together." After the two took a shower, Li Zhanyuan lay onto the bed. Tan Wenbin was not in a hurry to go to bed. After he was at the desk, he ended up at the desk, but before that, he walked to the bench before, turned the bronze mirror over the door, and opened the access control. After doing these, he squatted next to the wooden bench and carefully observed the bronze mirror. "Xiao Yuan, can this copper mirror be made for me? It's so beautiful." "It's not what I did." "Ah? Is this true antiques?" "Well, Liushan pattern bronze mirror." "Wow!" Tan Wenbin sighed, and then he didn't understand antiques. He switched to normal people's understanding of antiques. "How much is it worth?" "Have no idea." Xiao Yuan, you can probably estimate the number. There is the same side, which is collected in the National Museum." Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin moved his face back, for fear of the gas he called out of it. "Xiao Yuan, this copper mirror, where did you get it from?" "The gift from others." "Oh my god, what did you give?" "You endorse, I slept." "Oh, okay." Li Zhanyuan adjusted the pillow and closed his eyes. This bronze mirror was given to himself by Ali. That morning, the first thing he gave to Ali was a box of small go for a box made of plastic paper, from the stationery shop next to Shinan Town Primary School. As soon as he woke up, Li Zhanyuan opened his eyes, and once again habitually over the head, and saw Tan Wenbin, who was lying on the desk and sleeping. Binbin seemed to be to prove that he was smarter than Yin Meng, so he finished all overnight last night. Anyway, he could make up for the day. In fact, Yin Meng is not stupid, but she is not as good as Moisture in terms of practice. In terms of learning and walking Yin, she can't be compared to Tan Wenbin. She was ridiculed by the three as the stupidest one. Li Zhanyuan sat up from the bed. Every morning, he watched the window silently and asked, when Grandma Lu moved over. "Icantca Li again? Can Ali's illness?" He doesn't know if he can continue to improve, but his condition seems to deteriorate. "Go out of the bedroom and wash." Lui also came to wash with a basin. Li Zhanyuan, early, brother prodigy. Lui stopped several times. Li Zhanyuan noticed, but he didn't break it or raised his words. In fact, last night, Lui's accident may also be the reason why he worshipped that dead during the day. Although he taught him to receive gifts, he might still be involved. Not all people who have worshipped the generals will have something wrong, but the fortune will decrease, and Lu Yi happens to live in a dormitory building with evil spirits. When Li Chaoyuan washed his face and was ready to leave, Lu Yi stretched out his hand and gently pulled the juvenile sleeve with his fingers. Obviously it is the Northeast Han Dynasty, which is 1 meter 80-5, but at this time, it gives a kind of shy and gentle Jiangnan woman. That's right, brother Shen Tong, is there really a ghost in our dormitory building? No, I lied to you. Ah! Lu Yi burst into tears instantly, brother Shen Tong, please save me, please save me. If Li Zuiyuan continued to reply to him yes, there is a ghost, he would feel better. This was a direct denial, just like a doctor telling you go home and eat something good. It's okay, really. Brother Shen Tong, brother, you are my real brother. Seeing that Lu Yi was still pestering, Li Zuiyuan could only say, go buy a pack of cigarettes, use red sausage as a tribute, and put it on the balcony for 3 days, and it will be fine. Thank you, brother Shen Tong, you are so awesome, that ghost really likes to eat red sausage. After returning to the dormitory, Li Zuiyuan began to read, but he didn't read other brain-consuming books, but reread Wei Zhendao's Jianghu's Higyilu. He had a hunch that the dead body he encountered this time should be special, but unfortunately, he had too little information about the dead body under the general statue and could not identify it specifically. In the afternoon, just as Tan Wenbin woke up and got out of bed, Yin Meng came. Tan Wenbin glanced at her and said lightly, have you finished carrying it? I'll wait for you. Yin Meng rolled her eyes at him. Li Zuiyuan asked, how is brother Runzheng? Runzheng has recovered very well, and he didn't shout to come with him. Well, take the things and let's go. 2 large bags of things, most of which were formation flags for setting up the formation, not small flags used for setting up access control, but large flags. The scenery of General Mountain is very nice, but because it has not been developed yet, not many people will come here. Outside the General Temple, Li Zuiyuan chose 2 locations and asked Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng to set up the formation respectively. The formation diagram was in their minds, and now they just needed to follow the gourd. When they finished setting up, it was dark. The 3 of them sat behind the earthen slope in front of the General Temple, eating the water and biscuits they brought with them, and adjusting their state. I just observed from a high place, there are no tourists in the temple. The only staff on duty today are the master and apprentice. I didn't see Ran Kai Upping, she might be hiding in the office, but she is secondary. After entering, deal with the old man first and lead him out to the formation. According to the known information, it was Mao Zetian who planned all this. Looking at the very restrained and low-voiced conversation between him and Ran Kai Upping that day, he probably did these things without telling his master. But Li Zuiyuan was too lazy to go and complain or to find the master to reason. He would not pin his hopes on the old man to clean up his master. He chose the safest way to get rid of the old man first. Just then, a white car drove to the door of the General Temple, and 3 people got off the car. Tan Wenbin, hey, why are they here? The people who came were Wu Xinhui, Zhu Hongyu, and Lu Xinye, the 3 eyewitnesses of the Zhao Junfen case. The 3 people started arguing after getting off the car, and it seemed that they had different opinions on coming here. Zhu Hongyu raised her hand and slapped Wu Xinhui, and Wu Xinhui punched Zhu Hongyu with his backhand, knocking her to the ground. Lu Xinye, who was standing on the side, just crossed her arms and had no intention of trying to stop the fight. Zhu Hongyu got up from the ground, screamed and rushed forward, scratching her husband's face, and the couple fought next to the car. Yin Meng was about to ask what should we do now, but Tan Wenbin winked at her, indicating that she should shut up now and listen to Xiao Yuan. Li Zuiyuan didn't rush to make a decision. Anyway, it was just night and tonight was still a long night. The noise at the temple gate was too loud, and someone finally came out of the General Temple. It was Ran Kai Upping. She knelt down in front of the three people and begged for something. The three stopped arguing and sorted out their clothes. But soon, as they talked to each other, the emotions of the three people became excited again. Wu Zhenhui even reached out to lift Ran Kaiuping's collar and asked loudly. Ran Kaiuping just begged and shook her head desperately. Logically, Ran Kaiuping should have a good relationship with these three people. After all, it was with these three eyewitnesses that she helped catch the real murderer who killed her daughter Chu Min. Suddenly, Li Zuiyuan's ears trembled slightly, and he immediately said, "Homecoming net." Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng immediately spread the net to cover the three people. After a while, the sound of click, click came from the front. Sun Hongxia walked out step by step from the path below, so she didn't notice the three people hiding behind her. Tan Wenbin was initially puzzled as to why Sun Hongxia was no longer crazy and had become so quiet, but he soon discovered that Sun Hongxia's hands, neck and ankles were all covered in black mud. After Sun Hongxia walked away, a faceless woman walked out from the same place behind her. She was covered in pits, and was still bleeding black blood. She exuded a foul smell. It was Chu Min. Although there was a distance between them, her every move was exactly the same as Sun Hongxia's. However, a thin wall of mud gradually formed in front of Chu Min, covering herself. Yin Meng suddenly realized that this was the reason why the other party could disappear quietly in the dance studio. Therefore, in the eyes of the four people below, only Sun Hongxia walked out. When she came in front of everyone, she also knelt down with a thump. "My son is guilty, my son is guilty, I didn't teach my son well, I am also guilty, I am also guilty." Wu Zhenhui and the other two were now forced to kneel down by the two old ladies. At this time, Mao Zetian came out of the temple gate, said something and pointed inside, as if inviting everyone to go in. Wu Zhenhui and the other two seemed to be persuaded and walked into the temple. Ran Kaiuping kicked the dumb Sun Hongxia, and then reached out to hug Chu Min who was supposed to be invisible from behind. In the end, everyone entered the temple. "Li Zuiyuan, let's go in too. It seems that there will be a good show tonight. Big chapter tomorrow." Chapter 81. Plans can never catch up with changes. Originally, Li Zuiyuan wanted to make small dishes, with each dish marked with a sequence, and cooked one by one. Now that all the dishes are put into the pot together, he will change to a hodgepodge method, which is also a good dish. Anyway, he is here to take revenge. If he can lean on the door of his enemy and watch the excitement while taking revenge, it will be double the joy. Remember, no matter what happens, if you can come out to solve it, you must not dawdle inside. We have a formation arranged outside, and it is useless to use it. There is also our retreat there. Understood? I know. When he reached the temple gate, Li Zuiyuan stopped. The temple gate is not a big iron gate or a wooden door, but a half-person high sliding design. It is nominally electric, but it is actually hand-pulled. Even a child can easily flip over it. However, with this door as the dividing line, Li Zuiyuan smelled a different smell. It was so strong that Yin Meng frowned, and Tan Wenbin kept twitching his nose. It is normal for an old temple to have a bit of moldy smell, but the question is, where does this strong smell come from? It was as if the three people were not in front of a temple at all, but a swamp that had been rotten for a long time. Li Zuiyuan took out the compass and looked down, a place where evil is hidden. But the problem is, I have been here before and visited the temple. If this is the layout here, why didn't I notice it that day? It is not impossible to subvert the feng shui layout. I have done this many times before, but it was all based on the original changes. But during the visit that day, I didn't see any solid feng shui layout in the temple. The only thing that could barely be considered was the crack under the general statue. Normally, unless the feng shui master provides sufficiently detailed standard drawings, and a large-scale construction team is hired during the day to completely renovate the general temple. No, even if the newly renovated feng shui layout can play its role, this strong smell of corruption cannot be filled in overnight. In this smell, there is a time that cannot be fast-forwarded. Li Zuiyuan squatted down, stretched out his left hand to grab a handful of moist soil, and while carefully rubbing and feeling it, he covered his mouth with his right hand, and whispered the perceptual adjectives in his mouth, seeking comparison with the content in the book he had read. The premise of knowing autumn from a single leaf is to have a huge database, and the same is true for observing soil. Tan Wenbin also squatted down, and imitated Li Zuiyuan, stretched out his hand to grab a handful of soil, put it in front of him, and stretched out his tongue to lick it. In an instant, I felt that I was back to the experience of trying the ear root in the mountain city. Because he couldn't make too much noise, Tan Wenbin could only open his mouth wide and retch silently. Li Zuiyuan looked at Tan Wenbin in confusion. "Brother Binbin, what are you doing?" Tan Wenbin finally recovered and said with a guilty conscience, learning from you." Li Zuiyuan moved his right hand that was covering his mouth away, his palm was clean, and then he released his left hand, and the dirt fell off. Tan Wenbin's eyes widened. It was dark and his vision was poor, so he couldn't tell the difference between his left and right hands. Yin Meng said beside him, "He was dazzled and thought you were eating dirt, so he ate it with you." Tan Wenbin, you. Li Zuiyuan, water monkeys have the habit of tasting dirt, but this method is too quick and easy, it's not good. Tan Wenbin nodded immediately, yes, I was wrong. Yin Meng changed the subject and asked, "Brother Xiao Yuan, why does it give me a very strange feeling inside? When I first came to Jiangjun Mountain, I found this place, because it is simply a standard water burial site. In ancient times, someone should have chosen this place for water burial." Tan Wenbin asked in confusion, "But a standard place means it is easy to be discovered, right? Shouldn't water burial be about seeking anonymity? Buried here, aren't you waiting to be stolen?" When the emperor built the imperial mausoleum, he generally assumed that his dynasty would last forever, and the dignitaries would also believe that their wealth could be passed down forever, so it was not surprising to build it here. They believed that this place could be guarded for generations. This water burial, should have been excavated by the water monkeys long ago, and the temple built on it was also a suppression measure carried out by the ancients in accordance with tradition in such places. Many small temples by the river, in the mountains, and in non-densely populated areas came from this. Its existence is not to facilitate people to worship and burn incense, but to suppress evil and ensure safety. Therefore, the things enshrined in the temple are often strange and bizarre. Anyway, it only takes the form and does not need to pay attention to details. However, this kind of place also gave birth to another unique feng shui pattern, black and white interweaving, good and evil confronting, the living do not care, and the dead do not enter. Some feng shui masters like this kind of place and will deliberately choose this place to build a Taoist temple or a house. Generally, such a place is called yin-yang joint burial or yin-yang joint living, which combines yin and yang houses together. Yin Meng, then the corpse retrievers in this temple actually took a side door. Every industry has its own contempt chain. Among the corpse retrievers, the water monkeys are at the bottom, and they are almost expelled from the corpse retriever sequence and kicked out to live in a nest with the tomb robbers. Among traditional corpse retrievers, there are those who take the orthodox path and those who take the unconventional path. Although the Yin family has long been in decline, they have always regarded themselves as orthodox. Li Zuiyuan shook his head, "Yin Meng, your family has an old house, right?" "Yes, but it's in the countryside, no one has lived there for a long time, it's quite remote, so I didn't take you there. If nothing unexpected happens, your old house should also be built in this kind of feng shui position, because the job of the corpse collector is to walk the yin and yang and cross the yellow springs frequently. It is most appropriate to choose this kind of land to build your own house." Yin Meng was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect that the side door was actually his. Actually, the old house of the great-grandfather is also built, but the old house of the great-grandfather has been rebuilt, so it is not obvious. Runchen's old house is also the house where the mountain grandfather lives, which can be more easily seen. This kind of house is generally built in the corners where primitive villages gather. There are no neighbors next to it. If there are, they will only be slightly adjacent to one side. It is unlikely that there will be densely surrounded neighbors. However, these are the choices of ordinary corpse collectors. This one in front of us. Li Zuiyuan pointed to the temple in front of him. Being able to settle down on a large water burial site is already considered to be a very good one among our peers. General Mountain has not been developed yet, and this temple is not famous. After careful investigation, even the general statue in the main hall is one of the 4 generals of the Mo family. I don't know which temple gate it was smuggled from. As a result, they still managed to get a protection system and hang a sign. Although the grants and benefits were certainly pitiful, it was still a way to protect the house. The master and apprentice were nominally staff members of this temple, but they just changed into a set of work clothes when the old owner was at home. This set of methods opened Li Zuiyuan's eyes. His grandfather had to go to the police station to get a sign, but he directly hung a public sign at home. I don't know what they are planning, but since all the living people are here tonight and the dead are here too, it should be time to fulfill the plan. They have now closed the door to the Yang house and opened the door to the Yin house. When we enter the temple now, it is not like visiting during the day, but we are really entering the Yin house. In short, be careful when you go in later, as anything weird could happen inside. Tan Wenbin smacked his lips and said, "Fuck, that sounds amazing. If developers choose this kind of place to build houses in the future, wouldn't the owners be able to steal an extra apartment for nothing?" Yin Meng couldn't help rolling his eyes and said, "Living in the Yang house during the day, go back to the Yin house to sleep at night, right? Tan Wenbin, is it not possible?" Yin Meng, which developer would be so stupid? Tan Wenbin retorted, "Brother Liang said that with the great economic development in the future, the real estate will definitely soar. Yang houses are hyped up, so Yin houses can be cheap? I watched Hong Kong dramas on TV, and the cemeteries there are sold at a very high price. Who knows, we will build commercial housing in small cities near big cities in the future to attract people from big cities to buy houses, just to provide an earn. In the community, the living people live and the ashes are placed. Isn't it the kind of yin and yang living together that Brother Xiao Yuan just said?" Yin Meng felt that Tan Wenbin was talking nonsense, but didn't know how to refute. Tan Wenbin showed a smug look on his face. Li Zuiyuan said calmly, "The small city next to the big city is our Nantung, isn't it?" Tan Wenbin. Li Zuiyuan, "Okay, let's go in, the show should have started." Yin Meng was the first to roll in. When she landed, she frowned slightly, leaned over to support herself, and then signaled that it was okay. Li Zuiyuan was the second to come in. When he landed, he clearly felt that the soil was soft. When he stepped on the soles of his shoes, water could seep out from all around. After Tan Wenbin rolled in, he whispered, "Is the Yin house so wet? And it's foggy." It was only separated by a door, but the temple was not only terribly wet, but also foggy. It was hazy and only the figures around him could be seen. Moreover, the fog seemed to be disturbed and continued to gather here, becoming thicker and thicker. "Follow me." Li Zuiyuan reached back with his right hand and grabbed Tan Wenbin's waist, and moved forward with his left hand and grabbed Yin Meng's waist. This grab made Yin Meng shrink a little. "Brother Xiao Yuan." Her waist was sensitive and itchy. In the past, Runzheng was the one who cleared the way. When Runzheng was not around, Yin Meng, who was more capable, would naturally lead the way. Li Zuiyuan had to change his position, grabbing Yin Meng's waistband with his fingertips and resting his knuckles on her back. There was no other way, he needed to use force to guide Yin Meng's direction. And they couldn't hold hands. In the past, the two people who cleared the way and the two people who were left behind had to be on guard with both hands at all times to deal with possible changes. They walked slowly like this and finally walked out of the fog. In front of them was a notice board with ID photos and names. There were 2 regular workers in the first row and 2 temporary workers below. Mao Zetian's name was in the first row, and next to him was a photo of an old man, also surnamed Mao, named Mao Chang'an. Looking back, the thick fog behind them disappeared, and the 3 of them had only walked less than 10 meters from the temple gate, but these 10 meters seemed as long as 100 meters. It seems that the water monkeys who excavated this water burial back then had very good skills. While stealing well, they also preserved the original layout of the water burial to a great extent, which is why the current Yinzai effect is so good. Previously, this kind of ghost fog was a common anti-theft measure in water burials. Yin Meng secretly reached out and pinched her waist. She felt that she was ticklish in the previous situation, which was very embarrassing and inappropriate. Tan Wenbin whispered, "Haha, I think we can order a set of action clothes in the future and wear a bracelet on the waist." Although it was a joke, Yin Meng rarely did not refute. There were lights on in several places in the temple, but the lights were dim and green. "Continue to walk along the corridor, don't go outside. The corridor is a Yangzai building. Although it is definitely not absolutely safe, if you walk casually in an open area, there will be too many changes." Along the corridor, I passed an office with an open window. Looking inside, I found that the area inside was surprisingly spacious. According to common sense, this should be a small office of 3 or 4 square meters, or a reception desk, but now I look inside and see that it is dozens of square meters. Tan Wenbin rubbed his eyes in disbelief, retracted his head to look outside and inside. He had laughed before and said that he could steal a set of area. Now it seems that he was too conservative. How many times the area was stolen? However, the inside is empty, and the roof is flat, with only grooves around. This scene is a bit familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. He remembered that this layout is not like the ear chamber that the 4 people saw when they entered the underground palace. So, the corridor he is walking now is actually the corridor in the tomb? The corridor first passes through the office area, and there is a left turn in the middle, which leads directly to the main hall, where the general statue is located. At this time, the lights there are the brightest, and human voices can be heard faintly. The people who entered the temple earlier should be there. And there is the switch between the yin and yang houses. The last time I came here, I only found that there was a mezzanine under the general statue, but I didn't expect that there was such a kyunkan arrangement. The main reason was that I was afraid of the dead sleeping on the other side, so I didn't go to the yin to check. However, when I walked to the window of the second office, the scene inside was different. Although it was still the same as the first office, small outside and very large inside, this time it was not empty inside, but there was a 6-story staircase with a bed frame on the platform, and an old man was lying on the frame. The old man had red lips and a white face, wearing a shroud, with his hands folded on his abdomen, looking peaceful. The old man was the master of Mao Zetian, Mao Chang'an, who could be seen that day, and the characteristics of a corpse collector could be seen when walking. Is he dead? Next to it was a mourning couplet, signed by his disciple Mao Zetian. Tan Wenbin was surprised and said, the old man was killed by his disciple. How could it be such a coincidence that the old man, who was still in good spirits 2 days ago, died just when he and others were going to settle the account? Combined with the fact that Mao Zetian had come forward and brought everyone into the temple, it was clear that tonight's party was arranged by him, so he killed his master who might get in the way in advance. This main office happened to correspond to the main tomb in the water burial, so from the window, the dead old man looked like he was lying on the bed frame of the main tomb. Li Zuiyuan reached out and grabbed the door handle. He wanted to push the door open and go in to see the dead old man, although he knew that there was no point in doing so, and the main game tonight was over there at the general statue. But he just wanted to take a look. However, just as the door handle turned, the wind around suddenly sounded, as if the dusty tomb was opened, causing bursts of inexplicable broken sounds. This movement forced Li Zuiyuan to let go. A pool of mud accumulated outside the corridor, slowly piled up, and gradually formed the shape of a person. When the mud dispersed, a faceless body was revealed inside. Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin immediately picked up the yellow river shovel and prepared to go up to fight. This was the purpose of their visit tonight. Li Zuiyuan said, "She is far away from us. She can't see us now. Pull the net." Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin immediately pulled out the homecoming net again and covered the three people. Sure enough, although Chu Minmin walked towards this side, she walked very slowly and did not pounce on her to attack like she did in the dance studio. This is caused by the lack of corridors. Even death is restricted in this kind of yin and yang house. Finally, Chu Minmin walked onto the corridor, then immediately rose, stuck to the top of the corridor, and began to shuttle in the corridor at a very fast speed. But because the three of them were covered by the homecoming net, she could not detect the presence of outsiders. Soon she returned to the main hall and sank into it. The alarm was lifted. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Li Zuiyuan hesitated for a moment and looked into the office window again. The old man was motionless. The newly written elegiac couplets beside him seemed to have not yet dried, and the content was even more sincere. Li Zuiyuan did not try to open the door to take a look, but signaled to remove the net. The three continued to walk towards the hall, along the corridor, to the edge of the hall, and then slowly around to the hidden corner at the back, and then stopped to continue observing. There were many small black stone lions around the hall, and bronze swords were hung above them. This was something I didn't see when I came last time. It should be newly taken out and arranged for today. It played a role of isolation, and this isolation was two-way. Unless there was a violent noise like before, the inside would not be able to detect the changes outside. Normally, there were few people here at night, and the arrangement of the yin's eye was enough to block all external interference. However, in Li Zuiyuan's eyes, this arrangement was very forced and casual, as if it completely ignored the special characteristics of the external environment. Through the gaps in the doors and windows, you can only see the green lights inside, and everything else is invisible. If you want to get in, you either break the formation or go in the dark. What's wrong with you? Yin Meng reached out and pushed Tan Wenbin, who was shaking a little. Tan Wenbin suddenly took a breath, as if he was forcing himself to be energetic, and said in a strange way, "I slept all day, but now I feel so sleepy for no reason." At this moment, the light inside suddenly changed color and turned into milky white, with a halo spreading and overflowing. Tan Wenbin's eyelids drooped again involuntarily, and he had to twist his thighs forcefully, but he could no longer control the tears in his eyes that wanted to sleep. "Li Zuiyuan, there is a ceremony going on inside." "Yin Meng, why don't I have this feeling?" Tan Wenbin rubbed his eyes and yawned while saying, "Because you are slow to react." Yin Meng glared at Tan Wenbin and asked, "Brother Xiao Yuan, no matter what they are doing now, isn't this a good opportunity for us? Otherwise, break through the formation and get in." Li Zuiyuan was silent. Yin Meng was right. This was indeed a good opportunity for a sneak attack. Mao Zetian and Ran Kaiyuping didn't talk about morality when they dealt with him before. But Li Zuiyuan looked behind him, then looked in front of him, and shook his head and said, "No, wait a little longer, the dead under the general statue is still sleeping, and the main course has not been served yet, so let's not rush." Yin Meng had no choice but to nod. Tan Wenbin continued to twist his thighs hard, forcing himself not to sleep, because he was actually going to go to the underworld. And what he said to Yin Meng before was right, the reason why she didn't feel it was indeed because of her slowness. In the coffin shop on Fengde Ghost Street, Yin Fuhe went to the underworld at night, and Tan Wenbin was stimulated to prop up the coffin lid, but Yin Meng, who was related to Yin Fuhe, was sleeping soundly. "Go and take a look, I'm also curious about what that guy is planning," Yin Meng, take good care of brother Binbin. As he said that, Li Zuiyuan patted Tan Wenbin on the back. Sleep, don't force yourself this time, come in with me. After getting permission, Tan Wenbin lay directly on Yin Meng's back and closed his eyes. Yin Meng helped him up and wanted to help Li Zuiyuan, but she saw the boy standing there with his hands behind his back, eyes half open, motionless. Apart from anything else, the boy's posture and temperament at this moment really gave her a sense of transcendence, which reminded her of the portraits of ancient ancestors in the family tree. Tan Wenbin had fallen asleep like a dead pig, and Yin Meng curiously stretched out her hand and waved it in front of the boy. Li Zuiyuan, take good care of Binbin, remember to pay attention to the front and back. Brother Xiao Yuan, have you gone in? Yes. What did you see? Li Zuiyuan didn't say anything. Yin Meng knew that he was annoyed by her. When the yin walking was successful, different pictures appeared in Li Zuiyuan's sight, like a door with glowing lights. He understood that Mizu Mountain was conducting a collective yin walking ceremony, and these doors were the memory pictures of those inside. But how did he do it? It would be a big deal if there was a switch for the yin-yang house hidden in the mezzanine below the general statue. This collective yin walking ritual is not easy to arrange, unless he uses other forces, such as the dead man who has been sleeping all the time. Not seeing Tan Wenbin, Li Zuiyuan felt that he should have entered a certain door, that is, someone's memory picture. Li Zuiyuan was not in a hurry to go in and check. For the same memory picture, he read it many times faster than ordinary people, so he looked around and checked the environment first. Here, most of the doors are open, and only 3 doors are still closed. Li Zuiyuan first walked to a closed door, stretched out his hand to open it, and hung inside was a girl's face. Li Zuiyuan had seen this face in the files and the portrait in Sun Hengxia's house. It was Chu Min Min. Why is her face here? Li Zuiyuan closed the door. At this moment, he had to doubt where this environment came from again. He tried to open the second door, but it was closed tightly, as if there was a force inside that was competing with him, and the same was true for the third door. Li Zuiyuan began to walk back and stepped into one of the open and glowing doors. After entering, he saw Ran Kai-upping sitting on a chair. She looked much younger than she is now. Ran Kai-upping was clapping her hands and looking at Chu Min Min, who was dancing for her, with a smile and pride. Chu Min Min's dancing posture was indeed very good, reflecting her excellent talent in dance. Come, let's watch my daughter dance together. Ran Kai-upping took the initiative to wave to Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan shook his head and moved to the right. A black line extended from his feet, forming a picture division. On the left side, there was still the warmth of the mother watching her daughter dancing, and on the right side, there was the heartbreaking depression of Ran Kai-upping crying while holding her daughter's body. Oh, that's all. Li Zuiyuan didn't feel anything at all. He even felt that it was meaningless to watch this memory. He stepped back, left this door, and stepped into the second one. He saw Sun Hengxia, who was sitting at the dining table eating with her son Zhao Junfan. The son was eating with big mouthfuls, and his mother was chattering beside him. Li Zuiyuan noticed that the bowl in front of Zhao Junfan was very large, with a pile of rice in it. On the cabinet behind the picture, there was also a set of training clothes and competition certificates hanging. Come, sit down and eat with my son. Like Ran Kai-upping, Sun Hengxia also invited Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan hesitated for a moment, although it was a waste of time, he still moved a step to the right. In another picture cut out by the same column, Sun Hengxia was kneeling on a futon, next to her was the portrait of her son placed on a bench. She was taking her dead son to kowtow to Chu Min Min, who was enshrined on the high table, to apologize. Li Zuiyuan exited this door and entered another one. This time, there were many people inside, and it was very lively. Many students and police officers were searching in the mountains. Among them, Li Zuiyuan also saw Tan Wenbin. A student next to him said, "Classmate, come and find the murderer with us. Li Zuiyuan ignored him and walked over by himself. When another student passed in front of him, he said the same thing again, classmate, come and find the murderer with us. Li Zuiyuan still ignored him, but it was obvious that Binbin, who was looking for a murderer in front of him, was already immersing in this situational game. Li Zuiyuan could only walk towards Tan Wenbin, who was looking for a murderer with a face full of enthusiasm. He was still muttering, damn, Zhao Junfan, where are you hiding? When he turned around, Tan Wenbin saw Li Zuiyuan. He was stunned for a moment, as if he vaguely realized something was wrong, but still said, classmate, come and join us. Li Zuiyuan raised his hand and slapped Tan Wenbin in the face. Pa, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Tan Wenbin covered his face, and finally a little clarity appeared in his eyes. You are, Xiao Yuan. At the same time, in reality, Yin Meng, who was holding Tan Wenbin, looked at Tan Wenbin's face strangely, which was shifted to the left. She could only reach out to straighten the other person's face. Who knew that just when she was about to touch it, Tan Wenbin's other side of the face suddenly shifted a little. Although the process was difficult to understand, it did return to the right side. Li Zuiyuan raised his hand and slapped him again. Pa! Tan Wenbin covered his face with both hands and said in surprise, Brother Xiao Yuan. This is completely sober. Li Zuiyuan did not deliberately use this method to humiliate Binbin. In fact, in the state of walking in the yin, the 12 methods of the yin family and the Akasiddhagarbha Bodhisattva Sutra that he knew, any move would be torture for Tan Wenbin, and he would be strangled here if he was not careful. Slapping in the face is the lowest damage option under the premise of being effective. Anyway, Binbin can understand and will not misunderstand. Brother Xiao Yuan, I feel like I had a very long dream. I was catching criminals in my dream. Hey, are we out now? Did you solve the problem while I was sleeping? There are so many people, and there are policemen wearing old-fashioned police uniforms. My father used to wear the same uniforms. Brother Binbin, we are still walking in the dark. Oh? Oh. Tan Wenbin finally understood, whose memory is this? Oh, by the way, I just seemed to see Wu Xinhui. I even called him the president. Where is he now? Brother Binbin, watch carefully. I will teach you. Li Zuiyuan took a step to the right, and the black line extended from the bottom of his feet, dividing the picture. The figures of Wu Xinhui and Zhao Junfan appeared in the picture on the other side. Tan Wenbin also moved a step to this side, and he found that he did not come over and was still in the original painting. He started to jump, but did not jump over. He started to run, still in the original painting. Li Zuiyuan reached out and grabbed him. He used the force and finally got through. At this time, Wu Xinhui was holding a dagger in his hand, staring at Zhao Junfan fiercely. No mistakes, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. Zhao Junfan's face was full of panic and confusion. He shouted loudly, I didn't kill him, it was really not me who killed him, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. Wu Xinhui didn't say anything and continued to approach. Zhao Junfan continued to shout, why did you frame me, why did you frame me, why? Wu Xinhui, it would be better if you died, it would be better if you died, no one would know if you died. As he said that, Wu Xinhui rushed forward and stabbed in the air. Zhao Junfan twisted Wu Xinhui's arm with his backhand, snatched the dagger, and restrained Wu Xinhui at the same time. Tan Wenbin couldn't help whispering, Zhao Junfan is quite good. Li Zuiyuan, he won an award for martial arts. In Sun Hongxia's memory, Li Zuiyuan saw the training clothes and the certificate. Stop, Zhao Junfan, you are surrounded, put down your weapons, stop the murder. I didn't kill anyone, I didn't kill anyone, I didn't. Bang! The gun went off. Zhao Junfan was stunned, and Wu Xinhui bumped back. Zhao Junfan lost his balance and slid into the river behind him. In the picture, the policeman who fired the gun was also in a trance, and his body shook slightly. Tan Wenbin said, "Brother Xiao Yuan, Zhao Junfen didn't seem to be shot just now. It was dark, and the other party was holding hostages. What kind of sharpshooter dared to shoot directly at the murderer? The shot just now might have been just a warning shot in a hurry." Wu Xinhui knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, and his face was relieved. The memory scene ended here. Li Zuiyuan took Tan Wenbin out of the door. There was still one door left open and bright, and Li Zuiyuan and Tan Wenbin walked in. In this scene, the young Mao Zetian rescued Zhao Junfen from the river, and they were talking. "The newspaper said that you were shot and fell into the water, and now the police and students are fishing for your body." "I didn't kill anyone, I really didn't kill anyone, it was Wu Xinhui, it was Wu Xinhui." Li Zuiyuan took another step across, and another scene was cut off next to him. In the scene, Mao Zetian found Ran Kaiuping, who had just seen his daughter's body and looked ashen. "Preserve your daughter's body, believe me, I have a way to revive your daughter." The two pictures began to collapse at the same time. "Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with this? It's the end of the ceremony. Then let's go." Instead of rushing, Li Zhanyuan raised his hand, and the picture on both sides began to fast forward. The last picture was that Zhongzhou Mountain smiled and killed Zhao Junfen with his own hands. Ran Kaiuping knelt at the foot of Ji Zetian for his resurrection of his daughter. Immediately, Li Zhanyuan and Tan Wenbin quit the door. He finally glanced at the three-door closed. To be precise, it was the two doors that could not be opened. "Pap!" A loud finger. Li Zhanyuan ended the shade, and his eyes returned to normal. Tan Wenbin also opened his eyes, as if he had just slept, his head hurt. Bang! 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 There were cracks on the little lions on the ground, and the bronze swords hanging on it also fell down at this time, and the isolation formation was scattered. At this time, through the gap, you can see that everyone inside wakes up. He stood in the central government holding Changjiang's Zizhu mountain and sprayed a bite of blood, but his expression showed a strange excitement. "Oh, you see it." In the previous memory screen, the people in the room could see the memory of others, and Li Zhanyuan and Tan Wenbin were later enters, although they were integrated. The words of Zizhu mountain were not actually said to these living people. When he said this, he first looked at the faceless face that was hanging on the top of his head, and looked below the general. Ran Kaiuping rushed to Wu Xinhui madly. "It turned out to be you killed my daughter, you killed my daughter." Wu Xinhui worked hard to push her away, but the woman was disregarding everything. Even if he was a mature man, he could not break away. "You are a beast, you return my daughter's life, and you return my daughter's life." Wu Xinhui shouted, "I didn't kill her, I didn't kill her." Zhu Hongyu and Lu Xinye next to them immediately stepped forward to help Wu Xinhui push away Ran Kaiuping. "You are a beast, you still don't admit it until now, I fight with you, I fight with you." When Ran Kaiuping rushed up again, Wu Xinhui simply held her neck and threw her on the ground. Zhu Hongyu and Lu Xinye also came to help her hold her. "I didn't kill her, I really didn't kill her." Wu Xinhui turned his head to look at Lao Zetian. "What poison did you give us, or a dream medicine?" "I didn't kill Chu Minmin, not me." On the other side, Sun Hongxia was stunned for a long time. She looked at Wu Xinhui first, and then looked at Luozhu Mountain. She took her son's legacy for so many years. She had been atonement for so many years. It turned out that her son was really wronged? She regretted why she didn't choose to believe in her son. "It's you killed my son." Sun Hongxia rushed towards Zizhu Mountain, and smiled at the corner of the mouth of Zizhu Mountain. On the top, Chu Minmin fell, stretched out a hand, grabbed Sun Hongxia's neck, and could not break free from how Sun Hongxia struggled. Ran Kaiuping had been pressed by those three people. When she turned her head, she saw this scene, and immediately shouted, "Min Min, Kill him, he is the murderer who kills you. But the daughter who has always been obedient is indifferent at this time. Zhu Mountain smiled and said, go. Bang! Sun Hongxia was thrown out by Chu Minmin and hit the general below. Immediately after, Chu Minmin rushed towards Wu Xinhui. Ghost! Chu Minmin! Wu Xinhui, Zhu Hongyu, and Lu Xinye were scared to immediately let go of Ran Kaiuping back. Ran Kaiuping showed an angry expression on her face. She was going to get up, but the next moment, one hand, but through her chest hole. She dared not turn her head on her side, and it was a faceless face, but she always knew that this was her daughter. Min, why? Ran Kaiuping's blood began to recycle quickly, and Chu Minmin was inhaled into his body. Ah! Zhu Hongyu and Lu Xinye screamed. This scene is really too bloody. Immediately afterwards, the generals collapsed backwards at this moment. Boom! After the sound of sound, a bronze door appeared below. There was a pool of water on the door, and the corpse lying in the water sat down slowly. Zhao Junfen. Sun Hongxia looked up at Zhao Junfen and murmured, Son, are you alive? Mom is sorry for you, mother shouldn't believe you, mother. Zhao Junfen bent down and bit Sun Hongxia's neck in one bite. Sun Hongxia began to twitch and couldn't make a sound. Immediately, Zhao Junfen shook his head, and Sun Hongxia's body was thrown out. His face was all the blood of Sun Hongxia. On the other side, Chu Minmin pulled back her arm, Ran Kaiuping fell suddenly, and her arm was also the blood of Ran Kaiuping. Run! Wu Xinhui shouted and was ready to go. For ordinary people, this scene can be regarded as the terrible imagination of the nightmare. Oh! La Zushan laughed. Chu Minmin appeared in front of the three of Wu Xinhui and blocked the road. Zhao Junfen stood behind and stopped the retreat. Immediately afterwards, the Zuzhu mountain bounced a finger, the upper side of the mirror stood up, and the long paintings fell on both sides, forming a ghostly hitting wall formation. This is actually very simple, but it is enough to make the three people inside unable to run out. Ah! Zhu Hongyu screamed holding his head. Wu Xinhui knelt down and hoed his head, I give you money, I give you everything, let me go, let me go. Outside, Tan Wenbin, who was on the windows, looked at Li Zhanyuan, who was impatiently and asked. Xiao Yuan, which one is this play? Li Zhanyuan, he is sacrificing. Yin and Yang accompanies life and death. Tan Wenbin was shocked. Obviously, he read the book, remember this content. There is a record in Wei Zhendao's monster records of the rivers and lakes, men and women died, each occupied yin and yang, and the day of choosing good taboos. This record is very impressive, not because of the name of the dead and this horrible refining method, but because Wei Zhendao obviously used a very vague approach in the follow-up introduction of this deadly fall. He drew a picture with a throne in the center of the picture. He couldn't see what sect, but on both sides of the throne, there was a pair of children and women. The ending is, the yin and yang accompanied by the yin and yang of a certain ancestral gate and the death of the whole sect, and then destroyed it. This is a hint. It cannot be clearly said that because it is likely that some right masters, they like to practice this kind of death. The boys and girls in many myths and stories. The prototype may not be so cute. But one thing can be convinced that it can make Wei Zhendao taboo for the right Tao, which definitely means the deep interest drive, so that those people who are the right Taoist do not hesitate to be ignorant, and then associate which are the standard for boys and girls under the seats of the nobles. Essence. It can only be said that it is a lunatic. Like the Beijia town below the river, the group of people in Beijia town is to pursue the crazy as a dream. Right now, the active blood has passed, and the next step is to revenge and blood. Tan Wenbin wondered, Xiao Yuan, Chu Minmin was killed by Wu Xinhui, but Zhao Junfen killed him by Zhizu mountain himself. Li Zhanyuan, avenge. Avenged blood. Tan Wenbin's face was full of horror. So, he killed his father and sacrificed his father. Li Zhanyuan, his father has not died in Chang'an. Yin Meng heard the words, and then understood why Xiao Yuan had to try to open the door of the office, and why he had to tell himself many times to pay attention to the front and back. It turned out that the teenager saw that Chang'an, who was lying in the main tomb, was actually alive. It is really alive, the kill is early, how can you sacrifice, and you have to kill in the mouth of the pattern that draws the pattern, and at the same time, it is effective to kill during the blood fragrance. At this time, Zhizu Mountain took out 2 men and women from his arms, and the puppet tied a line with a needle. The back of the doll had been immersed in blood, leaving only the front. Chu Zishan grabbed the woman and waved gently. Chu Minmin immediately rushed out of the hall. The 3 Li Qianjiayuan's 3 people had to worry about being found on the corner of the back. San perceive, the remaining 6th sense or something, is not allowed here. Soon, Chu Minmin returned with Sun Chang'an. The 2 enemies were ready. Ji Zishan sighed and looked at his old father and master, and seemed to have a lot of father and son. He raised the woman first and pointed at Wu Xinhui. Chu Minmin leaned Chang'an on the pillar, and turned to Wu Xinhui. Seeing this, Wu Xinhui screamed in horror, "No, no, no, don't kill me, don't kill me!" Ah! Click! Chu Minmin broke Wu Xinhui's neck with a bite. Well! The Zhizu Mountain first sighed, and then revealing the expectation, and fingertips the needle on the men's puppet. At this moment, Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes and cursed. Brute! The Zhizu Mountain is incredible, how can you wake up? I obviously gave you enough medicine. Chang'an began to struggle, and his life clothes were ruptured, but in the Shaoyi, he was tied to an iron chain and tied a large copper lock. Obviously, his son made double defense in advance. You beast! I raised you so much. I have educated you for so long. You dare to carry this hurting thing about the harm of the heavens, so don't you be afraid of being condemned. Old things, when the book was obviously moved here when I was a kid, I picked it out from below. You actually sealed it to not let me practice. I am your son and your apprentice. I practice. That's a bad book, all of which are evil methods on it, not what we can touch. I didn't dare to see it myself or dare to practice. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the place you hidden was found by me. I started practicing 8 years ago. The book was recorded in that book that yin and yang accompanied the life and death, and I could enter the heavenly gate. What to be a corpse here? Zishan, you have a magic disease, you have to look back now, but you still have time, really, look back, surrender yourself, and redeem the sin you committed. I'm almost successful, haha, now turning back. God is watching you. Doing such a thing will definitely be of bad luck, and you must not die. Come, let me see, where is it? Old things, I have been bluffed by your set of rhetoric to the present. Now, you go where you should go. Sinzi, evil, you dare to. Tong Zishan glanced at the last fragrant incense in front of him, and said. The incense is finished, and I must complete all the ceremony processes before the incense. So, Dad, you go, after you die, I will drop your pot. Outside, Tan Wenbin grabbed Li Zhanyuan's arm, and Yin Meng was ready to rush in when Li Zhanyuan was just waiting. Xiao Yuan, go in and save the old man. In the eyes of the two, it is the most suitable time for hands. Li Zhanyuan did not order, but said quietly, the old man said, so familiar. Ah! Tan Wenbin didn't understand what Xiao Yuan said at this time. Yin Meng also made an puzzled gaze. Isn't he shot at this time? Inside the house, Zhangju Mountain raised the men's puppet, and Zhao Junfan also walked towards Chang'an. You are a counterattack, I want to do it for heaven. As soon as the words fell, although Chang'an was restrained, his hands turned with both hands, and the 2 thick silver needles appeared in his hands, and the silver needle tail ended. OM! OM! The 2 silver needles popped up from the fingertips. A thorn with the wrist of Zhizu Mountain, he whispered, his fingers spasmodically opened, the man in his hand fell, and the other was just piercing the man's even on the man, and then he pulled back. In your hand. You actually practice. A needle on the puppet on Chang'an thumb. Zhao Junfan's eyes were red, and he rushed towards the Zushan mountain like a beast. He did not even have time to make a scream, and was killed. Chang'an holding the needle and fiddling with the copper lock. Click! The copper lock opened quickly, he took a step forward, and fell off the chain itself. Immediately afterwards, Chang'an glanced at a corpse on the ground, suddenly knelt on the ground, and began to cry. Woohoo! I didn't teach you well, let you do such a big thing, I'm sorry for your mother, I'm sorry for heaven. Tears were crying, and the liver and intestine were broken. Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng who peeked outside subconsciously spit, this old man, so fierce. At this time, the 2 gradually came back. The old man was a little bit thoughtful. Why didn't he shoot earlier? Li Zhanyuan looked calm and was not surprised at all. There is no way. It is the set of rhetoric after the old man opened his eyes. He often said that it was too familiar to the taste of the heavens. He was killed by his son, and the sin was made by his son. He was covered in the drum all the way, and finally shot his son, just because of legitimate defense. See, he was innocent throughout the process, but he could eventually fall into a ritual. Listening to the words before the death of Zhizu Mountain, it seemed that when they chose to settle here many years ago, the young Zhizu Mountain picked up a book here, and then handed it over to the Chang'an. This book should be left in this place of water burial. I don't know if the book has a bewilder of people's hearts, or the things recorded above make their father and son move, but it is clear that when the father is a higher plan than his son. Seeing the deep affection of the father and son in front of him, Li Zhanyuan suddenly felt like he and Li Lan's mother and child relationship were not so bad. When he and Li Lan just met each other's skin, they really dug the lungs. Sure enough, happiness is compared. Li Zhanyuan looked in, whispered, okay, don't cry, the incense is almost burned out. Chang'an's tears stopped abruptly, and he immediately stood up and walked over and picked up another woman. This kind of harmful thing is naturally to be responsible for the suppression of the control, so as not to be the world. Chang'an will overcome 2 dolls together. Zhao Junfan and Chu Minmin also stood together at this time. Chang'an began to read the curse, grabbed the bloody ash, sprinkled it on the 2 puppets, and then put the doll in front of the fire candle to ignite it. However, Zhao Junfan and Chu Minmin were just standing together, but there was no other changes. No, according to the book, they should be printed with each other, yin and yang, accompanied by life, and relieved. With the continuous burning of the puppet, Zhao Junfan and Chu Minmin's eyes gradually became red, showing a trend that would be out of control. No, how can this, impossible, impossible, fail? Chang'an looked back subconsciously and glanced at his son. No, he paid such a big price, how could he allow failure? Where is something wrong, where is something wrong? Chang'an immediately picked up the 2 puppets that burned half of them, and separated the 2 puppets regardless of the burning of the fire. He was surprised to find that the man was red on both sides, and the woman puppet only red back, and it was still in front. This means that Chu Minmin has not completed revenge. No, what's the matter? Chang'an immediately ran to Wu Xinhui's body, her neck was broken, and her head and body were separated. This was died. Why isn't the revenge not completed, isn't Chu Minmin who killed it? Chang'an roared and looked at Lu Xinye and Zhu Hongyu, who was still curled up in the corner, and they were scared a little stupid. Isn't he killed, or you, treacherous? Killing Chu Minmin. He has forgotten it, and he is pointing with 2 women. Lu Xinye, not me, not us, we have not killed, we really haven't killed. Zhu Hongyu, it has nothing to do with us, it was not we killed, nor was Wu Xinhui killed. That night, the three of us were together. Lu Xinye pointed at Zhu Hongyu. She said she saw Zhao Junfen running out of the toilet. Zhu Hongyu pointed at Lu Xinye and screamed, "You are talking nonsense, it's not me who said that, it's you who said that you saw Zhao Junfen running out of the toilet." The two women blamed each other, and finally pointed at Wu Xinhui, who was lying on the ground with his head and body separated. Wu Xinhui said he saw Zhao Junfen running out of the toilet. Mao Chang'an roared, "But he is not the murderer who killed Chu Minmin. We didn't actually see anyone. We saw Chu Minmin being killed when we went to the toilet. Yes, we didn't see the murderer at all." Mao Chang'an roared, "Then why did you say that you saw Zhao Junfen killing her? Who knew that Zhao Junfen would not cooperate with the arrest and died? The three of us just wanted to provide the police with a clue for fun." Chapter 82. Just provide a clue for fun. Outside the door and window, Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng looked at each other in disbelief. How can such a thing be so casual, and how can it be classified as a game? Don't they know that doing so will ruin the life of a peer? Tan Wenbin remembered the scene he saw in Wu Xinhui's memory. When the two confronted each other, they had such a conversation. "Why do you want to frame me? Why do you want to frame me? Why? It would be better if you died, it would be better if you died, no one would know if you died." So, Wu Xinhui was so brave to chase the fleeing Zhao Junfen with a dagger, not because he was the murderer, but to make this joke round? How did such an incredible behavioral logic and motivation come about? Tan Wenbin whispered, "I don't understand." Inside the house, Mao Chang'an's hideous laughter came. "Ha ha 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 ha." Obviously, the person who is most incomprehensible and the most difficult to accept now is him. He spent a lot of effort, planning step by step, pretending not to know and keeping an eye on the progress, and even sacrificed his own son for this, but in the end, it turned out to be such a result. "Please, let us go, we can give you whatever you want." Yes, let us go, we won't tell anyone about what happened today, we must keep it secret." Mao Chang'an's laughter stopped. He now wanted to torture the two people in front of him, but unfortunately, Wu Xinhui died too easily, which was a bargain for him. However, Mao Chang'an just raised his hand and stopped when the silver needle appeared again on his fingertips. Outside the window, Li Zuiyuan, who noticed this detail, condensed his eyes slightly. The old man is a ruthless character. Even if the plan collapsed and failed, even if he was so angry, he was still afraid of the way of heaven and suppressed his impulse and didn't take action. He really loves himself. At this time, the blood fragrance has burned out. The bright array patterns originally painted on the floor tiles of the hall instantly turned into peeling paint. Zhao Junfen and Chu Minmin, who were standing side by side, began to shake, and strands of liquid continued to overflow from them. Because the puppets were damaged, they were out of control. Mao Chang'an waved his hand and said earnestly, "You are innocent people, run quickly, and be careful." "Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you." Zhu Hongyu and Lu Xinye stood up and began to run away as if they had been pardoned, but the maze array set up when Mao Zetian was still alive was still there. The two of them circled in place for a long time, but still could not run out of the hall gate. This simple array could be broken by Mao Chang'an with a raise of his hand, but he did not do so. He covered his face, sobbed and cried about his dead son and the tragic situation here, while walking out of the hall, and knelt down with a thump, continuing to confess to the heavens. Obviously, he would not let the two women go, but he did not want to dirty his hands. Zhao Junfen and Chu Minmin stopped shaking, and the strong smell of death emanated from them. Zhao Junfen's smell was stronger, while Chu Minmin's smell was shallower, probably because the latter had just suffered a serious injury recently. The two dead men instinctively looked at the two women who were still running in the house, and walked towards them step by step. Zhu Hongyu and Lu Xinye screamed and retreated. Their backs were almost pressed against the door panel, very close to the position where Li Zuiyuan and the other two were hiding and peeking inside. The expressions on Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng's faces changed slightly, because they only needed to show their faces to save the two people. But the two were obviously unwilling to do so. Not only did no one try to consult Xiao Yuan behind them, but one turned his face away and the other simply lowered his head. Tan Wenbin, did you see the two murderers about to kill someone? Yin Meng understood and immediately replied, no. Tan Wenbin hesitated for a moment, felt that this statement was not good, and changed his words and asked again. Did you just see Zhu Hongyu and Lu Xinyu run out of the hall? I saw them, they just ran out. That's great, they escaped and are safe. Yes, I'm so glad for them. When people do something that violates public order and good customs, they often find a way out for themselves. The purpose of doing so is to make themselves feel free of burden and not fall into internal consumption. Many people died in the house tonight. They watched the show outside the whole time. If they had acted earlier, most of the people inside might not have died, but why did they act? Ran Kaiuping and Sun Hongxia had attacked themselves and others, and Runzheng is still lying in bed recovering from his injuries. Mao Zetian deserved to die, and his father and master didn't care. As for Wu Xinhui and the other three, it seemed like no one would be blind. After this treatment, Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng both breathed a sigh of relief, and their thoughts became clear. Even the two screams coming from the house did not make them feel unbearable and guilty. Li Zuiyuan stood behind and witnessed the inner drama of the two. Anyway, apart from the explanation of the way of heaven, he did not have this process in his heart at all. Everyone in the house died. Mao Chang'an stood up and walked into the house while wiping his tears. His expression was first stunned, then unbearable, and finally angry. Two evil creatures, dare to kill living beings under my nose. Tan Wenbin couldn't help but sigh, it's worthy of being an old actor. Yin Meng echoed, really dedicated. Li Zhanyuan made a class summary, remember to learn, and then give the following notes to Runzheng, don't let him go to his homework. Every time the adventure involved is a valuable experience. Yin Meng is worse than Tan Wenbin in terms of cooperation, and always says some unsuitable nonsense, also because she has been calm since she joined the team to Nantung, and lacks the running in this team. Binbin is much more nonsense than her. Chang'an was ready to clear the field, the planning failed, and his son and apprentice died, but life had to continue. Zhao Junfan and Chu Minmin walked towards him, apparently, he wanted to do it at him. He bent his waist and picked up the two damaged puppets on the ground. He died in the face of the two ends of the step by step. He did not panic. Retain the thread on the ground. Li Zhanyuan turned, walked out of the hiding place, went straight to the door, looked at Chang'an, and said, "Good evening." Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng did not understand why Xiao Yuan had to choose to appear at this time. First, let Sun Chang'an solve the two ends. Is it not good to come forward to solve the old man again? This is also more in line with the previous plan of the three, but it can be solved from the first solution to the old man to one old man. But I did NT understand that I did NT understand. The two still came to Li Zhanyuan's side quickly, holding the yellow river shovel, and guarding one left and right. Chang'an held two fixed puppets, drew his fingers, and stopped on both ends. He stopped his footsteps, his fingertips tone again, his two-ended fell to the door, facing the door. Immediately, Ji Chang'an stretched out 3 fingers in his left hand, and his right arm was screwed. After some crosses, he finally came up and down. Chang'an, the ancestor was inserted into Jinling Qinhua Wharf. I wonder which pier the little brother is sitting. When you meet with him, the most old-fashioned is actually afraid, first, the bottom, also to avoid friction as much as possible. There is no way. There are fewer people in this line of housekeeping skills in this line, and they really tear up their faces. That is really no one life. At this time, if you mention the sitting in the wharf, it is intentionally inserted. Li Zhanyuan's hands inserted their pockets, but too lazy to return to gift, but said straightforwardly. I am not sitting in the dock, I worshipped Lu Jialong King. Chang'an's expression was stagnant, the panic was visible to the naked eye, and even the whole person took back several steps in a row, anxiously explained. I taught my son to have no square, causing my son to go astray and bruise so tragedy. Now I have gone to destroy my relatives, clean up the endgame, and please learn from it. He was scared. But his fear was different from the shock of Yinfuhe when he was reported to the door of Ghost Street in Fengdu. Yinfuhe is a small county for generations. It is just a rumor and hearing about the things on the river. However, there is a way to get the brand of the Cultural Relics Protection Unit to hang in front of his house. What he was afraid is not the prestige of the Lu family in the past, but now. This could not help reminding Li Zhanyuan's speakers who had been to Nantung. It seems that even after walking after the Ding family dinner in the mountain city, Grandma Lu also hid himself and did not lie to herself, but did not finish the truth. Li Zhanyuan pointed to the two puppets held in Chang'an's hand and asked, "Can you throw one over and show me?" Chang'an hesitated. "Alas, maybe it is really thrown to yourself?" Li Zhanyuan continued, "Let's close it, it's all our people outside. Although it is clear, unless Runzhung is discharged with a hanging bottle, there is absolutely no one outside." However, Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng still raised their chests with their own idiots, especially Tan Wenbin, and there was a disdainful smile on the corner of her mouth. "You please." Chang'an threw the female doll to Li Zhanyuan. The above was all needles. Li Zhanyuan didn't pick it up. Yin Meng took a flowering hand, first unloaded his head, and then caught the trend, and handed it to Li Zhanyuan. Chang'an said, "What happened here? I can do a full explanation, it is." Li Zhanyuan nodded while looking at the doll, "Rest assured, we will not be wronged with a good person, and we will not let go of a bad person." The teenager was determined that the old man in front of him used himself as a person like Yushu. It seems that Uncle Qin should not choose a place to live in a place after leaving the grandfather's house. He had something to do. After the inspection, Li Zhanyuan threw the woman even to the ground at will. While landing, the needle was touched, and Chu Minmin made several weird postures in a row. Chang'an doubted, "You are?" Li Zhanyuan pointed to Zhao Junfan, "He is actually not controlled by your doll, he is installed from beginning to end." Chang'an was surprised. "What? How is this possible?" "Believe it or not, I just didn't come out. Do you want to use this puppet to control them to solve themselves, and complete the last step of the dead corpse destruction? You will die, he is actually waiting for this opportunity." As soon as the words fell, Zhao Junfan rushed towards Chang'an. Chang'an rolled embarrassed sideways and was avoided. He quickly fiddled with the men's puppet with his fingertips, but he had no effect. Zhao Junfan rotated in the air, rushed again, opened his mouth, and spit bleeding in his mouth. Seeing this, he had to throw out the puppet and avoid it again, but this time his right arm was swept by the red mist. Not only did his clothes break, his arm was burned a layer. Why is this? It was not only Mao Chang'an who did not understand the situation, but also Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng. However, the two of them continued to frown. No matter how confused Tan Wenbin was, he still forced out an expression of "See, that's it." At this time, Chu Minmin was covered with a layer of mud and rushed towards Mao Chang'an from behind. Mao Chang'an once again turned sideways, took out a silver needle from his hand, stabbed Chu Minmin, and then pulled along the silk thread for a while, closing the distance between the two sides, and kicked sideways. Bang! Chu Minmin, who had been seriously injured, was kicked to the ground. Just as Mao Chang'an was about to ride on and cut off Chu Minmin's head with the silver thread, Zhao Junfan appeared, and Mao Chang'an had to give up first and retreat quickly. While retreating, he was still shouting, "Please help me surrender and die." Li Zuiyuan clapped his hands, "You continue, we won't disturb you." After saying that, he retreated. "You! Mao Chang'an's eyes were red with anger, and at this moment he finally reacted, "You are not from the Dragon King's family." Li Zuiyuan ignored him and continued to retreat. Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin also retreated with him. After the three retreated to a safe distance, they stopped to watch the show. Tan Wenbin couldn't help asking again, "Brother Xiao Yuan. That night in the dance studio, I tried to control Chu Min Min, but found that she was controlled by another consciousness, a ghost. When I saw Mao Zetian use the puppet to control the two dead bodies, I was confused. It's not that this kind of evil magic can't control the dead. But I don't think I can't compete with even a puppet." That night, Li Zuiyuan was just one step away from completely controlling Chu Min Min, but the consciousness in Chu Min Min's body was extremely tenacious and fought against him desperately. But the puppet is a dead object, where does the consciousness of resistance come from? So, the one who controlled Chu Min Min was definitely another existence. Mao Zetian and Mao Chang'an both practiced the evil book and used puppets to control corpses, which means that the one who really controlled Chu Min Min was not them. Almost everyone in the house was dead. Using the process of elimination, no matter how unlikely it was, that was the final answer. The one who had been controlling Chu Min Min was Zhao Junfan. "Brother Binbin, do you still remember the memory scene you saw when you were walking in the underworld?" "I remember." "Have you noticed that Wu Xinhui's memory scene is very confusing?" "Ah, yes, Wu Xinhui is obviously not the murderer, but that part gives people the feeling that he is the murderer who deliberately came to kill people to silence them. It is obvious that the memory scene can be adjusted earlier. For example, Wu Xinhui and the other two did not really see the murderer, and the truth can be easily revealed, but this part was deliberately not cut out. In addition, there are many doors there, and 3 doors are closed. One door can be opened, and Chu Min Min's face is inside. The other 2 doors cannot be opened. Since there is Chu Min Min, there should also be Zhao Junfan's, but Zhao Junfan's memory is closed. What about the other door? I originally thought it was Mao Chang'an's. After all, he is not dead and is also in this game. Now I think it may not be. It should be something deeper that resides in Zhao Junfan's body, such as the book they talked about. Can a book do this? Some things are very evil. Did Runs Hung tell you that there is a copper coin buried in the grave in Qigong? Even if I left home to go to college, I didn't take it. It's not that I forgot, but I'm really not sure to touch it now. If you get that thing in your hand, you will get Tai Sui if you are not careful, like an infectious disease. So, now it seems that Mao Chang'an is not the aureole. Well, the mantis stalks the cicada, and a chain of food follows behind it. Brother Xiao Yuan, you deliberately went out just now, do you want them to kill each other first? What else? We are here to clean up the mess. The old man is the mastermind and should be dealt with. Since it has been proved that it is not the puppet that is really controlling Chu Min Min but Zhao Junfan, then Zhao Junfan also has a grudge against us. They are all targets to be dealt with. How can we let the old man be ambushed and killed like this? Let them bite each other and bleed first, wouldn't it save us trouble? Tan Wenbin, brother, if you feel tired and overwhelmed one day, I will help you pretend for a while. Yin Meng asked at this time, what is the ultimate purpose of all this? Yin Yang in life and death, how can it be so easy to refine it? According to Wei Zhendao, only those famous and upright sects have the foundation to try to make this thing. 2 corpse retrievers, or sitting on the dock, how can they make such a scene? Yin Meng looked a little sad. Her family also sat on the dock. No, after her grandfather died, she came to Nantung, and her Yin family didn't even have a dock. I suspect that there is something wrong with the record in the book that they got. It is probably the same as your Yin family's 12 methods, a simplified version that makes people feel that it can be easily mastered. Yin Meng felt that her chest was hit again. As for the ultimate goal, although it's a bit absurd, I guess it's relatively limited. It wants to have a carrier and regain its freedom at the same time. Tan Wenbin, the old man seems to be dying. Inside the house, Mao Chang'an tried to escape several times, but was intercepted by Zhao Junfan and Chu Minmin, as if they wanted to keep him here at all costs. Zhao Junfan, since you are not controlled and have consciousness, you should know that even if you kill me, you will have to face those 3 people when you go out later. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Those 3 people may have come a long time ago. They haven't left yet. They just want us to kill them first so that we can clean up the situation. If you want to take Chu Minmin with you, I won't stop you. You 2 can go now. It's up to you whether you poison the living beings to vent your resentment or escape into the river or the sea. Zhao Junfan, let's join forces first and deal with the 3 people outside. Then we can decide whether to live or die. This way, we won't be taken advantage of by outsiders. Tan Wenbin, the old man is a little bit unpretentious. Yin Meng curled her lips, so shameless. Tan Wenbin, but Zhao Junfan and Chu Minmin seem to be staring at him and want to kill him. Are they so bitter and vengeful? Death is not the person in life. Zhao Junfan killed Ran Kaiuping and Sun Hongxia under the premise that he can control himself and Chu Minmin, which proves that he has long been out of the original identity bondage. Under this premise, if he is really wise, it seems that he should consider the old man's proposal. Li Zuiyuan, the book is on the old man. Mao Chang'an was really forced into a corner. He had many wounds and blood on his body. If he didn't fight hard, he would really lose his life here. He pierced his palms with his 2 thumb nails, opened bloody wounds, and then pulled out 2 red lines from them. The red lines were propped up, and he exerted force on his waist and bounced forward. Just at this time, Zhao Junfan rushed over and spit out red mist from his mouth again, but when the red mist touched the red line that popped out, it made a sizzling sound. Not only did it disperse by itself, but it also didn't block the red line at all. The red line bounced on Zhao Junfan, like an ink fountain, leaving a red mark on Zhao Junfan's chest, and then quickly melted. Bang! Zhao Junfan was bounced out, his body twisted, and the part of his body that was stained with red lines began to fall off. Chu Minmin appeared behind Mao Chang'an and stabbed with both arms. Mao Chang'an shrank back, and did not choose to dodge, but leaned back, and his shoulder hit Chu Minmin hard. As Chu Minmin retreated, the mud on his body quickly stuck to Mao Chang'an, and poured into his wounds. Ah! Mao Chang'an screamed, but his arms still wrapped around Chu Minmin's neck, and then he exerted all his strength. Puff! Chu Minmin's head was cut off. The headless corpse stepped back a few steps, stretched out his arms, pus gushed out from the incision on his neck, black air overflowed, and resentment began to dissipate. Fuck, the old man is so strong. Tan Wenbin swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Without Brother Xiaowen's backup, Yin Meng and I really can't beat him. How did the red line come out of his body? Yin Meng, he kept it in his body and used it as tendons. So cruel, Meng, do you know this? No, I heard my grandfather mention it when I was a child. This set of things doesn't look like the right way at all. When Li Zuiyuan heard this, he couldn't help but think of the bloody gills that appeared on Uncle Qin's body before he went down the river. In fact, the right way is bloody. After dealing with Chu Minmin, Mao Chang'an used the red line to force Zhao Junfan back continuously, but every time he wanted to take this opportunity to get away, Zhao Junfan stuck to him again, like a maggot on the tarsal bone. But this also gave Mao Chang'an a chance. He pretended to leave the hall again. When Zhao Junfan rushed over again, he kicked his feet, jumped back, and sat directly on Zhao Junfan. He pressed his arms down, and the red line pulled towards Zhao Junfan's neck. Zhao Junfan raised his arms and stabbed Mao Chang'an's thighs. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spit out red mist crazily. Die for me, die for me, die for me. Mao Chang'an didn't care and risked everything. Puff! Zhao Junfan's head was also cut off and rolled on the ground for several circles. Hoo! 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 Mao Chang'an was covered in blood, like a bloody man, limping towards the door. Facing the three people standing outside the house, he smiled. Against the backdrop of blood stains, his teeth were very white. The red line in his hand had broken, and the skin and flesh from his face to his arms and legs were obviously loose, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. But he still didn't give up. Knowing that he didn't have the strength to fight anymore, he said, "You set the conditions, just give me a chance to live." Li Zuiyuan shook his head, "You have to die." "Why? I have no grudge against you." Li Zuiyuan replied seriously, "If I don't kill you, the three of us will come here tonight and do nothing, which will make us look stupid." Mao Chang'an. Tan Wenbin echoed, "Yes, yes, it's true that the show is exciting and beautiful when we come out late at night, but we have to do something so that we can feel involved." Mao Chang'an, "My every move is in accordance with the rules. If you kill me, aren't you afraid of God's punishment?" Tan Wenbin pointed at the three of them and said, "It's okay. If we divide it among the three of us, there shouldn't be much left after averaging it out." Li Zuiyuan, "Without my previous reminder, you would have died in Zhao Junfan's sneak attack, so your life belongs to me." Yin Meng looked at Tan Wenbin, "The difference in brains." Mao Chang'an slumped to the ground with a plop. He took out a piece of talisman paper and ignited it with his fingertips. No mistake, one sentence, one content, one book, one bar. He could barely walk now. If he didn't stop the bleeding, excessive blood loss could lead to his death, so he knew very well that he had no chance of escape. Selfish people are not only very afraid of death, but also afraid that others will take advantage of them. The talisman he just ignited is the key to the house. The moment the talisman paper burned, the wind in the temple changed its taste. The original yin and yang pattern began to rub and collide, and a strong yin energy overflowed from the bronze door under the general statue. Groups of green ghost fire rose in the air, and lines of fire appeared on the ground. "My things, no one of you can take them away, no one can." The fire began to appear, and it was ignited without dead ends, and soon it spread from everywhere. "Yin Meng, brother Xiao Yuan, I'll kill him, and then we'll leave. Let's go." Li Zuiyuan turned around and ran out directly. Yin Meng didn't understand. Wouldn't it be stupid if he didn't kill someone? And although the fire started at this time, it was not yet extremely critical. He would have time to run away after killing someone. Tan Wenbin had already caught up. Seeing this, Yin Meng glanced at Mao Chang'an who was sitting there, and ran out with him. "He he." Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, Mao Chang'an laughed, and then looked at the flames burning around him. His face showed loneliness. Reaching out, he took out a book with a white cover and a black background from his arms. Looking down, looking at the cover of the book, hatred flashed in his eyes. He knew that if it weren't for this book, he and his son would still live a peaceful life, pass on the family tradition, maintain peace in one place, and prevent death from causing trouble in the world, and not disgrace the ancestors. It was because of its appearance that changed everything, and it was all caused by it. But soon, greed and attachment appeared in Mao Chang'an's eyes again. He loved this book, and loved it to the bottom of his heart. Hearing the truth in the morning, he can die in the evening. Ordinary corpse recoverers sitting on the dock, where can they get the real profound inheritance? It was this book that made him see the real excitement. It turned out that this world could still have such possibilities. "Zushan, my good son, my good disciple, you feel the same as I do. What does it matter if you lose your life to see the scenery of that world? We just failed, not succeeded. How many people can succeed in history? After all, we, father and son, have seen more than others and our ancestors." The cold wind blew, and the first page was opened. It was blank. Mao Chang'an was stunned. He immediately turned to the second page, blank, and then to the third page, blank. He continued to turn, all blank. The book is real. He remembers the touch of this paper, but the method of refining yin and yang accompanied by life and death, the method of controlling corpses with needle puppets, how come they are gone? No, 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 no. Mao Chang'an kept turning the pages. He could accept failure, he could accept his own son as the price of failure, but he could not accept that this was just a scam from beginning to end. The method of refining yin-yang with life and death it gave was not real. This book teased himself and his son. He and his son had completely become the playthings of this book. It can't be like this, it can't be like this, please, please, release the words, even if it is wrong, even if it is fake, please, give me some words, give me some words. Suddenly, the headless Zhao Junfen in the hall slowly stood up. Mao Chang'an heard the movement and looked back. Zhao Junfen's clothes fell off, and the flesh on his chest also fell off a lot because of the red line sweeping it before, but in the depths of the bloody flesh, there was a woman's face, slowly squirming. It was Chu Minmin's face. The headless Zhao Junfen walked in front of Mao Chang'an, stretched out his hand, grabbed Mao Chang'an's head, and kept exerting force. Ah! Bang! The head exploded, and red and white splashed all over the ground. Zhao Junfen bent down and picked up the book with a white cover and black background. There was a lot of dirt on it, but it disappeared in an instant as if it was absorbed. The woman's face on the chest opened her mouth and the book was bitten by the woman. A pool of mud appeared around Zhao Junfen, wrapping him up. Before the fire burned here, he moved out along the ground. After leaving the scorching sea of fire and the general temple, he went straight to the nearest river, like a fish that had regained its freedom and was about to return to the water. However, as the fish swam, the fire of the general temple below was still so clear. Finally, the fish stopped. The mud slowly faded away, Zhao Junfen looked around, and the eyes of the woman on the chest kept looking around. He was trapped. He. Tan Wenbin slowly stood up, holding the 7-star hook in his left hand and the Luosheng umbrella in his right hand. In an emergency, it is most appropriate to take the Yellow River shovel, but when you really need to cooperate and have sufficient conditions and equipment, you have to clarify your position. Next to him, Yin Meng was holding a Yellow River shovel. When Runzheng was not around, she would attack. He, ha ha ha. Tan Wenbin laughed non-stop. Yin Meng could not help but glance at him and said, "You laugh like a villain in a TV series." Tan Wenbin held back his laughter and licked his lips. "Don't say it, it feels really happy to be a villain." After a pause, Tan Wenbin asked again, "Brother Xiao Yuan, how did you guess there were additional questions?" Li Zuiyuan sat on a stone and said calmly, "It's not an additional question, it's that the total score is not satisfactory, and a face is missing." Then, the boy supported his knees with his elbows and his chin with his palms. "Don't delay, solve it before the fire attracts people." Tan Wenbin pouted at Yin Meng, "Look, who really looks like a villain?" Yin Meng did not refute. The two of them said in their mouths, 3 or 3 are born, 4 or 4 entered the dry, 2 questioned hexagram, 3-9 docking. Li Zhanyuan couldn't help but cover his eyes. This scene seemed to enter the test room with a multiplication trick, and he was so stupid that he didn't see it. The 7-star hooks in Tan Wenbin extended, and he hooked up Zhao Junfen. Zhao Junfen wanted to dodge, but it was obvious that he moved back and quickly turned forward, hooked by the hook. Yin Meng stepped forward, it was a shovel. When Zhao Junfen reacted to resist, Tan Wenbin opened the umbrella and blocked all the mud sputtering over. With the timely removal of the umbrella, Yin Meng was shot again. Zhao Junfen couldn't escape, but he couldn't escape. He was resolved again and again. His state was cut off by Chang'an, which was cut off for a fake manner. This slumped state, and then encountered the suppression of the array method carefully arranged in advance. Essence. The cooperation of Tan Wenbin and Yin Meng's extremely rigid board has strangled any possibility of reversal and miracles. However, it became a bit boring to make this fight. Li Zhanyuan sighed. If it is moist, with the power of runs hung, it should have ended. Yinmeng is still too big in terms of simplicity. Suitable for your own position. At the feet of the teenager, there are still many remaining array flags. When the formation is loose or broken, he needs to take the flag to repair it. However, this smooth situation at the moment, the formation method is stable, and the effect of the formation method naturally subsides, and he is fine at all. This is why he could not accept Runchen's last mistake. He obviously had a more rational team choice, but was about to be controlled at that moment. Li Zhanyuan's attention, more concentrated books that are holding in women's mouths. The copper coin staying in Qigong, if you don't touch it, it is very quiet, but this book should have some activity, and it may even actively deceive people. Forget it, add a fire for yourself to end early. Li Zhanyuan stood up and shouted, remember, you are not allowed to read that book later, that book is mine. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Tan Wenbin and Yinmeng heard the inner thoughts after the shouting. Do you need to shout, isn't it yours? Even in front of them, they dare not flip. At this moment, the woman's mouth opened, spit out the book, and landed on the ground. Then, Zhao Junfen stood in place, not moving, letting people kill. Rao is so, Tan Wenbin and Yinmeng still stably follow the old rhythm, attacking and defending once, until Yinmeng completely shot the face on the chest of Zhao Junfen. Finally, Tong Tong, Zhao Junfen leaned back, fell to the ground, a pus came out, and the black gas dissipated. Solved. Hey! Yinmeng relieved, and her arm had been out of force, and her palm had been bloody. Tan Wenbin supported Luo Sheng's umbrella to the ground and rubbed his waist. In fact, in the last period of time, they knew that they could be more presumptuous, and people gave up their resistance, but they couldn't help it. They were still thinking about the tricks and fear of making mistakes, and naturally they could only continue to glance. Close your eyes. The two closed their eyes obediently. Li Zhanyuan also walked down with his eyes closed. He could remember the position below, so he walked very well, and came to the written book to stand and settle. Obviously there was no wind, but he heard the sound of the book flipping. Li Zhanyuan likes reading, but this is the first time. Unfortunately, this wink can only be thrown to the blind man. Li Zhanyuan took out a canvas, and the wooden rolls in the canvas were still purple. Each piece was placed from the ancestral tablet. Li personally carved out the lines, placed it in the cloth, and so. Its problem is that it is convenient to use the exorcism whip, but there is no doubt that the canvas have always been the most powerful appliance for evil spirits. Li Zhanyuan covered the canvas on the book. Zzz. Suddenly, it seemed to fall into the water in the boiling oil pan, and the burnt smoke smelling in the nose. Well. Li Zhanyuan sighed and didn't know when he could see Li. This thing was broken and could not be repaired. Soon, the teenager realized that this idea was wrong, and Li was not his own tool. Therefore, he quickly made self-correction in his heart. Li is not around. This is the thoughts of Li staying here. This kind of thinking is obviously more appropriate. Li Zhanyuan enjoys this feeling, because only when he involves Li, his inner thoughts will become more active, and he will no longer weigh the advantages and disadvantages and motivations of a single place. The sound of ZZ gradually calmed down, and I didn't know if the canvas were burned through or finally pressed the thing. Li Zhanyuan bent down, and stretched out his hand carefully from the edge. It's dangerous, not burning, but the canvas have become very thin and thin, which means that most of the purple wood rolls in it have become dark. Fortunately, this book is indeed town. Li Zhanyuan took the purple exorcism whip out, wrapped the book with canvas first, and tied it with an exorcism whip, and a knot was killed. After doing this, Li Zhanyuan opened his eyes and looked at the cloth bag wrapped in the whip in his hand. Grandma Lu could not let Grandma Lu see this, and she couldn't let her know that Qin Liu's ancestor Liaozong was brought by herself. Even if this step is to do this, the teenager still feels a bit insurement. This thing is not unconscious like the copper coin. It has its own consciousness. He called it before, and it took the initiative to vote for. Therefore, it is inappropriate to dig a pit to bury it. In case it comes out someday, it is just so hot, and it may find a way to find a body to find revenge. I still have to bring it back to the dormitory and watch it myself. Take out the rune paper he draws, Li Zhanyuan put it on, and the rune paper did not change color, which was very stable. Brother Binbin, do you still have rune paper there? Yes, my bags are all. You can open your eyes. Then, Li Zhanyuan threw this bag to Tan Wenbin, full it. Okay. At this time, Zhao Junfan's body has turned into pus, and the fire of the below of the general temple below is destined to burn everything clean. This saves the kung fu of the post to post. If it is just a disappearance or arson case, it will not surprise the person like Yushu. Li Zhanyuan doesn't want to deal with them now, because when he is, it is easy to meet Li Lan. I have my own way to go, just like now, my team can believe my partner, although the most believed today has not come. Pack up and pack things, let's go back to school. The general mountain was relatively remote, and the taxi was hardly seen at night. For the sake of insurance, the three deliberately walked out of a distance from the private car that was only found in the world to help the driver help to send it to the school. When I entered the school, I was not yet on. I was afraid that the security guards at the door were impressed. The three did not go the door, but chose to turn over the wall. Walking in the cold campus of the campus, Tan Wenbin laughed at himself. Today, the fare is so expensive. If there is no money, it really can't afford the magic and can't afford the way. Yin Meng said, after school, the store can make money. When we save, we can buy a car for ourselves. This will be convenient in the future. Jinling's price is really expensive. Tan Wenbin, yeah, let's be good at Xianeng. Yin Meng, the price is similar to Jinling, and the salary is lower. Tan Wenbin coughed twice and shifted the topic. However, Xiao Yuan, do we use so careful, and still come in? Even if the school finds that Wu Xinhui is missing, we will not doubt our heads. It's 5. Yes, there are 5. There is also a shop selling an auntie. Under normal circumstances, we can't find our heads, but if you meet a policeman like your dad again. I remember that afternoon, outside Shinan Town Mei Video Hall, Tan Yunlong just got out of the car and looked around, and walked towards herself. In this picture, Li Zhanyuan still remembers it. When I call my dad next time, I will tell him Xiao Yuan's sentence. Believe me, my dad will be happy because of this. Yin Meng laughed, your father and son are so good. Tan Wenbin, by the way, you said, since Chu Minmin was not killed by Wu Xinhui, who was the murderer who killed Chu Minmin? Yin Meng, will it, Zhao Junfan killed? Tan Wenbin shook his head, how is it possible, in Zhao Junfan's memory picture, he was calling himself to be wronged all the way, and he did not kill him. Yin Meng, then when you saw the incident, did Zhao Junfan remember? No. I heard that when the death penalty was on the shooting range, I would continue to call myself wrong. Tan Wenbin blinked, I'm leaving, wouldn't it really be the killing of Zhao Junfan? Oh, if it wasn't for the person he killed, what did he run? Saying that you are a murderer, you must say that you are wronged. Li Zhanyuan said, what kind of career are you? Yin Meng and Tan Wenbin said in a different say, the corpse man. Li Zhanyuan, what is the most basic condition formed by death? Yin Meng, resentment. Tan Wenbin patted his forehead, then Zhao Junfan died of injustice, and he was wronged. Li Zhanyuan shook his head, in fact, there will be exceptions, but the 5 people who have disappeared this time are related to the case 7 years ago. The police will definitely restart the investigation. Maybe, the real murderer is now in this school. Yin Meng first returned to the store to put things to feed the dog, and then had to go to the infirmary to visit Runs Hung. When Li Qianyuan and Tan Wenbin returned to the dormitory, when they passed Lu Yi's bedroom, they found that the door was open. There was a matter of previous evils. Tan Wenbin pushed the door in and looked at it. Others are not here. Back to his bedroom, Tan Wenbin was responsible for wiping the appliances and sorting up. As soon as he washed, the sound of slippers came behind him. It was Lu Yi, and he looked at his expression. Prodigy, why are you taking a bath now? It's too hot, can't sleep. Brother Prodigy, I just got up to urinate. You guess what I saw when I came back? The red intestine on the table was gone, it was gone. Oh! Prodigy, do you say is this good or bad? Good things, the offerings are useful. Well, that's fine, that's good, it's so pitiful, I now suspect that this ghost was also from my hometown of Nagata during his lifetime. Maybe. Then I will provide 2 more red intestines next time, even if it is a ghost, it will not make the fellow villagers be full. Li Zhanyuan returned to the bedroom with a basin. Tan Wenbin sat on the ground holding a towel and wiped the umbrella carefully. The red intestine in his mouth had eaten more than half. I slept first, brother. Well, you sleep first, brother. Li Zhanyuan lay in bed and closed his eyes, and he fell asleep soon. But when Tian Liang was just as long as he woke up. On the bed next door, Tan Wenbin, who was cleaning up and taking a bath, was holding the pillow to sleep. Li Zhanyuan sat up. Generally, his biological clock was very stable unless it was overdrawn yesterday. But the teenager felt that this stable biological clock was destined to maintain it for too long, because it was missing 3 times on that day. At this moment, the dormitory came downstairs outside the window, Tina came from. Xiao Yuan, eat breakfast. Chapter 83. Get out of bed, walk to the balcony, look down. Aunt Lu stood under the sycamore tree, with a floral shirt on the top, a pair of blue trousers with a wooden sandals, and a hair shawl. Compared with the grandfather's house, it is much brighter, and it looks like a female teacher who has just been married for a few years in college. Li Zhanyuan waved at her. Auntie Lu pointed at himself, signaled that the teenager was picked up and then came down. Li Zhanyuan first went to wash, and then left a note on Tan Wenbin on the desk, so he walked out of the dormitory building. Xiao Yuan, you seem to grow taller again. Aunt Lu, you are younger. Hee, walk, Grandma Lu is waiting for you to have breakfast together in the past. Li Zhanyuan followed Aunt Lu out of the north gate, followed the road for a while, and then turned into a villa area. It is said that it is a villa area, but the area is not large. The villa house inside is not a uniform specification. There are also signs hanging in front of some houses with the identity of the former owner. That's it. Aunt Lu opened the door of the courtyard with a 3-story house, which was not high, but it was very wide. The courtyard had just been renovated, and the scenery was rearranged. After entering the courtyard, I looked up, and saw A Li sitting there on the balcony on the 2nd floor. At the moment when I saw the girl, Li Zhanyuan felt that the whole person was relaxed. He even started to reflect on whether he was too indifferent to Runs Hung and Yin Meng, and whether he was around the people and things around him. Beautiful things can make people love life. There are countless beautiful existences in this world, but there are really not many people who can make teenagers. The girl also found a teenager. She stood up, with the white railings with both hands. She didn't wave her hand, didn't stomach, or even had no words, but even the corner of her mouth could be seen clearly even if she stood downstairs. Aunt Lu stood on the side and looked at it for a while to look at it. As long as the 2 children were put together, they were very eye-catching. Of course, some people are happy and some people can see it. The gauze on the side house of the bottom floor was pushed away, Lu Yumei stood there, and the eyelids were slightly stubborn. Hey, are you starving to death, my old lady? Aunt Lu hurriedly opened her eyes, for fear that she laughed at this time. Grandma Lu. Hey, come here. Lu Yumei's low aura was obviously closed when the teenager walked towards her. When I live together, I feel not obvious. After I really separate, I often miss it again. After getting along for a year, I can see it almost every day, and I can barely say, the teenager was growing up. There is a small round table at the restaurant. Lu Yumei sat in the main seat. A Li walked downstairs and sat with Li Zhanyuan. Lu Yumei asked, is the school still adapt? Li Zhanyuan, the adaptation is good. Look at the haggard, didn't rest last night? Well, a bit. What do you do if you don't sleep at night? Sneak and set fire? No, it's a big fire. Aunt Lu poured the side dishes. Li Zhanyuan took a salted duck egg, and A Li also took one. Both of them took the duck egg and knocked on the table, and then carefully peeled a head, and then naturally exchanged them. Aunt Lu in the kitchen shouted, do you want to be vinegar and sugar and garlic? Lu Yumei, no, there are already on the table. A cage soup bag, a cage burning, and a plate of fire dumplings were put on the table. These were made by Aunt Lu himself. Next, it is a bowl of yang chun. The soup is seductive, and the noodles in the bowl are very regular. People who do not like to eat will feel the taste and even the noodles. But the person who loves to eat is to love this refreshing and energy, and putting any head up upward is a kind of not beautiful. Aunt Lu, it's hard. Not hard work, no moisturizing and strong, it's easy to cook. Lu Yumei asked, what do you usually eat? I haven't started school yet, the cafeteria is basically not open, and I usually go outside the school. If you have a mouthful, come here and let your Aunt Lu make it for you, but it is a matter of adding more tableware. Okay, thank you Grandma. If Runshung is coming, you have to say hello in advance, I can add a large pot. Aunt Lu reminded. Well, yes. After breakfast, Lu Yumei stood up and walked to the door. You and A Li are stubborn first. I'll go for a walk first. After you come down, I have something to say with you. Okay, Grandma. Li Zhanyuan and A Li went upstairs. A Li's room is very spacious, with a desk and a painting table. There are several paintings hanging on the wall. The main houses, dams, and east-west houses of Tai Yi's house, and Dayakan village scenes that look out of the house. Obviously, girls don't like here, she prefers her original life. The building is not so tall, the room is not so big. After getting up early to dress up, he can come to the juvenile house and wait for him to wake up and see himself at first glance. In the details in the painting, there are small tables that are worked with wooden stools when eating, there are the terraces on the second floor and the pair of vine chairs made by Uncle Qin himself. Li Zhanyuan stopped before painting. At this moment, he was missing. A Li, do you want to go back? The girl nodded. At the door, Aunt Lu, who came in with the fruit plate, stopped. Since moving, A Li has been unhappy. Originally, Lu Yumei wanted to dry for a while and then shouted that Xiao Yuan came home, but he was still afraid of his granddaughter's condition back. Li Zuiyuan pointed at the paintings on the wall and said, because we are out, these past pictures and memories are more beautiful. Ali took the boy's hand and looked up at his paintings on the wall, with a lot more spirit in his eyes. Aunt Lu smiled silently, knocked on the door gently, brought in the fruit plate, and pointed up, you can go to the top floor. Li Zuiyuan brought the fruit plate to the top of the building with Ali. This place has also been renovated. Under a parasol, there are two identical rattan chairs. The two of them lay down and started playing chess, still opening 3 games at the same time. While playing chess, Li Zuiyuan talked about what he had experienced after coming to school. Every time he talked about the key points, Ali's fingers would exert a little force. She tried to respond to prove that she was listening carefully. After speaking, Li Zuiyuan felt a little dry in the mouth and ate the fruit sideways. He picked up a piece and handed it to the girl. The girl shook her head and blinked. Li Zuiyuan understood, put down the fork, lay down again, and closed his eyes. What ordinary people call entering each other's hearts is an exaggerated description that only stays in words, but for the two of them, it is the most straightforward reality. Opening his eyes, Li Zuiyuan felt the scorching wind and the cold sunshine. Looking up, the sun in the sky and the halo around it exuded a kind of paleness. In the fields and streams in front of him, there were terrifying beings working and playing. But while they were doing their own things, they also deliberately looked here secretly with their eyes, with teasing and playfulness. It seemed that everything here was absurd and weird, tailored for themselves. Looking back, I saw the house and the threshold behind me. Ali, who left home, also walked out of the threshold. She placed herself in the environment of horrible wilderness. When he opened his eyes again and returned to reality, the boy's face was covered with cold sweat. He deliberately held on for a while, wanting to experience the feeling after Ali closed her eyes. The girl wiped the boy's sweat with her sleeves, with a smile in her eyes. Our Ali is really strong. Happiness can be enhanced through comparison, and pain can be weakened as a result. Their companionship is to draw confidence and strength from each other. After lying down for a while, calming down his mood and dizziness, Li Zuiyuan sent Ali back to the room first, and went downstairs himself. Your grandmother Lu hasn't come back yet. Here, that's the study. You can go there and wait for her. Okay, Aunt Lu. Li Zuiyuan pushed open the door of the study and walked in. There was no traditional desk inside, just a coffee table with a pile of books on it, envelopes below, and a couch behind it. Sitting on the stool opposite the coffee table, Li Zuiyuan's eyes involuntarily swept to the top book, Liu's Qi Watching Secret. He reached out and flipped through it, and found that the handwriting on it was clear and neat. Well, this is the ordinary version, there is no need to read it. Li Zuiyuan simply brewed a pot of tea. As soon as the tea was brewed, Lu Yumei came in, sat down on the couch, and leaned back against the soft pillow. She glanced at the Liu's Qi Watching Secret and noticed that the pages had been turned, and a hint of pride appeared in her eyes. Grandma, have some tea. Yet. Grandma, didn't Uncle Qin go to Jinling with you? He's busy and has a lot of things to do. He will be back when he's done. Oh. What book are you reading recently? Some scriptures. The book I've been reading seriously recently is the Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva Sutra. It was also the credit of this book that I was able to control the memory screen so freely last night. Didn't you come across any interesting books? Lu Yumei took a sip of tea. If this kid asked to borrow it, she would borrow the Liu's Qi Watching Secret. Take a look in advance, learn slowly, and ask yourself if you don't understand. This way, the efficiency will be higher. There is an interesting book, but I am afraid of losing my ambition because of it, so I dare not read it for the time being. The book with a white cover and black background will also wink at people. That's not a big deal. Books are written for people to read. It's fate that the book can be placed in front of you. Lu Yumei smiled in her heart. This child knows the good and bad of books. I don't think it's time yet. I want to wait until I grow up a little more and have more confidence before I muster up the courage to read it. Just like the copper coin buried in the cemetery of Shigong Town, one day I will go back and dig it out and face it. Books are meant to help you grow. It doesn't matter when you read it. If you don't even dare to face it, it's too contemptible. The more the boy refused, the more Lu Yumei felt happy. Grandma, do you really think so? Of course, if you don't read it, you can't understand it. Maybe you feel one way when you read it now, and another way when you grow up and mature. Giving up the present and pursuing the future is not worth the loss. Yet. Li Zuiyuan nodded. He was really curious about the book in his heart, but he was afraid of following the old path of Mao Chang'an and his son. Although he was very confident, who among those who opened the book was not confident that they were special? Don't laugh at me, I'm actually a little scared. As the old saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. What is there to be afraid of? Meeting is fate, and people and books are also fate. If you don't read it, how can you know if it is specially prepared for you? Yes, I understand. Yet. Lu Yumei put down her teacup and waited for a while, but the boy did not mention the book to her. She was not in a hurry, just thinking that the boy was being polite and wanted to wait until the conversation was over before formally asking for this request. Runzheng and the others have all followed you to school. What are your plans? I don't have any specific plans. Let's take it one step at a time. Li Zuiyuan's words were not discouraging and negative, because he had a big job right after coming to school, and after leaving his hometown, his life suddenly became exciting. You can take the road step by step, but you always have to have a goal. As the old saying goes, a turtle needs to find the bottom of a pond, and a dragon needs to walk on the river. It depends on your own ambition. Walk on the river. Yin Fuhe said to himself, after so many years, someone in the Lu family finally walks on the river again. A metaphor, a lofty ambition. Grandma Lu, I want to know what it originally meant. What did it originally mean? From the beginning of the river to the end of the river, the people and things you encounter, if you want to go smoothly, you will be happy. The hurricane is smooth, so we should deal with it as needed. A new family needs to cross the river to establish its gate. A mansion in the old house needs to cross the river to stabilize its gate. The river nourishes people, and people are easier to turn into dragons than pythons. Uncle Qin back then. Not at the grandfather's house anymore, some words can be said more easily, but Li Zuiyuan noticed that when Grandma Lu spoke, she still had some reservations, probably because Ali's illness was not completely healed, and she hadn't spoken yet, and she might have to go back to her grandfather to fulfill her vow one day in the future. Ali certainly crossed the river back then, but he didn't finish it and almost died. It's my fault, because I was too anxious at that time. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar. A touch of reminiscence flashed in Lu Yumei's eyes. Did something happen? Well, it's better not to talk about trivial things. Lu Yumei opened the topic, what about you, kid, what do you want to do in the future? Grandma, how do you walk the river? Haha. Lu Yumei laughed, this question is like where the river is. There is no exact way. If you want to walk in your heart, isn't the river under your feet? Li Zuiyuan was silent. Grandma, is it profound? I understand it. Oh. Once you enter this door, you will keep going if you don't want to stop. When you want to save your life, while you are looking for things, things will also grow legs to find you. This is very similar to the cleaning ball that I said to Tan Wenbin on the truck when I came to Jinling. But this seems a bit idealistic. Li Zuiyuan couldn't help but look up at the roof, thinking of the way he and Mao Chang'an fooled the way of heaven, as if the way of heaven was also a bit idealistic. In addition, the Yin family genealogy also records the ancestors' travels, but they did not use Zhejiang. Probably this is a special name for families like Qin Lu, just like ordinary people cannot use come to when visiting scenic spots. There is a characteristic in the travel notes of the Yin family ancestors. No matter how high-spirited they were when they set out, they all returned to their hometown in Fengdu after encountering some setbacks. Well, there are also many people whose travel notes only recorded half of them and stopped abruptly, probably because they could not even return home. For example, the 4 Yin family ancestors who carried the bed for the snake girl in the underground palace. So, sitting down is actually similar to living in seclusion. Going to a pier and settling down is not really about dividing the sphere of influence, but more like bowing to fate. Li Zuiyuan refilled Lu Yumei's cup of tea, stood up and handed it to her, and asked, Grandma, the past is the past, and the present is now. Can the situation be the same? In the past, the foreigners' amethyst sailed into the river, but now they don't. Do the foreigners not want to come? You mean, it's different on the surface, but the fundamental contradiction still exists. Put another explanation. This one doesn't sound right to me. The scenery on both sides of the river has become more beautiful, but the undercurrent under the river is still the same as 100 years ago. Hee. Lu Yumei laughed and pointing at the boy, I know why Ali likes to be with you. I heard your great-grandfather say that your grandparents favor your mother. I think you have the same mouth as your mother. Li Zuiyuan. No matter how many dams are built on the river, no matter how calm the river looks, the mud at the bottom of the river can still easily bury a person. It is still not easy to walk on this river. However, it is too early for you to do this. Just study and grow up with peace of mind. As she said this, Lu Yumei lowered her eyebrows and glanced at the Liu's Qi watching secret placed in the most conspicuous place. Li Zuiyuan also lowered his head. He felt that if he took Runs Hung, Binbin, Yinmeng and others to enjoy retrieving dead bodies, he might have a tendency to walk on the river now. Uncle Qin failed to walk that year, but he could become so powerful. What if he succeeded? Book, I have seen the bottleneck. If I want to continue to improve, I can only take the initiative to accept the gift of fate. Stay here for lunch? I'll let A Ting do it. No, I'd better go back to school first. I'll come to see A Li tomorrow. Okay. Li Zuiyuan stood up, thank you for your teachings. Lu Yumei nodded, as if to see him off. Then, Li Zuiyuan walked out of the study, and he left. Lu Yumei looked at the book on the coffee table with some doubts. Did this brat forget something? Auntie Lu opened the door and walked in. The brat is gone. Well, leave. Hey, why is this book still here? Is you too harsh? My old lady, in my life, I really didn't have been so kind to any outsider. I was afraid that the boy was embarrassed to speak, and I also persuaded him to encourage him. That is, your attitude is not obvious enough, the child's skin is thin, and you are embarrassed to open this mouth. Isn't it obvious enough? Lu Yumei picked up the Liu's wanting Qi Ju, I worshipped the book to him respectfully, please see him, and then guide me. That shouldn't, this child is spiritual, is it really the idea of this time, didn't you hear what you mean? Forget it, go with him. Are you really willing? I just heard your laughter just outside. How far is it from his school? Not far, just take a while out of the school. Isn't it the school wall in front of the obliqueness? Can you open a door closer? I'll coordinate the arrangement. I don't think there are rooms in that school. The house is small, and it is where the school's retired teachers and professors live. I am afraid that you are not used to it. Oh, I have lived in Xiaodong House, and I still do not get used to this? You can arrange it to let a house get out of the house. You just said you don't want him anymore. Is it for him? Hey, I watched him, and we stood up and looked at him, I was distressed. Good, just do it as you say, but this house is still not changed. The house in the school cannot be allowed to let go of our family. You go, I went upstairs to lie down for a while. This stinky boy didn't borrow a book. As soon as Lu Yumei walked out of the study, she saw A Li out of the opposite room. That room is specifically used to set up a table, a new deck tablet, which is based on the best Thunderbolt. Unusual Thunderbolt is not difficult to find, but the specific tree species and specific products are even warm in a specific age. At this time, A Li, who came out of the room, was holding 4 tablets in her arms. A Li didn't rush upstairs, but looked at her grandma. Well, when the boy, his granddaughter would be a small job. Lu Yumei opened his mouth, but waved his hand. Good, hold it up. A Ting, you go to take her Ali's toolbox. Nympho. When Li Qianyuan returned to school, he was close to noon. He wanted to go to the dormitory building to see Tan Wenbin wake up, but when he passed the entrance of the cheap store, he saw Runsheng. Runsheng is still the white vest, and the bandage can be seen on the shoulders. Xiao Yuan. Runsheng trot over, his swing arm is not very coordinated. Li Zhanyuan stood still without moving, watching Runsheng come over. He kept trying not to perform on the intimate relationship network, and he hoped that he could give a little emotional feedback. The advantage of doing this is that it is possible to promote yourself, and the disadvantage is, it is easy to hurt people. After all, even if it is a normal person, the two friends go to be honest and treat each other, which is easy to break and even revenge. How about hurting? It's not good, but you can get out of bed. Anyway, it's okay recently. I was discharged from the hospital. He was not discharged yesterday. He was afraid of his own discharge of the hospital. It made everyone feel that he couldn't wait to participate in the operation. He didn't want to put pressure on the team, let alone become a burden. Li Zhanyuan opened his arms and stepped forward, but half of the movement became a hand that shot a hand. Then he turned and walked back to the dormitory. Hey! Runsheng looked down at the back he had just photographed by Xiao Yuan and walked to the store. Yin Meng, who was standing at the steps of the store's door, witnessed the scene all the way, and whispered, "It seems that our little brother is still angry with you." "No, Xiao Yuan is very enthusiastic." Nympho. In the next few days, Li Zhanyuan's life was very regular. Fishing is like fishing. The happiness of the fishing guy is to enjoy the short tranquility in the busyness. For Tan Wenbin, he opened a preview mode for college courses and went to bed in the middle of the night after learning. After Li Zhan woke up in the morning, he went to Lu Yumei for breakfast. After a long time with Li, he went to the Runsheng store for lunch at noon. There was no such step, but Binbin woke up and was hungry in the afternoon, and he would habitually getting it on the way to washing. He entered Lu Yi's bedroom to eat red intestine. He heard that dumplings were later put on. The family conditions of Ron Lu Yi are generally average. Otherwise, they will not stay home for a part-time job. In order to prevent Binbin from continuing to harm others, Li Zhanyuan can only bring him food. The main reason is that the last time Lu Yizhong broke the bedroom door, and when people were not there, they couldn't get on the lock, so Binbin could open the door to enjoy the sacrifice. The repair master will only go to the full-time class after the official start of the school. During the holidays, you can deal with a batch of problems for some time during the holidays. The problem was that the ant in this dormitory was missing. Lu Yi went to the logistics repair and asked. The people on duty said that the newly appointed logistics director who was in charge of this work was also disappeared. Runsheng also reported to Sun Hengxia's disappearance case. Although he knew it, the process that should be left still had to go. The freshman had to undergo military training, so the registration date would have been advanced. However, when the freshmen of other classes were arranged by the organization to receive the military training uniforms, there was no movement in the class where Li Zuyuan and Tan Wenbin were, as well as the two neighboring classes. Because the school had just started, their counselors had disappeared. Recently, police cars have appeared frequently in the school. 5 people disappeared at once in the university, which was already a big deal. Moreover, a little investigation could clearly point to the case 7 years ago, which naturally attracted great attention. That evening, when everyone was cooking hot pot in the store, Liang, who was on a business trip to Shancheng with Luo Gong, called the store and asked directly. "What did you get?" The police investigation call was called to Liang. After all, he was the boss of the store and Sun Hengxia was his employee. He immediately saw through the reason behind this disappearance case that caused a sensation on campus. Tan Wenbin answered the phone and replied. "We are selling fresh tripe and 1,000-layer tripe. It's very delicious, do you want to come back?" Liang understood the hint and said he would wait for him to come back. He also said that Luo Gong was quite helpless after knowing this. After all, the last time he specially opened a table to arrange Xiaowen's school life, the 3 specific persons in charge of greeting disappeared. This means that after returning to Jinling, he will have to open another table. After Tan Wenbin hung up the phone, Yin Meng asked, "Do we have telephone monitoring too?" "No, I just don't want to talk too much nonsense with Brother Liang, I'm afraid my tripe will be burned." Tan Wenbin sat down and started to pick up the chopsticks. At this time, several people walked towards the store door from outside. Runzheng looked up and said to Tan Wenbin, who was still concentrating on picking up the food. "The police are here, it's your father." Tan Wenbin said without raising his head. "Bullshit, my father is just a small captain of a township police station. If he can be promoted to the provincial capital in one go, there is only one possibility, that is, our ancestral grave is on fire." Li Zuiyuan moved a little further away from Tan Wenbin. Yin Meng and Runzheng also held their bowls and moved to the side. Tan Wenbin asked in confusion, "Eat it, it's all scalded, hee, if you don't eat it, I will take care of it." Bang! Binbin was kicked out. Chapter 84. The strong kung fu was really practiced. When the quilt flew to the ground, he could support his knees and elbows to maintain the balance. He turned his head and glanced behind him, and surprised. "No, Dad, our ancestor's grave is really..." Although the identity of the police family of Tan Wenbin was previously held by Li Zhanyuan and Runchen's police station. But the family there refers to a kind of honorary responsibility inheritance, not really referring to family potential. Earlier, Tan Wenbin did not believe his father was because he understood a promotion process in the system. But his dad was really here, and he was wearing police uniforms. Tan Yunlong and several new colleagues drove to school. Several new colleagues talked about the topic of children's education. Tan Yunlong shared his parenting experience. "It means that children are young and ignorant when they are young. Just open up. Mainly comfort my colleagues, and by the way, let's show a small show." When he entered the school gate, he also pointed at the school gate very casually and said coincidentally. His son was admitted to the school this year. It was when he entered the store just now, colleagues were still asking him about parenting experience. Who knew that when he came behind his son, he heard this out? Yin and Yang's weirdness of themselves and their own ancestral tombs, coupled with wonderful dialects, I am afraid that the new colleagues next to them will forget where their home origin is. This is not the first time. It seems that every time I am preparing to take their children as pride and enjoy the emotional needs that such normal parents desire, their son can always demolish his stage accurately. You say he hasn't grown up. He has changed his personal person in the past year, but you want to say that he is really sensible, but there is always no positive shape. Dad, did you come to Jinling to participate in learning activities or have you been awarded? Tan Yunlong ignored his son, took out his documents and took the process. Some problems need to be inquired with you, you eat first, we are not in a hurry. Run Sheng asked, Uncle Tan, together? No, we have eaten. Li Zhanyuan put down the chopsticks, and the rest were put down. During this time, Run Sheng and Yin Meng had accepted 2 rounds of inquiries. He and Tan Wenbin were also asked as students in the school at the time. Then let's start. Tan Yunlong walked to Li Zhanyuan's side to signal his colleagues to take the process of other people. Let's hurry up, don't delay others doing business. Dad! Tan Wenbin shouted another dad. Tan Yunlong heard it and pointed to another uncle of the policeman who was his peer, like and trusting lonely. Tan Wenbin pulled his shoulders and could only go down at the counter to get a question. Li Qianyuan led Tan Yunlong to the basement. Sun Hengxia's room had been sealed. Tan Yunlong torn out and took Li Zhanyuan in. Uncle Tan, congratulations! Tan Yunlong is obviously working on the work of the case, not to participate in the study conference or what advanced awards are the representative. And if you are assisted to assist in the work, you won't go to the township police in Nantung Township. Oh, Xiao Yuan, Your uncle, I still have a little brain now, how can I adjust me here at once? Didn't you move the work relationship? People are here first, and the procedures are still gone. Tan Yunlong smoked a cigarette, no, just pinched it in his hand and glanced at the room. Before entering the school, I also thought about the investigation process. Go to see you and Binbin, but I didn't expect to meet here. I said that Lu Runsheng's name was a bit familiar when I saw it. My hometown uses a lot of dialects, and pronunciation is not Mandarin, and people who like to simplify and add chi in their names. Old friends who often get along with each other for decades look at the written name at first glance. They may not be aware of the other party. Is Uncle Tan, who was specially transferred to investigate the disappearance case? Tan Yunlong was silent, turned his hand in his hand, and asked, Xiao Yuan, Binbin still smokes now? Pumping. Did you draw this time? Pump, we still have his smoke. Tan Yunlong stretched out a lazy waist. It is estimated that it is difficult to find any useful clues. I just returned from the temple of the General Mountain and burned it to a clean one. I think the focus of the investigation should be on the real murderer of the case 7 years ago. Did he do it? Li Zhanyuan shook his head. Whether it is him, you can't keep the real murderer away from the law. Well, really? Uncle Tan, did Binbin get the dossier before? Will it be related to that matter? Tan Yunlong said very firmly, no. That is to have something to do with your previous things. I also want to know why. Tan Yunlong walked out of Sun Hengxia's room and ignited the cigarette. The question is over, Xiao Yuan, let's go up. Li Zhanyuan followed with him, and the questioning of the others was over. Everyone has a good psychological quality. In the face of this kind of question, it will not show any horses. They were afraid of disturbing life to conceal some things, but essentially, the case did have nothing to do with them. None of the living people died in their hands. They only solved one. No, it was a dead end of giving up resistance. Xiao Yuan, wait for the things on my hand to finish, eat supper together at night. Okay. Which ant Ran Kai Upping is Ran Kai Upping? Our building. Then take us for another walk. Uncle Tan, I have something to do. Let Binbin go with you. We'll meet for supper. Okay. Li Zuiyuan really had something to do. Li made a new canvas for him, and he had to go get it. The new canvas was like a new book cover. Only in this way could he dare to open the old book cover of the evil book and try to read the contents. When he walked out of the door, Li Zuiyuan said hello to Tan Wenbin, Brother Binbin, supper tonight. Tan Wenbin raised his hand and made a got it gesture, I understand, old Sichuan. After Li Zuiyuan left, Tan Wenbin acted as a guide. Dad, are you really going to be transferred here? Yes. This is against the rules, Dad, tell me secretly, have you fallen? What? Did you use some means behind the scenes? Give gifts and bribes? Are you so worried about your father? Of course, I didn't enjoy your extra points in the college entrance examination, but you must not affect my future political review. Hee. Dad, you have to be a good policeman. You don't need to teach me this. Then where are you in charge? Currently here. No, I was in your jurisdiction before the college entrance examination, and I was still in your jurisdiction after the college entrance examination. Didn't I take the college entrance examination in vain? Then you should drop out of school, go back to high school and repeat 1 year, and apply to the 2 universities in Beijing. Oh, Officer Tan, you are ambitious, and you still want to be transferred to Beijing. Tan Wenbin bumped his father with his arm, and Tan Yunlong glared at him back. Then, both of them laughed. As soon as I walked to the door of the dormitory, I saw Lu Yi coming out with a bag on his back. Tan Wenbin took the initiative to greet, Hey, are you still out so late? Yes, it's nearby. The children have piano and dance classes during the day, so they are only free at night. Then be careful. Don't worry, you are. Lu Yi looked at Tan Yunlong beside Tan Wenbin. Oh, sir asked me to show him the way. Haha, okay. Lu Yi nodded, waved, and left. After entering the dormitory building, Tan Wenbin pointed, Dad, this is Ran Kai-Upping's office. Next time, you don't have to call her name so smoothly. Understood. The window was closed. When he opened the door, he found a person standing inside. Tan Wenbin's eyes froze slightly. He knew this person. He had read to them in Xinan town and later came to Uncle Li's house to have a talk. It was Yu Shu. Brother Yuanzi was very afraid of his identity and didn't want to have too much involvement with him. Tan Yunlong also recognized him and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Mr. Yu. Hello, Officer Tan. Yu Shu simply greeted him and looked at Tan Wenbin. Young man, we meet again. Hello, Mr. Storyteller. Are you a student here? Yes, Mr. Yu, are you coming to our school to perform? Haha, do you live here? Yes, that's right. Then let's go to your dormitory, I'm thirsty. Okay, no problem. Yu Shu looked at Tan Yunlong, what a coincidence, I really didn't know your son also went to school here. Tan Yunlong was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly had some clues about his sudden personnel transfer. Tan Wenbin led the way in front, Yu Shu and Tan Yunlong followed behind, and the rest of the police stayed to conduct a procedural re-inspection of Ran Kai-Upping's office. Officer Tan, do you believe in fate? Tan Yunlong did not answer, but took off his police hat with a serious face and put it back on. Sorry, I was abrupt. What I meant was that your son seems to bring you good luck. This brat, I'm lucky that he didn't make me angry to death. Tan Wenbin, who was walking in front, raised his arms and said dissatisfiedly, my mother said that when I was born, there was auspiciousness from heaven, and there was a red glow at night. That was because the cotton mill next to the hospital caught fire. Tan Yunlong believed that someone brought him good luck, but it was not his son, but another person. On the third floor, Tan Wenbin opened the door of Lu Yi's dormitory naturally. Come on, everyone, sit down, don't be polite. Tan Wenbin picked up the loose cigarettes from the small table and handed them to his father and Yu Shu respectively, then picked up the red sausage, broke it into several pieces, and handed them to them as well. In the entire dormitory area, except for his and Xiaowen's dormitory, he was most familiar with this one. He himself was like the land god of this dormitory. Yu Shu asked, why is there only one bed for you, and the others are empty? Well, I'm unlucky. I was left at the end when the dorms were assigned, and I shared a room with a sophomore. Now the freshmen are enrolled early, and the seniors haven't returned yet. Tan Yunlong saw at a glance that this was not his son's dormitory. The mattress and daily necessities could be explained as old ones brought from home, but the corners and dust under the storage boxes and some items showed that this was definitely not a new dormitory. But he said nothing. After all, Yu Shu was not a professional criminal investigator, and he was not aware of these details. After taking a bite of the sausage, Yu Shu nodded and said, it tastes quite authentic. Of course, a buddy from the northeast gave it to me. Although the sausage ghost hadn't come to eat his sausage for a while. But Lu Yi still kept this habit of offering food. He would not waste it anyway. He would eat the food offered during the day at night. His parents worked in the meat processing factory in his hometown, and they would send some food to him every once in a while. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. In short, no matter what, he couldn't let his fellow villagers go hungry. Who knows when they would miss this and come back to have a bite. Officer Tan, let's go. Okay. Then Dad, Mr. Yu, you guys go ahead, I'll go wash clothes. After his father and Yu Shu walked out of the dormitory, Tan Wenbin finally relaxed. He couldn't take Yu Shu to his and Xiaowen's dormitory, because there was a door control and high heels arranged by Xiao Yuan. After leaving the dormitory building, Yu Shu put the last bit of sausage into his mouth. Officer Tan, the superiors attach great importance to this case. Do you have any clues? I think the focus should still be on the case 7 years ago. I suspect that the real murderer may not have been arrested yet. Yu Shu nodded. He actually didn't care much about the case itself. He just responded, then you can investigate in this direction. I'm leaving first. Tan Yunlong greeted his new colleagues and went to the next investigation point. At this time, Li Zuiyuan didn't know that his old nest was almost destroyed. Of course, even if he knew, he couldn't do anything. He came to A Li to get something, but Aunt Lu told him that Lu Yumei wanted to talk to him and asked him to wait in the study. These days, every time he came and played with A Li, Lu Yumei would call him to the study to talk for a while, and every time he asked him to wait in the study first. During the first conversation in the study, Li Zuiyuan really didn't react, because it was mixed with Zhejiang and Evil Book. But after several times of making small talk, if Li Zuiyuan still couldn't understand the meaning, it would be a bit insulting to the IQ of the provincial college entrance examination runner-up, 3rd place in the Jinchi below. This Liu's Qi watching secret is always placed in the most conspicuous position, and Grandma Liu's eyes can't help but stare at it during the conversation. She wants to accept her as a disciple. This Liu's Qi watching secret is the entry gift. But even if he knew Grandma Liu's intention, Li Zuiyuan still had to continue to play dumb and didn't take this opportunity. To be fair, he was willing to become a disciple of the Liu family. In fact, he had already revealed his identity as a member of the Liu family several times. In other words, the person whose identity he revealed died soon, otherwise Lu Yumei would hear that someone in the Liu family had started to walk the river while sitting at home. If he really became a disciple, wouldn't he have to call A Li senior sister? The boy even thought of a solution for this. A Li's last name is Qin, so it is very likely that she will inherit the Qin family. Even if it is not the Qin family but the Liu family, it does not matter. Anyway, he has already learned the secrets of the Qin and Liu families. If A Li inherits one family, he will go to the other family. He must find a peer anyway. He is willing, but he must go through the necessary procedures. Principal Wu of the high school has set an example for him. Even if he has decided to enter Haihe University, he must not give up the necessary treatment. In Li Zuiyuan's eyes, the school is like a university. He is not a son of the Qin and Liu families. So, this is a two-way choice. What do you think I am worth? Then you can name the price. A children's version of Liu's Qi watching secret is not enough as an entry gift. This is a bit of a loss, because after entering, he must take the initiative to hand over the advanced version of Liu's Qi watching secret. This is equivalent to selling yourself with your own money. In fact, it's not that he is greedy or mercenary, because he is not alone now, and he has Runs Hung, Binbin and Yinmeng behind him. He cannot consider himself, but he has to solve the organization and treatment for his partners. For example, let Grandma Lu call Uncle Qin back to give Runs Hung and others a small class and teach them Kung Fu. He himself is not very good at teaching people, and he starts from the most basic, so he must get them a set of basic teaching materials. These are all to be discussed. If you don't talk about it in advance, it will be difficult to talk about it later. Moreover, at the negotiation table, whoever speaks first and shows the trump card will fall into the disadvantage. However, it seems that continuing to stare at Grandma Lu is not a solution. Although Grandma Lu is old, her eyes are really good. She has been staring at me for so many days, and she didn't feel dry eyes even if she didn't take the initiative to speak. Li Zuiyuan didn't know how Lu Yumei, who had been pampered all her life, was so angry that she cursed every time he left without asking for a book. Yesterday, she even broke a pair of official kills. He couldn't continue to drag it on. He had to add fuel to the fire. Just like if he wanted to be admitted to a university in advance, he had to participate in the mathematical Olympiad and win a prize. He had to show his value first. It would be the stupidest to tell Grandma Lu that he had learned a more advanced version of the Qin and Lu family's unique skills, because the big family attaches great importance to the inheritance of family learning. Exposing this would be equivalent to admitting to stealing the skills. Grandma Lu would not punish him, but he would be forced to enter directly. At this time, Aunt Lu came in with a fruit plate, put it down first, and then she took the initiative to pick up Liu's chi-watching secret. Your Grandma Lu forgot the time while taking a walk again. Xiao Yuan, if you feel bored, you can find a book to read first. I remember that when you were in your hometown, you liked reading books the most. Li Zuiyuan felt relieved. Knowing that Grandma Lu was also anxious, he was not so anxious. No mistakes, Post 1, Content 1, go to 6, 9, Book 1 forum and read it. Aunt Lu, I have a book to read recently, and I don't have the energy to read other books for the time being. I heard from your grandmother Lu that you are reading scriptures recently. Yes. Are those books too early for you? How old are you, and you have started to cultivate your character? Ah, not only reading these, Ming Meng's family also has some ancient books. She brought them when she came to Nantung. I will also take a look at her books recently. Read her books? Yes, it's quite interesting to read. Really? What's the name of the book? The 12 Methods of the Yin Family. Aunt Liu's mouth showed a curve, she was disdainful. This kind of disdain is not to despise the poor and love the rich. After all, Aunt Lu is a person who can enter both the city and the countryside and switch between various identities freely. It mainly involves inheritance. Naturally, she has absolute confidence and pride in her inheritance. In her eyes, the 12 Methods of the Yin family is something that is not presentable at all. Li Zuiyuan deeply understands this. After he reversed the complete version of the 12 Methods of the Yin family, he seriously suspected that this obviously high-end and grand inheritance was modified by generations of unworthy descendants, not only in terms of content and difficulty, but also in terms of name. It should have been called more domineeringly at first. After all, it was the inheritance of Yin Chongsheng, the legendary emperor of Fengdu. This is like, a family heirloom of an ancient martial arts family is called the 6th set of national middle school students' radio gymnastics. So, Xiao Yuan, have you seen anything? Aunt Lu said just polite words. Li Zuiyuan sighed in his heart. The dignity of the Yin family now had to be maintained by a person of an outsider. Aunt Lu, I just understood a little bit, like this. Li Zuiyuan closed his eyes with his palm facing up. At first, Aunt Lu did not notice anything, but in an instant, the study suddenly became quiet, and the sound of wind and insects outside was completely isolated. The young man looked solemn, his palms facing up, closed his eyes and said in a deep voice. 4 ghosts lift the sedan chair. The young man was still sitting in front of him, he was sitting, and he was standing, but in his sight, the young man's figure seemed to be lifted up suddenly, and it was getting higher and higher. This was a kind of increase in aura, as if the young man in front of him suddenly became very majestic. Aunt Lu pursed her lips lightly, she believed that if she walked in the underworld at this time, she would definitely see a different picture. 4 ghosts lift the sedan chair is the simplest of the 12 methods taught by Yin Fuhe. Yin Fuhe said that this trick is used to help evil spirits transcend. If the host family gives a fair price or knows the goods, the Yin family will use this trick when sitting in fasting to comfortably transcend the deceased. After Li Zuiyuan completed the reverse deduction, Li Zuiyuan felt that it was a good thing that the Yin family was weak and declined, and this trick could only be used as a rebirth mantra. In fact, this is the move that best reflects Yin Changshen's style in the whole set of family-inherited unique skills, and it is also the move that best demonstrates the momentum of the Emperor of Fengdu. 4 ghosts lift the sedan chair, the gods and ghosts of the 4 directions, lead the way for me. This is clearly a move to capture and command ghosts. Fortunately, the descendants of the Yin family did not learn the skills well and humiliated their ancestors. Otherwise, whoever spent a lot of money to invite people to sit in the fast would have their deceased souls captured. It was really filial piety. Li Zuiyuan turned his palm down and slowly fell down. The sedan chair fell. "OM." A colorless sound trembled, lingering in the study. Aunt Lu widened her eyes. Is this really the 12 methods of the Yin family? In addition, beginners learn to walk in Handan, advanced students can control and release freely, and advanced students can integrate and master it, and the young man in front of him has actually realized the charm. What Aunt Lu didn't know was that since all the books in the grandfather's basement were high-end, Li Zuiyuan had to understand the charm of a book since he started reading. It's not that the boy didn't want to step up step by step, he just didn't have any basic textbooks at all, which led to a long period of time when he could complete a whole set of difficult movements in high diving and suppress the splashes very small, but he still hadn't learned to swim. Li Zuiyuan opened his eyes, the solemn appearance disappeared, and he returned to the excitement and pride of the boy showing off. "Aunt Lu, I think Ming Meng's books are really fun." Aunt Lu didn't know how to reply for a while. After tasting the food, she knew that the boy was very smart, but now she suddenly realized that she still thought he was too stupid. Meng Meng said that if you want to really understand and learn her family's stuff, you have to go back to Fengdu and burn incense and burn sacrifices in the ghost city to verify the protection and approval of Fengdu Emperor. Anyway, the next step is the freshman military training, and I don't have to participate. I can take time to go back to Fengdu to take a look. The scenery there is beautiful and it's fun. Aunt Lu nodded in agreement, and then her expression changed. No, Yin Meng wants you to join the Yin family? If you secretly learn a method from a family, it's not a big deal if that family is weak or doesn't pursue it, but if you really go to Fengdu Ghost City to set up a table and burn sacrifices, the nature is different. It's equivalent to being admitted to other universities. Xiao Yuan, please sit for a while. I'll go check on you. Why hasn't your Grandma Lu come back yet? Yes. Oh, by the way, don't go out for a while, because we are moving. Your Grandma Lu has some old friends in college, and they invited her to live in the school. Ali has a lot of things, so you have to help pack them up. Yes, I understand. Auntie Lu walked out of the study, and after the door was closed, even with Li Zuiyuan's hearing, she could not hear her footsteps suddenly. Li Zuiyuan opened the study door, went upstairs, and came to Ali's room. The girl was pushing the tablet with a trimmer, and the rolls of wood flowers were evenly flowing. Li Zuiyuan squatted down, holding the box. She continued to push, and he slowly put it in. The two seemed to have returned to the days when they were doing handicrafts together at the grandfather's house. While working, Li Zuiyuan also recounted everything that had just happened, including Grandma Liu's thoughts and his own calculations. He didn't want to hide anything in front of her, even if this kind of thing could only be understood and not put on the table. He didn't want to hide anything. After all, this was a girl who was willing to open her heart for him to see. After packing up the wood flower rolls, Li Zuiyuan closed the box and lay down beside the girl. The floor was covered with a carpet, very soft. "Ali, do you think it's boring for me to calculate like this?" The girl stopped working. She was actually just preparing the materials just now. Then, the girl reached under the boy's neck with her left hand and patted his head with her right hand. Li Zuiyuan reacted subconsciously, thinking that Ali was going to play the same action that he and his grandfather had played before. Li Zuiyuan tried to change that action several times, but failed because it was the first thing that entered the girl's sight. In the past year, the girl took the initiative to stick to his chest many times, hoping that he could pat her head and say those words like his grandfather did to him, even if it was a bit embarrassing to say those words. But soon, Li Zuiyuan found that something was wrong. The host and the guest of this action were exchanged. It became that he was hugged by Ali, and Ali patted his head gently. Ali didn't say anything, but her clear eyes and the dimples at the corners of her mouth seemed to silently recite the line. I will buy you whatever Xiao Yuan wants. I have money, and I have plenty of money. Li Zuiyuan was stunned. For a moment, he felt very at a loss, and his body began to tremble slightly. A strong sense of rejection rose from his heart. He didn't know how to face this situation, and he didn't know how to deal with this emotion. The girl tried to hug him tightly, but the boy still pushed the girl away. He stood up and kept backing away until he retreated to the corner of the wall. Tears overflowed from the corners of his eyes. Even though he didn't know why he was crying at this moment, he just felt that everything in his sight was spinning. He felt very uneasy and wanted to escape. Almost instinctively, he clenched his left fist, brought it to his mouth, opened his teeth, and bit it. There was a stinging feeling, but he immediately screamed again and moved his hand away. He was afraid of biting his hand in front of the girl. The girl stood up and seemed to want to come over, but the boy's reaction was more intense, so the girl had to stand there. Who? 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 Li Zuiyuan hugged his head and looked down. Now he was like a candidate who entered the examination room, picked up the pen, but suddenly forgot all the knowledge points. He was anxious, hesitant, and he was at a loss. Beside his ears, there was the sound of other examinees' pens swishing as they answered questions. Everyone seemed to know how to do it, and the questions were very simple, but he just couldn't. He couldn't write a single word. Even though there were answers all around him, he couldn't see or copy them because he was too far away. At this time, Li Lan's voice rang out from his mind. Li Zuiyuan, you and I are both monsters in human skin. Bang! The back of the boy's head hit the wall hard, but he calmed down. Before, he was like drowning. Now, he finally climbed ashore, soaked and exhausted, but with an inexplicable joy. He had been trying not to let the human skin on his body fall off, but when the human skin really showed a tendency to grow out, he suddenly became at a loss. It turned out that he was just like Zhuang at the beginning, Yegong liked dragons. He. He. Ha 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 ha. The boy laughed out loud. A Li came over, squatted down, and looked at him. Li Zuiyuan also looked at her, and their eyes met, and each saw himself in the other's eyes. Ali, tell me, after I enter the sect, can my tablet be placed on the altar in your dream? That is not the 12 methods of the Yin family at all. No. I noticed it when Yin Meng first arrived in Nantung. The girl was so dull-witted that she couldn't even walk the Yin at all, so how could she teach that brat any method? He said that he read the book that girl brought. There is no such set of books. Lu Yumei said confidently, if there is such a complete set of books, the Yin family would have been extinct long ago, and would not have waited until now, because if the set of books is not changed, their own family members in the future will not be able to learn it. Lu Yumei paused, and then said, although our Qin and Lu families have dwindled, we still have you, Ali, and those. Even if it was Ali, if she hadn't been sick, her talent would have been extremely high, because only those with truly high bloodline talent are more likely to get this disease. Ordinary children are simply not in the eyes of those resentful ghosts, and they are not interested in getting entangled and retaliating. The Qin and Lu families were interrupted, not declined. So, Ting, you have never seen what those truly declining families in the world look like. The descendants of the later generations are simply lining up to compete with pigs to see who is more stupid. But if there is no book, how does Xiao Yuan learn? There are two possibilities. One is the books in the basement of Li Sanjiang. There are really good things, even in our eyes, still the case. But inheriting such things, you can just learn to read it when you look at it. Aunt Lu couldn't help but remember the picture when the teenager was sitting on the terrace vine chair and reading a book. Yes, this might be difficult to imagine, right? The key points of the inheritance of each family lies in people, and they really have to rely on books and records. How can there be such a smart person in this world? But you just said. That's because the second one may be more difficult to imagine. Yinmeng Ninza should have something to show the pig. Then the little boy, the thing to show the pigs, was launched against people, giving it big. Lu Yumei stopped, and she raised her hand subconsciously and murmured. 4 ghosts start. Although there was no wind and waves, the feeling at the time, Aunt Lu had told her. For these 2 possibilities, there is no third possibility, because in the past year, they live with Xiao Yuan. No one can emerge under their eyelids and hide their apprentices to teach children. Xiao Yuan, pushing it out. Aunt Liu's eyes were shocked. If he really has this kind of ability, the cheats of each family can learn as long as he gives him to him. If it wasn't at Li Sanjiang's house, I was afraid of provoking blessings and rejuvenation. I should really look at the kid. Aunt Lu reminded, A Li should know, unfortunately, A Li can't speak. Oh. Lu Yumei sighed. Even if Ali can speak, do you think she will tell you? How did you get angry with me? Ali is your granddaughter who brings his own hands. Lu Yumei raised his head helplessly. She didn't want to admit it, but the fact was in front of her. She, Lu Yumei, rich in her life, and Qing Gaoya for a lifetime. As a result, she brought her granddaughter with his own hands. Her elbow was not going out. I didn't put my elbow at home. When Aunt Lu saw the old lady was so angry, she had to say, to blame, you can only blame Xiao Yuan. Lu Yumei hummed coldly, hey, can't be our family's eyes good, wise eyes like a torch. Ah yes, you are right. Lu Yumei's arms were bundled, and the corner of his mouth was lighter. A Li follows me, and the man's eyes must be first class. That's not, don't you follow you, after all, it's your granddaughter. He. Lu Yumei laughed. Aunt Lu deliberately teased, how, listening to your words, have you changed your mind and plan to recruit this Zhang Long? Children are young, you say this very much, it's boring. You are right. Okay, Ting, we look at it. Even if he just read a book and read it, it is already an extraordinary genius. If you think about it, if I just smash your face to your face and let you see it yourself. Now you guess which river ditch is still digging yellow crickets. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Of course, I have a dull qualification. How can I compare with your granddaughter and son-in-law? Old lady, you are really can't see it anymore. Don't talk nonsense, Hu Yan's palm. I was wrong. Aunt Lu gave himself 2 mouths gently, and then said, then you have to hurry up, otherwise people will go to Beifeng. Stupid girl, don't you see, where are you worshipping what Fengdu? People urge me to speak quickly, he takes Joey to ask. Nympho. Li Zhanyuan came downstairs and saw Lu Yumei and Aunt Lu standing there in the yard. Grandma Lu. Well, 3 days later, we moved, and according to customs, you came home for a meal. Okay, according to customs, do I bring a gift? You are a child, just come empty-handed. According to the rules, let me get started with you. What's there? What do you want? Grandma gives you. Chapter 85. Grandma will give you whatever you want. A person's wealth does not only refer to gold, silver, jewelry, home deeds, incense, and favors, but also a kind of pattern. Although the old lady usually looks pampered and rich, when she really needs to open her eyes, she will let you see what it means to be a dragon king. At this moment, Li Zuiyuan felt that his calculations in his heart these days seemed very petty. Only in front of such a person would the boy feel that he was still a child. Thank you, Grandma. Lu Yumei walked slowly to Li Zuiyuan and looked at the boy in front of him. Grandma is old and her eyesight is not good. You kid really deceived me. She was slapping herself in the face. Meaning, all the past, pleasant and unpleasant, the precautions and temptations between the two, can be turned over. Grandma, you are rarely confused. If you are confused, you are confused. There is no need to add a prefix. It makes me look like I am trying to save face. Grandpa is also rarely confused, which means you are a blessed person. Lu Yumei couldn't hold back the corners of her mouth. Since she turned the page, she let go of the twist in her heart. She looked at this child more and more pleasing to the eye, and in 3 days, this child would become her own child. She felt Li Sanjiang's happiness. No wonder the old man smiled all day in the past year. It turned out that he lived so happily. Lack. As soon as she said this, Lu Yumei stopped herself. How could she be like that old man, asking the child if he needed money all the time? Although she had the most money, but because of this, the most insincere thing was to give money. It was the same as giving pocket money. Even if she gave a stack, it was not as good as the wrinkled and curled paper that Li Sanjiang took out of his pocket. It would be fine if the child really needed money, but since the first time the child came to Li Sanjiang's house and stood on the dam, she only took a glance and knew that the child didn't care much about money. It's not that he really became an immortal and didn't need to eat grains, but there are such people in this world who don't have to worry about their livelihood since they were born. This is different from ordinary rich children, who are just guarding the bigger rice warehouse and counting the fat pigs that they can't eat in their lifetime. For this kid, he only needs to take a step back. At the very least, he can be supported by the country. Lu Yumei reached out and touched Li Zuiyuan's collar, saying, I should make you some summer clothes, and autumn clothes should be prepared in advance. Don't worry, you are different from Ali. You will show up in front of people, and Grandma will definitely make you fashionable styles. Li Zuiyuan added in a low voice, the same style as Ali can actually be made. He he he. Lu Yumei laughed again, and this time she simply bent over with laughter. Auntie Lu next to her couldn't help rolling her eyes in her heart. Who used to laugh at that old man Li being fooled around by this kid? I think you are almost there now. Grandma, I'm leaving first. Well, let's go. Lu Yumei waved her hand. When Li Zuiyuan was about to walk out, Lu Yumei suddenly called him again and asked, think about it again, have you forgotten something? The boy opened the canvas in his hand, revealing the Liu's Qi watching secret wrapped inside, and raised it to Lu Yumei. I didn't forget it, I brought it with me. Lu Yumei was a little surprised, but she was even more delighted in her heart. This means that even if this child can't wait for me today and without my previous words, he will take the book away, which is considered to be actively acquiescing to this entry process. Stinky boy, Grandma, I thought you didn't see the rabbit before the eagle. How can it be? When Ali hugged me, patted my head, and silently repeated what I had said to her, the result was actually doomed. Go back and read carefully. If you don't understand. Lu Yumei paused. She thought of the child's terrible talent for reading. But after all, it was a family secret, so she felt confident again. If you don't understand, come and ask me, I'll tell you. Okay, Grandma. Li Zuiyuan thought that in order not to ruin the atmosphere, he should hide the fact that he had read the secret books of the Qin and Lu families. The old lady was very proud. If she let her know that he had finished reading her family's secret books in front of her in advance, and she couldn't vent her anger on herself, she could only continue to cause trouble for those high-quality official kills. During this period of time, pretend that it was the first time for him to read it and understand a deeper level. Then, tell the old lady. After the boy left, Aunt Lu came forward and helped Lu Yumei up. I can see that you are really happy today. I still have to touch it again. Why, you are still worried? What's the matter? Even if you know it is a good thing and not a fake, can't you continue to play with it in your hands? I see, you have picked up a treasure and want to enjoy it slowly. Is it not okay? Okay, you can do whatever you want, but I have to remind you that people say that the more the mother-in-law sees her son-in-law, the more she likes him. You are still a generation away from this, so don't really let yourself get caught up in it. When the time comes, you will lose all your family assets and cry out, "Oh, why did I eat lard and blind my heart?" Ting, I think you have been itching for a few days. Why, if you are happy, can't we, the people below, be happy too? In the past, it was a great event for the family to accept someone into the family, and you had to give me a red envelope. Here, take whatever you want from these things in the house, who is stopping you? I don't want anything else, I just want you to drink the medicine soup on time starting tonight. That thing is too bitter. You are old, you have to live 100 years, A Li is still young, Xiao Yuan is still young, and if there is any storm on the river in the future, we still rely on you to protect us from the wind and rain. I will drink it. The two entered the house and saw A Li coming down from upstairs. A Li, Xiao Yuan agreed to marry into the family, and your grandmother also let him take away the Lu family chi watching secret. Are you happy? The original intention was to tease A Li and make the girl happy, and it would be best if she had a dimple. But when A Li heard this, she didn't seem happy, but her eyes dimmed. What's the matter? Lu Yumei was also aggrieved. When did our chi watching technique become so unpresentable? Ali pushed open the door and walked into the tablet room, then went upstairs with a stack of tablets in her arms. Lu Yumei could only tell Aunt Lu, make another batch of tablets. Don't bring them home this time. Put them outside. They will be used in 3 days. Don't let them be missing by then. Don't worry, I know. Was Ali angry just now? She really looked angry. Before, Ali was silent all day, and I was so worried. Now that the child can express his emotions, I am even more confused. It's really strange. That's right, I don't know who he inherited from. Slap. Walking on the street late at night, Li Zuiyuan was still thinking about the scene with Ali in the room. As he walked, he gently touched his face. When he saw Ali before, it was as if the mottled human skin on his face was stapled with several nails. After seeing Ali today, it was like growing a new skin, which made me feel at a loss and a little itchy. I didn't go back to school directly, but walked to the food street outside the north gate. From a distance, I saw the 3 glittering words on the newly erected light stand, Lao Sichuan. For merchants in the school ecosystem, every freshman season is a time for promotion. College students are lazy, and attracting and serving them well often means gaining a stable customer base for the next 4 years. Although only freshmen who need military training are reporting now, there are not many empty seats in front of Lao Sichuan. It is estimated that they will have to expand the store next. When Li Zuiyuan came over, the police were preparing to disperse. After seeing off his new colleague, Tan Yunlong lit a cigarette and saw Li Zuiyuan. Uncle Tan, I'm sorry, I'm late. No, I'm early. They all have families, so they have to finish their meals and go home early. Xiao Yuan, I'll get you another grilled fish, boss. No, Uncle Tan, I've had some snacks, I'm not hungry. Sitting in Lu Yumei's study for so long, she really had a lot of snacks. Are you really not hungry? Don't be polite to your uncle. How can you be polite to me and Uncle Tan? Okay, let's take a walk. Okay. Tan Yunlong took out his wallet and prepared to pay the bill. Li Zuiyuan walked up to the proprietress first and pointed to the previous table. The proprietress responded and made an understanding gesture. Uncle Tan, let's go. When they walked across the street, Tan Yunlong smiled and said, It seems that you really come here to eat so often that you can put it on the bill. This store is opened by a friend of ours. Oh, no wonder. At first, when everyone came here to eat, they still paid. Later, Shuai Yangliang said hello, and the consumption of the 4 of them here was directly put on the bill and deducted from his monthly dividends. After all, they were friends who had experienced life and death together, so everyone was not hypocritical. Where are brother Binbin and the others? Business is good in the evening, he stayed in the store to help, and I didn't let him come out. Then you and your son met today, but you haven't had a meal together yet. I'll sleep in your dormitory at night, and sleep on the same bed with Binbin. Sorry to bother you, Xiao Yuan. It's okay, our dormitory is spacious. As they walked, they entered the school. When I went to check Ran Kaiuping's office today, I met Yushu. I suspect that my special transfer this time has something to do with him. Then it should be him. It's not surprising that Yushu was involved in this case. Because even if the fire burned cleanly, it could not erase the fact that it was the dojo of the Mao family father and son. Based on this point, it was normal for Yushu to come over and take a look. But what does it have to do with me? I'm not familiar with him. Uncle Tan, it may be because you performed too well in those incidents in Qigong. Performed well? I just took him to visit a few places and made some special reports. I think I was quite lazy. It's already very good, because that's what they want. They don't really care about ordinary cases themselves. When you put it that way, I seem to understand a little. Anyway, this is a good thing, isn't it? It's still because of you. Tan Yunlong blew out a long smoke ring. He and his son both owed people a favor. Uncle Tan, you helped me a lot. With the relationship between me and brother Binbin, there is no need for us to be so distant. Yushu wanted to see Binbin's dormitory, and Binbin took him to a dormitory with sausages. Yet, Xiao Yuan, your business can't be discovered by people like Yushu. Uncle Tan, I don't want to be involved with them, but it's not that they can't find out. You do your job according to your heart and don't have to worry about me. Of course, it would be best if you can take care of me a little bit without violating your principles. Hee. The two walked and walked, without saying where they were going, but they walked in the same pace, all heading in the same direction, and came to an old teaching building. Tan Yunlong raised his wrist and looked at the time. Uncle Tan, how long is left before the crime? Less than an hour. Do you think the murderer will come back to see? Not sure, let's try our luck. Then I'll go up with you and wait. Okay. Tan Yunlong likes this feeling very much. The other party knows what he is thinking. There is no nonsense and it is straightforward. The only disadvantage is that after communicating with the boy in front of him, he will feel a serious gap when facing his own son, and then he will not like his son. The two walked into the teaching building and walked up the stairs in tacit understanding, trying not to make any noise. The new students have just entered school and the teaching work has not yet been fully launched. There are basically no lights on in the old teaching building at this point, and it is very quiet. Passing by a stepped classroom on the third floor, the house number is CJ302. This is the place where Wu Xinhui and 4 others rehearsed the program that night in the file. At the end of this floor is the bathroom, which is also the scene of the crime. The two of them hid their figures in the darkness at the corner. No one spoke, just standing there quietly. The school was in an uproar because of the disappearance of 5 people. Today, Tan Yunlong and his colleagues conducted another round of campus visits in a very ostentatious manner, just like stirring the water in the fish pond. There is a certain probability that the fish will be stimulated to return to the place where the crime was committed to revisit and savor it. Of course, the premise is that the fish has always stayed in the school. So, Tan Yunlong said that he was just here tonight to try his luck and digest his food, and he didn't have much hope. In fact, the investigation has been launched long ago, and the police have conducted several rounds of questioning of relevant personnel, but the school has just officially started recently, and today is also the day when most faculty and staff return to work. Even if it is a matter of luck, I hope that the probability is as high as possible. Waiting quietly, time passes bit by bit. Finally, Tan Yunlong said, "Let's go." No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. Well. The two walked down the stairs. After they left, a black figure appeared at the door of CJ302. His teeth looked very white in the moonlight. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, Tan Yunlong, who had already left, ran back. The figure turned around and ran, and Tan Yunlong chased after him. But the figure did not run downstairs, but ran up, and chased all the way to the rooftop. Before Tan Yunlong could say anything, the figure turned his back to him and fell down. Li Zuiyuan, who did not follow the criminals but continued to stay on the third floor, happened to see the figure falling from the railing in front of him. The figure of the other party seemed very uncoordinated during the fall. This means that when the other party came out tonight, he even disguised his figure. Bang! There was a muffled sound of landing on the ground. Li Zuiyuan did not hold the railing with both hands to look down, but stepped back a few steps and moved away from the railing. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed the railing and pulled it up, and a face poked out from the railing. He looked very thin now. What just fell off should be his clothes and disguise. If the boy had been more curious, he would have been grabbed by the neck by the person who was dragging him there. Li Zuiyuan and the other party looked at each other. The other party had a bandage on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes, but a pair of eyes was enough. Just remember the feeling of this look. Li Zuiyuan believed that he could find him when he met him in the crowd. He didn't think of relying on his own strength to keep the other party. If it was an ordinary suspect, he could use the boy's disguise to show the other party what solid basic skills were. But the other party was able to quietly grab the outer railing to support his body while falling from the rooftop. Li Zuiyuan had only seen Runzheng do this before. This was a very powerful martial artist. Before he was 16 years old, his bones had not developed, and his body strength had not been supported. Li Zuiyuan would never fight with such a person. And the other party was obviously a little surprised, because he seemed to be sure that he didn't make any noise, but the boy did retreat in advance. Xiao Yuan. Tan Yunlong ran back to this floor. Li Zuiyuan pointed in front of him and told Officer Tan where the other party was. He reminded him, by the way, draw your gun. Because he was sure that for this kind of martial artist, only the gun on Tan Yunlong's waist could make the other party afraid. Without doubt or hesitation, he drew his gun smoothly. The other party loosened his hands and fell down. Li Zuiyuan's ears trembled slightly, he fell on the second floor. Tan Yunlong immediately ran down the stairs to the second floor. At this moment, Li Zhanyuan heard the voice again, and by the way to make up for the other party's movement, he jumped up and grabbed the edge of the third floor. He wanted to come up again. The opponent was so courageous, and an old policeman who took out the gun played a cat-to-catch-a-mouse game. Or is it that the other party wants to come up again and tease himself? Li Zhanyuan poured into his pants pocket in his right hand, pressed the red seal, and then drawn along his left arm. Fingers the opponent's area of the head, gaze. The opponent's head, revealing it, immediately felt red in his eyes, and his head was buzzing. In the horror, the other party released his hand. This time, it was completely on the ground and came to the ground. Police, stand. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Tan Yunlong's voice came from the second floor. When I saw the suspect, I shouted not to run. It was the plot in the movie. The reality was that I felt that I couldn't catch up with the suspect. Li Zhanyuan approached the railing and saw the figure like a black monkey, and quickly ran to the dense flower garden in front. Bang! Tan Yunlong fired. It is very decisive, and it is indeed. It was originally the atmosphere of arresting the suspect in luck. Moreover, this person can also play with a high-level teaching building as a slide. The suspect was shot and not injustice. But the moment the bullet was fired, Li Zhanyuan saw the other person's body with a very awkward attitude, sideways. While not affecting the running progress, he actively avoided the bullet. Then, the other party jumped into a flower garden. But that jump, the shape of the body is a bit crooked, this is not complete. Tan Yunlong was aiming at the opponent's leg. Although the other party avoided it, the bullet should cause the leg scratch. Li Zhanyuan walked down the stairs slowly and went downstairs. He recovered the previous scene in his mind to summarize the strength, speed, and body of the opponent. Escape is the possibility of actively launching an attack. By the way, after simulation, when the other party was in the shadow, the possibility of launching an attack on the two first. Li Zhanyuan's footsteps stopped. Because the result of his own brain simulation is that the latter two possibilities are the greater chance of the other party, especially the last possibility. The end of himself and Tan Yunlong will be very bad. From this point of view, the possibility of the opponent was the murderer 7 years ago and was reduced. Not only did the other party not take the active attack at the beginning, but people with such skills often practiced boy skills. Unless the other party was a child like himself 7 years ago, of course, a child developed incompletely at that time, and he couldn't do anything rape, kill. As long as the other party was adult at that time, it was like his own plan. He did not need to hide in the toilet, and shot her when Chu Minmin went to the toilet. This scene is probably the probability that the criminals under this choice are just relying on the general strength of men to women. They are typical weak criminal thinking. And just now, his skills are already powerful. At all, you do not have to use the toilet, the privacy and dark and isolating environment. He can walk into the latter classroom and force all the 4 people inside to yield with absolute violence. However, if there is no absolute thing, it may also be that people are both good and some psychological abnormalities, and they like the pickled environment of the toilet. Li Zhanyuan walked out of the teaching building, and Tan Yunlong was picked up the clothes left by the other party. Xiao Yuan, what kind of clothes this is like a cloak? Li Zhanyuan reached out and touched it, with a mezzanine and a pad. Uncle Tan, this is a costume. Dressing. Li Qianyuan put his nose and smelled it, smelled a faint aromatherapy, either the aromatherapy of the perfume, or the taste of special fragrance. Thanks to Lu Yumei, she would also do this for Ali's new clothes every day. The appreciation ability of teenagers in this area is very high. Although it can't be said, it should be very expensive. And from the perspective of clothes, this person's lifestyle should be very high. Xiao Yuan, although I personally think that this person should not be a murderer 7 years ago, but I still have to notify the team now. Uncle Tan, do you think so too? It's my gun. Tan Yunlong said seriously, the moment he shot, his movement, I felt very deep. I sent you back to the bedroom first and told Binbin that I didn't go to your bedroom to sleep at night. It's okay, Uncle Tan, you are busy. Li Zhanyuan was returned to the bedroom by Tan Yunlong. Tan Wenbin came back later. He went to take a shower first. When he came back, he yawned and said, after eating hot pot, the shop was busy at once, buying a lot of things, like no money. Thanks for your hard work. Not hard work, the feeling of making money is quite happy, that is, when I came back, I saw a few police cars entering the school. What happened? Li Zhanyuan repeated the matter tonight, and finally attached a sentence. Your dad said he wouldn't come back to sleep with you tonight. Tan Wenbin directly ignored the last sentence and shouted directly, I am a martial arts master. Li Zhanyuan didn't care about him anymore, he picked up the bedside table cup and drank water. Tan Wenbin continued to ask with interest, Xiao Yuan, are you not afraid of it at the time? A little, but okay. It's so dangerous. Don't walk alone next time. Your dad is next to me. My dad is nothing. The door of the dormitory was pushed open. Ah! Tan Wenbin jumped up in shock. This was a stress response. It was Lu Yi who came in. Binbin, your wash basin and towels fell on the sink. I'll get them for you. Oh, okay, thank you. After Liu Yi left, Tan Wenbin sat on his bed and continued, "It's amazing, this kind of person. Runzheng can do it. As for Yin Meng, it's barely okay." Tan Wenbin pointed at his face with anticipation and asked, "What about me? I mean in the future. Come on." Li Zuiyuan lay down and prepared to go to bed. He originally planned to read the evil book tonight, but there were many things to do tonight, so he could only postpone it. He was not so scared tonight. After all, he had seen countless deaths. But at that moment, I was actually a little powerless. If there was a ghost or a dead body nearby, I could have kept that guy, and even decided how many pieces to keep according to my own wishes. No wonder so many people would want to raise a ghost to death. Even if they don't use it to harm others, it's great to use it for self-protection. Li Zuiyuan turned his head to look at the shoe box under the windowsill. I can't carry a pair of women's high heels with me in the future. By the way, Brother Xiao Yuan, remember to call me when you get up tomorrow. I'm going to gather for military training. Okay. After a nap, the biological clock that was restarted by Aunt Lu is now particularly stable. After getting up, I woke up Tan Wenbin first. Tan Wenbin rubbed his eyes, picked up the wash basin and went to wash with Li Zuiyuan. After returning, Tan Wenbin began to change into military training clothes. Li Zuiyuan put the Liu's Qi watching secret that he brought back last night without turning a page into his school bag, and walked out of the dormitory with the bag on his back. After he arrived, Aunt Lu served breakfast. The main dish for breakfast today was pork rib porridge, served with a variety of pickles, and it was very enjoyable to eat. Lu Yumei said, "Didn't you sleep well last night?" The old lady had that ability, no matter how well you hide it, she could tell at a glance how rested you were. Li Zuiyuan put down the spoon, "I slept a little too little." Lu Yumei smiled, "You can read the book slowly, don't be so anxious, it's yours if it's given to you, no one will snatch it from you." Obviously, Lu Yumei was very satisfied with Li Zuiyuan's obsession with her own Liu's Qi watching secret. Li looked up at Lu Yumei. Lu Yumei asked back, "What's wrong, are you worried about Xiao Yuan?" Li lowered her head and continued to eat the porridge. She was not worried about the boy. Aunt Lu smiled and said, "I say, old lady, you are usually the first one to be unhappy when others tease you. Now, you are the one teasing yourself. How can it be the same?" Lu Yumei stood up, "Xiao Yuan, come to the study to find me after you finish your meal." "Okay, Grandma." After Li Zuiyuan finished his breakfast, he took the book and walked into the study. Lu Yumei had already brewed tea and sat upright on the couch. Li Zuiyuan placed Liu's Qi watching secret on the coffee table, with the font on the cover facing himself, facing Lu Yumei. After Lu Yumei placed the teacup in front of the boy, she turned the book around so that the font was facing the boy. Then, she took back her hand and asked with a smile, "Come on, if there is anything you don't understand, ask Grandma." Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.